Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite India 2022. We are back here with Stage 2 and looking forward to teams from here on qualifying to become the top 4 because not only do they get a big prize, but they will also get a chance to qualify and represent India on the global stage. But for today,
hmm
your storytellers are going to be me, Lucifer, along with me joining the desk is going to be none other than Raider. And Raider, how are you feeling for the day?
Oh, I'm excited. A new stage, a new chapter is going to start because this is national playoff stage number
Hmm.
two, as we were talking about it. So, eventually, in the last 8 days, we saw a lot of records, we saw a lot of battles being 10 and dusted. And out of those 14 teams, divided in a group of seven, divided in group of seven, I believe, we saw
Yes.
top eight getting qualified. Meanwhile, if we talk about the stakes, the prize pool are in front of you guys, and you can see that the prize pool is massive 22 lakh, 22 lakh 50,000 rupees to be precise.
Yeah. And out of that, the champions, they'll be walking away with 11 lakh 25,000 for themselves and the bragging rights of this entire tournament. Yes, we'll be calling themselves champions, but the other three places as well, coming in second, third, and fourth, will get another thing to brag about that they'll be able to represent India on a global stage, along with the cash prize for themselves of 5 lakh 25 on the second, 3 lakh for the third place, and 1 lakh 50 for the fourth. But the other four teams who are left behind, who have come to the top eight, do not walk away
Mhm.
at this stage. 50,000 for the fifth and sixth and seventh and eighth will be getting 25,000 each. And now we jump into the brackets. And for the first time
Oh,
here, if you missed it in the social handles, you can see it right here. Today, to start things off, we are going to be having an interesting matchup from Group A's winners or the table toppers, that's Truerippers, and fourth place from Group B, it's none other than Chemin Esports.
well, looking forward to see how far this situation is going to go on the low bracket. The teams which are going to lose are actually going to move in that particular bracket. But meanwhile, interesting competition. That's what it's bound to happen at this point. So let's see how far this situation is going to go on. And remember, guys, 4 days of this stage two are actually going to initiate a lot of records. Let's see how fast this situation goes on.
We will see. As we talked about the first match, Enigma Gaming and God's Reign. It's going to be the second one. Interesting of how it went yesterday. So I'm looking forward to how other teams contest God's Reign. S8ul and Marcos, and we know S8ul are a relentless team. Do not give up easily at all. So I want to see how Marcos, after taking on God's Reign, looking as of today. And then we head over to one of the last matches for the day. Is going to be FSE Sports versus Revenant, but not in the same order. For today's schedule, in front of your screens, we have S8ul versus Marcos Gaming being the first match. Second match, as we said, FSE Sports versus Revenant Esports, and Truerippers versus Chemin Esports, the last match for the day. Interesting set of matches in terms of how they fight against each other and
Uh
how
huh.
the story concluded, Raider, in this stage one of national playoffs.
Well, it's going to be quite interesting to watch out that how far S8ul is going to push Marco's gaming or Marco's doing the vice versa. Meanwhile, if we talk about FS Esports, I'm really happy to see a team coming from the zonal finals and going in the national playoff stage too. That's absolutely amazing. Moving forward, I would love to see them in the grand finals, but let's see how far Revenant is going to push them down because definitely, if we talk about team Revenant Esports, the competition is not going to be that easy. And Revenant Esports, well, they are the team which was on top, if I'm not wrong, from the Group B standings. So they
Mm-hmm.
have shown the kind of skills in the 6 rounds, in the 6 matches that they played in the playoff stage one. So definitely looking forward to see how far Revenant Esports is going to push back FS and how they are going to retaliate. Because honestly speaking, FS Esports has also shown quite a few instances of their comeback and eventually their redemptions. So it's going to be quite amazing to watch out. But before that, let's talk about the team profile. The team S8ul is here right now, in which we have got Curse, Zarbari, Gul, Might, and Densai. And meanwhile, if we talk about the KOs, 455 in 6 BO5s, 846 assists, average damage is more than 2,46,000. Amazing.
Yeah. In 6 BO5s to achieve stats of this level, yes, it is just brilliant. And also,
hmm
the team which has shown us resilience in terms of making sure that even though maybe they lose a couple of rounds, they're back, push it to their sixth gear, and go to the top notch speed and kick it on high level action to make sure they get
Right.
back the victory. So, this is the team that every other team needs to look forward to because it was not easy for their opponent to take them down. Every time they tried to contest, every time they even got the match closer, SATL were ready with changing their compositions and the versatility that everybody from this team has shown. I think teams need to be worried about what SATL can do. But just like
Right.
damage SATL had done, their opponents,
hmm
I don't think they are going to be sitting back, right? Because we will be quickly jumping into Marcos Gaming. Their stats after taking down God's Reign yesterday have proved us that they are also team to be worried about.
Hmm. Precisely, no doubt on that. Moving up ahead, if I talk about Marcos Gaming right now, if I talk about the roster, Miriam Kurum, a beautiful jelly between this particular beautiful, I guess, synergy is there between these two guys.
Mm-hmm.
If I talk about Snowy, Volk, and Vox, we have seen yesterday how beautiful these guys can be in terms of their skills. And Snowy, he's an exceptional guy from this particular team. Moving forward, if we talk about the KOs, I believe it's a little bit less as compared to Team S8ul. Meanwhile, if we talk about the assists, same goes for that corner as well. Meanwhile, if we talk about the FS damage, that is way too high as compared to Team S8ul. I believe there is a gap of more than 40,000 average damage points. Meanwhile, if we talk about the goals
Mm-hmm.
done, 9.9k.
Yeah, in terms of goals and assists, there might be Marcos looking a little bit bleak or lesser, but in terms of the damage, Marcos have done a lot. That should be something to say about, and also kind of I would feel like flexing about Raider because taking teams of big names and calibers after how they've shown us, and also for a team to lose their first initial debut match itself, and now that they've had streaks of victories to start off on day one of national playoff stage 2, what can they do? Just like we saw stage 1, right? It is not round robin
Uh-huh.
format anymore. All
Yeah.
these 5 players, as they bid against each other, fight against each other, need to
Mm-hmm.
understand this fight that they'll be having is going to be in an elimination bracket. Yes, a double elimination. So, as they're starting off here in the upper bracket, their run has a safety net for them. Whether it is Marcos, whether it is S8ul, that wouldn't matter. It would be that if one of the team loses here, they'll use their safety bracket very early on, and I'm pretty sure Raider nobody wants to use it right now.
Rightly said. Nobody wants to lose. Nobody wants to go down to the lower bracket because definitely things are not going to be that easy for them in that particular bracket. Meanwhile, if we talk about Kurz and Muram, they are the one which are going to be on the head-to-head table. As you all can see, the rounds played by S8ul Kurz is going to be 27, 22 from Muram's corner. 157 knockouts out of the 27 rounds he played. 140 assist was delivered by the guy known as Kurz. If we talk about the damage, that's 63,878 for you guys. And eventually, if we talk about the goals, that is 2,936. Well, goals and I believe the assist, apart from knockouts and the rounds played, are the few criterias where Muram is lacking behind. But then again, in the lesser amount of rounds, I guess the knockouts and the damage and the goals that this guy was able to do was also very on point.
And I feel like this head-to-head is one of the best head-to-heads I've loved so far because Miriam as well as Cursed have showed similar traits. Raider, if you want to talk about of picking up a ranged attacker, sometimes if when the team needs changing things up, maybe switching up on maybe the role itself. But I would say
Right.
more versatility has been shown through on Cursed end. So I think
Hmm.
Miriam needs to look forward to that as well, where that head-to-head happens. It does imply that this entire Pokemon Unite is a team game. But at certain points, you would have to be better on an individual level where you are very accustomed with your Pokemon. Now, again,
Right.
Cursed and Nurem put against each other on Mew, I'm not too sure who will be better. Depending on how they play along with the team, we might get the best out of one of them, but it will not be a proper justification of whether Nurem is better or Cursed is better. But when they start switching up roles, for now, it is Cursed, so I'm looking forward to how much of a curse he becomes to Murim.
Well, rightly said. How much of a curse he's going to become for the particular team of Marcos Gaming and Murum
Yes.
as well. So we're definitely looking forward to see how far this particular team known as STL and their synergy is going to push back Marcos Gaming. But we have seen Marcos Gaming pulling throughout, even
Mm-hmm.
in front of God's Reign, a team which has to be feared for. Marcos Gaming standard quite tall, but eventually the round was not in the favor. But yes, the competition that they were trying to actually exhibit, that was something we wanted to see quite often. And I believe in this particular matchup, we are going to see that S8ul, a team which loves to do the redemption kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
but eventually it's not going to be that easy in the stage two. It was the stage one where things were a little bit more easy for them. They had a little bit more of an area to play with, but now things can be very critical for Team S8ul. If
Yeah.
they want to actually win the match, they should start dominating from the first round as well.
I agree. If SATL want to keep their victory streak and do not give up any kind of, as we talk about, right, any breakthroughs where you show up all your mistakes and opponent team is like, oh, if we try to split maybe Ghoul and Curse coming through, if they don't play in together, SATL as an entire team starts to break apart here and there in certain points of the minutes.
Right.
So if we are able to breach through that, we are able to take down SATL. If that kind of an instance happens, it is tough. And also, if SATL never get momentum itself in the matches that they play, it'll get even tougher for them, Raider. As we have seen, if you
Mm-hmm.
give a small gap for S8ul, they immediately burst through it and they immediately command that game, command that round, and make sure even if they're running with a deficit, maybe they're at a sitting 2-0 right now, or maybe even a 2-1, they immediately bring back that round, slow down the opponents, and start delivering
Right.
knockouts to them. So S8ul, as you rightly said, has that capability, but S8ul, as you said, they need to make sure here they don't play like giving away a couple rounds, because if they do, double elimination. There is elimination. That word is something that both the teams need to look forward to. But after Marcos's game yesterday, you can see, right, how much we are worried for S8ul rather
Exactly,
than
exactly.
Marcos.
Well, definitely Marcos, after showing their reign of terror in front of Godstrain,
Mhm.
I believe Godstrain barely escaped that particular kind of, let's say, fight up.
I
So I
mean,
guess,
they
yeah,
didn't escape as well. They did actually go out with bruises. It was still Marcos Gaming reigning superior
yeah.
and getting the victory, but same goes for Marcos. They did take a beating because God's Reign did not let them go away. So it's going to be an interesting matchup of Hefsetiel, how they'll be comparing against them.
Uh-huh. Definitely. I guess it is going to be quite interesting. It is going to be quite chaotic as well. The stakes are much more higher as it was in the as compared to the stakes which was there in the Nationals playoff stage
Hmm.
one. 14 teams were there. 8 teams have qualified. Now from eight
Yeah.
teams, definitely quite a few teams are going to be there for the grand finals. But eventually the elimination is something everybody has to fear for. But meanwhile, if we talk about the draft pick phase coming up, look at that. We have got the ban phase in front of us. The two Pokemons getting banned are going to be Dodrio and Tyranitar straight up.
Essential, it has been majority of the times it's Tyranitar or Snorlax. That is the two bans, but majority is Tyranitar, and whenever they do not ban Tyranitar, they themselves pick it up. But right now, Marco is understanding how Dodrio can be an annoyance, and then themselves playing Dodrio yesterday tried it as well. So banning that is going to be a good decision. But this opens up one thing is going to be Mime for Tensai, and here in the starts you can see again Pokemon's being chosen for the teams and not just for the player. And on the other end, we can see Vox picking up Snorlax and Snowy. He has been the heavy hitter. And as we spoke about in the, I would say, player phase where we discussed about individual players as a team as well, Miriam, he's back on the Mew.
Yeah, definitely. I guess the picks are coming up, but at this point, I believe there is actually going to be a re-hosting
Hmm.
as getting the info by the production team. But meanwhile, if we talk about the picks, we can get a gist of this particular situation. Look at that. If we talk about Goal, he is picking out different type of Pokemon. If we talk about Tensai, he's picking up Hoopa, which is absolutely going to be something which might actually create a recurse. But on the other corner, Ball comes up with the Sebele. I believe that could be the reason of the re-host.
Yeah, technical glitches. I think we should
Mm,
get some fair understanding in at least the first two Pokemon choices or the third
right.
Pokemon choice as well. As we see from Marcos, these should be the Pokemons for the two ones, Mime and Eldegoss that we saw from SATUL, and Snorlax, Azumarill, as well as a Mew that we saw coming in. So these three and two picks are going to be confirmed. I hope so, because in terms of the playstyle and how far we have seen these teams over a week now, we understand those should be their general picks coming through. But Raider, now that we have kind of an idea, at least a simple idea of the ban and initial Pokemons, what do you think is going to be looking better? Is that double supporter role better, or do you think that one defender and supporter being in place is going to be a better one, especially that defender being Snorlax?
I guess the double supporter approach should be there because the first round is something which you have to be a little bit more passive and a little bit
Hmm.
more strategic rather than going aggressive. If we talk about Marcos, well, that team is for sure going to be aggressive. It is actually in their game. It is how they play. It's their play style. And if SATL will be able to push them despite of being aggressive, I guess then Marcos would actually go for the supporter type of role, and eventually defenders should be appointed at that same instant. But eventually, if we talk about SATL, I guess yes, the defender along with double supporter approach, and then all rounder and attacker should be there from the corner.
Okay, I mean a defender as well coming in, so there's going to be a lot in terms of damage that players can take coming in from
Yeah,
SSTL. But I don't think they'll be coming in with after picking up a double supporter then a defender, meaning that their heavy hitters or hitters in general will be lesser. Like they would have to only go for one attacker and
yeah.
one all rounder, or only both all rounders. So crucial decisions should have been taken in that case. But again, this is just speculation, guys. We are just trying to predict and understand what might be the choices coming through. I feel like Marcos will be jumping back as we saw Miriam on Mew. There should be another range attacker also, which we end up generally seeing. It's either the Resui or Gardevoir coming through. Uh, Maybe even a Sylveon as well, which we ended up seeing yesterday, which they tried to work around with. But I think it was on God's Rain. A little bit confused on that. But yes, in terms of Snorlax being there, very effective throughout the tournament. But As I
So true.
speak about throughout the tournament, Raider, we have also seen, right, how Snorlax has been somehow not exactly countered, but they tried to dodge from his moves, because of which Snorlax, especially Vox yesterday, was unable to add a lot in terms of value. His block was
Exactly.
always nullified.
Exactly, that is the thing. If he is able to block the Mammoth and the Unites are coming up, and eventually they're just trying to actually flee back from the situation.
Hmm.
So definitely, Solex is the Pokemon which have been utilized quite a bit in this India Open 2022. But then the thing is, it is also becoming quite predictable at this
Hmm.
point. Teams know how to deflect these kind of attacks, and using new Pokemons can actually create that kind of difference in that situation. Meanwhile, if we talk about the ban phase coming up, Marcos versus Estoril, Marcos sitting in the purple corner. The bans are pretty much same. It's Giorgio coming from Marcos's corner, and it's Trinitar coming from Team S8ul.
Let's see if in pick phase there'll be any changes later. Looking in the initial pick, we see Vox. No questions are there. Same goes from SATL, as we said. We should be seeing these two double supporters, Mime and Eldegos, coming through. But I want to now see what Curem and Miriam pick. I mean, we did see previously an Azumarill being of choice and Miriam going on Mew. Should
Yep.
be the choices, but it was, I think, Snowy who had the initial pick, and you can see again. It is Snowy coming in with Azumarill and Miriam. No questions over there. He should be on the Mew. Now let's come to Ghoul and Might. What are your thoughts?
At this point, oh, the Lucario comes in. That could be quite interesting to actually see how far this guy is going to go on. Meanwhile, if we talk about might, some changes might be there.
Cinderace?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, that's it. The attacker comes in. It's Venusaur coming from his corner. Yes, of course, yesterday he was able to quite literally capsize on it. But now they have to be pretty much decent about their strategies. They have to use those Pokemons which they are confident about.
Walk, as we did speak about it, the Sylveon. Oh, in the last minute he
Oh,
changes to the Garchomp, but
Garchomp.
Kyurem, he is going to be going on the Blissey, which was very efficient and very well played to help players of their own, especially with the Unite Moon move. Only one last player left is this cursed. He does not pick up Cinderace Fire. He's going to be picking up Delphox Fire coming through. So let's see how that works out on this Fire Pokemon, along with another range attacker, as we saw on Venusaur, might picking it up. But I want to see if there is going to be any changes or roles being switched. But in terms of whoever wanted to pick the Pokemons that they're confident on, they've made it. So no preparation phase changes from any of the
Mhm.
players.
Well, definitely. They've got what they wanted. Delphox is coming from Curse's corner. So let's see how far Curse is going to use a Pokemon and get the advantage for the team, because that is going to be the main meta. Getting the advantage, getting the upper hand, putting the pressure on the on the enemy team in the
Mhm.
first round is going to be the meta for both of the team. But eventually, if we talk about S8ul, they'll have to play around in the first round. They'll have to let it go
Yeah.
maybe. But eventually, not like literally let it go. They
Yeah,
try to
they
fight back,
gauge
but
it.
eventually not. Yeah, but not give the 110% individually pull
Mhm.
every strategy that is required in the first round. And after the first round happens, if SHL is able to win it, they are able to push it a little bit more farther and eventually bring back the second round. And if second round is lost, then the 110% type of situation comes in from SHL. But when it comes to Marcos Gaming, the first round is the round from where they want to start off, and they want to go till the three round back to back. They want to go with a 3-0.
Let's see if it's going to be Marcos going with a 3-0 or SATL going with a 3-0 or not at all in this best of 5 as we jump in. Initially, you can see both the teams are just looking forward to getting closer to their opponent, but looks like Ghoul has a intent of snatching wild Pokemons, the jungle Pokemons of Marcos Gaming. The call has been already given by Vox because he saw Ghoul, and now what Vox is doing is just breaching. He's just annoying them, causing trouble.
But the trouble is here, definitely trying to impact quite a bit, but the goals are getting done. Team S8 with the 2 AOS energy manages to back out the goal. Meanwhile, the Lucario also comes in, and there we go. He's also going to dunk down another set of 5. And if we talk about the Mime, another set of 2 is dunk down, but Mime is at a very critical position. The Chaos could actually come in at this point, and these early Chaos can actually be quite messy for the Team S8.
Tensei, I don't think he'll be able to do anything. Finally
Oh,
gets
that's it.
KO'd. And that's the first one. SHL lose a player, but again, early stages, nothing to worry about. But one thing for Marcos is that they get a little bit better in terms of experience. And now Walk here on level 5, it's trouble cooking in for Ghoul. He just needs to try and fight it out as his teammates are helping out. A 2 gets scored, but nothing anymore because it becomes from one player holding it out against a 1v3 to a 4v3, and immediately Marcos get back to their zones.
They are actually at the back zone, but eventually, I guess the Sonics was able to get the Wild Berry, and that is why he was able to fall back. That's good enough. Marcos Gaming for now. Snowy is actually trying to just go ahead and look at its level. Level 5 already done. That's interesting to watch out for. If we talk about Team S8ul, in that particular corner, I believe the Delphox is the one which is having the level 5, and Venusaur, the Ivysaur is also there. Apart from that, every Pokemon is also focusing a lot on the evolutions, because that is going to be the key for sections at this point. But
Yeah.
Snowy, the Heavy Eater, constantly tries to go for it.
I think at this point you can see Marco's not at all even trying to get couple of goals in. They just got
Right.
two, which was Snorlax, Vox trying, but after that they've not concentrated. As you rightly said, it is Marco's completely concentrated on leveling up and making sure they have a big level advantage. And you can see level 7 fighting with two players from level 5, and we should be seeing knockouts to be followed up. And yes, Might is being hit with a lot of the
Oh,
shots. Snowy helps out for Wall, and that is going to be a top lane domination coming through. Tensai wants to try and deny that from happening, but he's stuck. He's trying to fight with one level 8 and one level 7. So it is going to be his death that he's cooking up for. But Durbury, in the meantime, he comes closer, but Wall pushes him out. The light screen falls on the opposite end, and Mine Tensai gives away his life. And Durbury, he also might go down. The attack missed from Wall, but the goals, they're looking unstoppable.
Marcos Gaming starting it off. Quite the carnage coming from Marcos Gaming. Marcos Gaming to the sense. Let's see how far they can go. Meanwhile, farming is going to be quite important as well. Snowy goes in with the level 7. We talk about the car jump. He's back in the game. He's back in the action. Goal on the other corner in the bottom lane. First trying to wreak havoc. But remember, guys, 10 more seconds to go after that. The Regis will spawn. And look at that. On the top lane, it's Scarchomp and the other Pokemon from Team Marcos Gaming already focusing on it. And if we talk about the bottom lane, there we have got Delphox and Pokemons like Mime and Lucario trying to focus on it. Meanwhile, Snorlax the tanker wants to actually go ahead and mess around.
He might just snatch it away with a slam. And Tensai has the idea. He's trying to punch him. Regirock is super low, comes in the slam. Okay, Regialiki on the top is being taken from Marcos, but on the end, defensive advantage. S8ul takes it. I mean, Vox knew he couldn't do anything over there. Took a nap, tried to see if he could kind of dodge that. Does not work. Same thing is with the petal dance that we see on the top coming in from Might. Did not work at all. And now Chaos are falling up even in the bottom lane as they're just trying to fight. It's just a couple of shots. Yes, S8ul wanted to force their fight and try to get for some kind of damage. Mystical Fire trying and being used, and Snowy. He was just buying time for his teammates to return from their lanes and then do damage. They find one on Delphox. Now they're chasing Lucario along with his teammate.
Amazing performance is what we needed, and that's what Marcos Gaming is trying to give us at this moment. The difference is absolutely amazing. Look at that. Marcos Gaming 117 for them. The SAP will have only 26 points at this one, so definitely looking forward to see that how far the situation goes on. On the other corner, if we talk about the aggression, let's see how far this team, particularly known as S8ul, are going to develop, because as we were talking about in the past attack, S8ul loves to play in the first round, play a little bit more on the passive side, and eventually learn that what enemy is capable of, and then come back a little bit more stronger. That's what the approach was looking like. In the initial few moments, we saw that the aggression was there, but after that, things are not looking great for Team S8ul. They're getting KO'd, they're getting backlash quite a bit there. One goal zone has already been destroyed, and look at that in the bottom lane. Now it's Blissey and the other Pokemon also trying to push forward, and Archon, I'm fearing for this guy.
Yeah, he's on level 11. He's able to do so much damage. Might comes out with his Unite, but it is still his team taking the brunt force coming in, especially on the Garchomp. Finds a 2 KO streak. Looking forward to a third on the prey, and with Snowy helping out, and it's going to be a fourth player going down. Four players swept out from none other than Marcos Gaming. It was 5, I think. We just saw a 2 KO streak because all the players, one after another, are respawning now, and another goal zone being destroyed. Marcos, such brilliant concentration on leveling up their Pokemon, especially their heavy hitters such as a Garchomp, and immediately tides turned completely in favor of Marcos. S8ul will have no control of this first round.
Right. S8ul is actually trying to just establish their presence in this particular fight, and they are unable to do so. Look at that. Every so now and then, the Regis are getting converted in the particular favor of Marcos Gaming. It was the first Regis steal, if I'm not wrong, with Reggie Rock with the side, which was in the favor of S8ul, and after that, things were not critical. But look at that. The Venusaur with the Petal Dance, if I'm not wrong, was able to steal the particular Regieliki in the favor, and now S8ul is looking to bomb their way out. Let's see how far they can go. The Solar Beam comes in. That's interesting to go with, but look at that. The shield is now broken. They can easily go ahead and go at the scores, and look at that, 108 points from the corner. The gap was mesmerizing, but now the gap is getting countered, and this is how S8ul will give their journey back in the instance. But now I believe after 2 minutes, Rayquaza will forward, and I think the match can actually go with the Rayquaza's favor.
Regieliki was very crucial for S8ul. If they missed it, it would have been tough. And now with that, they still have a chance to get back in the fight. But he's being annoyed. I mean, yes, he has chances of healing and surviving, but with 2 players hitting him, one a defender, another going to be an attacker, not for too long, his survival was tough. He gets eliminated. That's another KO, and these minute overextensions, I think at the end, will be something that will take S8ul down the round here and will make them lose it. So they need to make sure that whenever they're pushing, they have some kind of an assistance with their teammates so that it does not become like one player gives up their entire advantage. And now look at this. Tensai trying to fight alone. Yes, right behind Curse is going to be there, but the block is going to be blocking everything of they want, whatever they want to do. But with Ghoul coming in, he tried his best, but the fireworks coming out, that was a big unite, which pushes all the players from Marcos out of their own goal zones, and S8ul bursting through it, trying to make sure they get another goal scored in, so they destroy this bottom lane goal zone. But retaliation. Heavy ones coming in. A 2 KO streak found, but Venusaur still surviving but getting chased now with Volk as well as Miriam. Making use of this ranged advantage, it's going to be Miriam who packs, mites, bags to base.
I mean, that Barsham, that Pokemon particularly is working quite a bit. Gets a double KO streak, and after that, Mirum was the one who was able to bag out the another Pokemon, which was retaliating. On the other corner, look at that. Another set of moves coming up, and look at that beautiful KO coming up. The Eldegoss gets taken down, and now once again, S8ul is looking a bit more critical on their particular stance of living, but let's see how Lucario is going to pick it up. But Lucario is not looking that mesmerizing because his performance is something we were actually awaiting. But if we talk about the Regieleki, I believe he is going to get countered, and yes, it's Blissey who seals the Regieleki in the favor of Team Marcos coming. And look at that, Marcos is not even actually going to confront the particular Regieleki and go with it because everybody knows that in 10 seconds the boss is going to come in. That's the Rayquaza. And on the other corner, Marcos Gaming Snowy also comes up with the advantage of the Regi Ice.
Regieleki is just a distraction for him, but all of it falls on Rayquaza. A brilliant block coming in from Vox, but no attackers or hitters coming through, therefore they'll not be able to pick up advantage. In the meantime, Garchomp quickly jumping on Rayquaza, trying to do damage, and all the other players, they're just pushing back the players of S8ul towards their lanes rather than getting closer to Rayquaza. But the Unite gets used all right now, jumping on Vox, trying to eliminate him because he has been the disaster maker, but comes up with his own Unite, first KO, looking forward to the second on Might, trying to do damage, but Blissey comes up with a save because of those eggs. And in the meantime, Vox is also trying to push up. The fireworks is going to be super crucial, and they have to step out of it, because of which a lot of space has been given away. Marcos right now are also receiving the knockouts from their end, but it is going to be exchange of just one knockout each on both the ends. So S8ul back in the game, and they have also started the tides towards Rayquaza.
Well, definitely Rayquaza is now getting converted. Look at that, Rayquaza's HP is not looking that great. 50 HP is going to be the case, but Might gets countered quite a bit. The Venusaur is trying his level best, but the Solar Beam comes in. He was able to seal his way out of it. But it was Garchomp who was able to dominate on the back. Meanwhile, if we talk about the Carnage, I believe
Unite
come in very soon. Oh, the Unite was there, but he missed it. But Mew, for Team Marcos Gaming, gets the Rayquaza, and that's it. I believe that is going to seal the deal for Marcos Gaming.
I mean, he did miss it on Lucario, but he was able to score and get a KO on their Eldegoss. That makes everything worthwhile. And look at the amount of Eos energy lying everywhere for Marcos. And Volk is like, try to get out of your goal zone. Just try once and we'll see what will happen. In the meantime, Mime is lurking in the shadows. Not too sure why and how he's standing there. He's sitting in the tall grasses, but S8ul understand there is a big difference. And Marcos, they come out and start off with a bang. They get a big victory of 759, a difference of plus 600 goals, Raider.
Amazing performance. That's what we have to love to point in at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Marcos Gaming, if they're able to capsize like this in the next upcoming 2 rounds, S8ul will move on to the lower bracket, which is not something S8ul loves to go with. But let's see how far this redemption is going to go on. And as we were actually talking about it quite a bit, that S8ul will come back a little bit more stronger in the second round. I just have the hopes of that. But Volk, that Garchomp did a lot in front of S8ul.
12 knockouts and also has 7 assists. And look at Kurim. His only thing was go for healing, and he did use it on Volk when it was necessary. Otherwise, Volk would have been knocked out, and if he was knocked out, there would be a timer on him for respawn. What did Volk do? After getting that chance to heal himself, and he runs away, takes a respawn, and comes back to fight, and from there on gets a 3 KO streak. Kurim brilliantly played with 12 assists, and in the graph, I don't think we have to say anything. When I would say S8ul got Regieleki once, it looked like yes, there is a chance for them to get back, especially with the bottom lane push that they did towards, I would say, between 5 minutes mark or after the 6 minutes mark, which they made. They did get advantage in the bottom lane, got that gold zone destroyed, and same goes for the top lane gold zone. They got it destroyed, which made us look like it is possible. But what did Marcos do? The answer, not at all in kind. Immediately, Volk pushed up with his Garchomp, eliminated numerous players, both in the bottom and the top lane as soon as he spawned, and then easily took Regieleki back for their favor. With that, they did not go for the goals, Raider, but they went immediately jumped towards none other than Rayquaza, but also to push back the players from S8ul. S8ul's retaliation was good, but it was not enough because of the level difference.
Exactly. It was good, but not good enough. So yeah, Marcos Gaming, a beautiful strategy from the corner, having the Garchomp. I had my doubts on them particularly, but eventually they used it at its peak. Miriam on the other corner was able to steal quite a few KOs, and apart from that, Rayquaza was also stolen by that particular Pokemon. So definitely having the Solar Beam was an advantage for this particular team. But Volk is going to be the guy using that Garchomp, becoming the player of the game. 183 goes from his corner, 12 KOs, 7 assists, 87,187 is the damage from his corner. And if we talk about the MVP merit ranking, 83. That's a good job. That's a good way to start off the national playoffs stage two. But let's see how far this initiation is going to go on, because yes, Marcos have ignited a fire, but is it going to be the Marcos who is going to burn S8ul and maybe push them to the lower bracket, or the fire
Yeah.
brigade of S8ul going to come in?
Exactly. Will they be doused immediately after the first round is something that we look forward to. And
Mhm.
SATUL are teams who you cannot count out. Irrespective of what kind of a defeat that they faced in a couple of rounds, they're immediately able to come back into the game and also get victories in a similar manner which
Right.
their opponent were able to take away from them. So this matchup gave us I would say a gist of what can happen in the next upcoming matches, because as we have talked about it, right, teams have yes gotten better, but as they got better they're able to read their opponents, they're able to read their
Precisely.
competition which they'll be able to face in the best of fives that they're fighting for. But here's one thing that Raider I enjoyed. For the first time in
Mhm.
this entire Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, we have seen a level difference which Marcos capitalized on. But until now, we were always
Definitely.
seeing both the teams in the initial stages just think about keeping goals done, getting the goals done, making sure they just continuously try to break that goal zone as soon as possible. But for the first time, Marcos, they're like, let's just level up. Even if the players from SAT will try to push, try to fight them, but immediately go back to farming and level up. And Walk, and you could see only one player was at level 14, whereas Walk was at 15 and Might was the one who was at level 14. Everybody else almost from SATUL's end was at level 12, whereas everybody from the side of Marcos were all level 14 or at least maximum 13. They were nowhere lesser than that. I think that's where it all worked out because their hits were better, and because of that they were able to take damage better and also survive. If that wouldn't have been the case, I feel like SATUL could have regained control, maybe even taken Rayquaza. But they still have more rounds to play here, Raider. I hope they understand this mistake and they get back into the game.
Well, definitely, they have to learn from their mistakes, and
Hmm.
eventually, just as you said, Lucifer, that situations are becoming predictable. The meta is becoming quite a predictable one, and I believe Marcos is just trying to learn from that.
Yeah.
Marcos, the way they showed this since yesterday, I'm still not able to recover from that particular stance, and I believe we might see the 3-0 coming up
Hmm.
soon enough, because the difference between these two teams in this particular matchup was absolutely phenomenal. A difference
Mm.
of 600 goals. That's quite crazy to actually watch in. But moving forward, S8ul, will they be able to be a little bit more stronger and evolve a little bit more faster? That's the key for them at this point. If they are able to evolve a little bit more faster and have their level upped and maybe pretty much ready for the fights, I believe S8ul will be able to give the counter, because at no cost this team is lower in terms of strategies.
Yeah.
They are here, and there is a reason why they are here in the top four. And I believe from group standings, from Group A, they were at the second position. So
Yes.
definitely they have done something, and that is why they are here. So
Yeah.
definitely, I guess, yeah, there are hopes. There are actually small potentials coming from S8ul as well, and they are a sustainable team for sure. They are going
Hmm.
to redeem them. They are going to redeem themselves. I believe in that.
Yeah. I would talk about it in terms of any ship that faces a lot in terms of tough tides that it has to deal with when it travels the seas, tries to cross across oceans and goes around the lands, but survives as it's all because of their crew making sure at all times pay attention to what's going on, fix that, and then get back and make sure that they get to their destination. Yes, all rough and tough, but because of that rough and tough it gives them so much learnings and they'll develop so well as a team as well as an individual player. So I feel like SATUL have done that in their stage 1 journey, where they've had
Mhm.
back and forth situations that has gone away from their hands, but they've reeled it back in. Yesterday itself, when they faced against FS Esports, they lost the initial first match itself, where we thought, okay, now it looks a little bit tough. Actually, wait, it was the other way around. They won the first match, where we thought,
Right.
okay, FS Esports should be able to now lose. It should be SATUL with a clean sweep coming in their favor. But FS Esports as well immediately answered back, stole that second round from them, made it even Stevens. Then S8ul tried again, but FS Esports were the ones who tried to take and capitulate on the lead. From there on, it was S8ul who came back into the game. That tells us that S8ul have treaded across the lands and fought a lot in terms of the tough competitions that has been thrown against them. So I don't think Marcos should take it lightly. They've got in the first round. So let's jump into the draft pick and see what changes S8ul will come out with the ban to make sure Marcos face a little bit of a tough time, at least in a couple of Pokemons.
Oh, I don't think so. S8ul is
No
going to take it that
changes.
lightly. But the changes are not there. Yes, as you said, Lucifer, they've got the Tyranitar and Dodrio as well as the bans. But now, if we talk about goal, let's see which is the Pokemon he's going to choose. And for goal, I believe choosing the right Pokemon is going to be quite crucial. In the last one, I believe he was having the Lucario, which was pretty much trying to do its job. But eventually, that evolution, that level gap was there, and that is how they were actually at a loss. But goal goes in for the Ice Morale. That's good enough. The all comes in from the corner. Let's see what Walks and Kyurem are going to go for.
Snowy played on Azumarill. We saw what he was able to do. And Gul is like, I can do the same thing. But I think that will go to Might because he's the one we have majority of the time seen on Azumarill coming through. But Walks, he's not going to be changing up. Having Snorlax availability, which generally S8ul will ban if not for Tyranitar, he's like, it's there. Why not just use it? And Vox here, in terms of finding chaos, was not there, but in terms of pushing the players back, especially when they were trying to go for a bottom lane push, even in the top lane situation, they were able to hold them off. Talking about S8ul right now, it looks like Might coming in with Caesar. I think Ghoul will stick on to Azumarill, so there will be no changes on that. Therbury, he's going to be back on Eldegoss, and I want to look at what Tensai does. But Volk is like, I worked really well with Garchomp. I want to still stick on to it. So, inside of Marcos, I feel like they're coming up with the same Pokemon lineup, no changes.
Yeah.
Snowy will be back in Azumarill itself, but I want to see how well it can work out for S8ul or how bad S8ul will face this brunt force coming through. Tensai, he's not picking up Mime. And Cursed, he is like, I'm going to play Gardevoir right now.
Oh man, the picks, the right calls is what we want
Wait,
to actually see at
Snowy?
this point. But Snowy going for the Venusaur, things can be critical. Let's see how far the situation goes on. A double attacker approach is going to be there from there or not. Yes, the approach is there. Look at that. The double attacker are going to be there. One or another. The Garchomp is not going to miss, let's say, miss the round. But so definitely, I guess once again, Marcos could be quite critical in terms of their stances. But STL, if they're able to level up as soon as it is possible, things will be in their favor, maybe.
I mean, we ended up seeing similar in terms of at least Pokemon roles coming in from S8ul, but Marcos on the other end, who had a double all rounder setup, they're like, maybe not. We'll just switch it up and look forward to from there on pushing further and looking forward to make sure the tide and the competitions, I would say, flow changes. Especially one minute change that they now bring in the Venusaur, right? I'm looking forward
Yeah.
to how this Venusaur kind of works out because we saw how SC2 Marcos were able to play with that double all-rounder setup that they had of their own with Snowy playing on Azumarill. But right now, it's like, it's okay. I'll play with Venusaur, which should give and maybe even throw SATUL a little bit off their stance, figuring out that, okay, we had a Azumarill. Why did they pick a Venusaur? And there are other players or other Pokemons that they had chosen. That has not changed. So what is the thought going behind Marcos Gaming? What curveball have they bought in this second round? That might be something that SAT will start thinking about, Trader.
Well, definitely looking forward to see that how far S8ul is going to push their stance and eventually what is going to be the change in terms of their meta, how they're going to
Mm-hmm.
level up. Is it going to be a possibility where they're going to farm first and then go for the goals? Because in the last one we saw that initial few minutes were passed just like that
Yeah.
because S8ul was trying to go for the goals and they were trying to get the chaos done. But Marcos, what they did, they timed it correctly, and when the Regis was there, they were able to push forward. And after the 2 minute marker, I guess they were actually the one which was pushing forward. But diving into the match, guys, let's see how the second round is going to go on. 20 minutes have passed at this point. 0-0 is the score. But in the overall standing, I believe in the overall meta of this BFI, 1-0 is the score. Marco Gaming is the one leading and putting the pressure on the city. And look at that. The city once again goes in all aggressive, tries to go for the first few goals, but this approach can again turn down against them.
Now, Kyurem, his only intention, just like we saw in the first round, is to get that Pokemon in their favor. Does not work out. Might is the one who takes it away, and now SAT will have read into it that Marcos at all costs will be just looking forward to leveling up. And what is SATL doing? They're leveling up in turn. They're like, we'll snatch away all the wild Pokemons. If we don't get a chance to score, That's fine. We'll still try to just level up, but in the meantime, S8ul are the ones who've opened up the score for themselves. They're the one who have started it off and now sitting at 16 goals at Raider here.
Team S8ul for now 16 goals from the corner, trying to evolve as far as it is possible. But look at that, Venusaur now coming up with a 5th level, and if we talk about Might and the other guy, that's the Elder Gods, they're still at 3 and 4 respectively. So this is not a great thing to actually go for. Snowy, this guy particularly with the Ivysaur, things can be quite critical. But on the other corner, if we talk about Volk, look at that, already at level 6.
Walk is looking unstoppable. He's back in the jungle. He's looking forward to farming even better right now, waiting for the orange and the purple buffs to respawn again. In the meantime, S8ul are not stopping. They're just getting goals in one after another, using the goal assist. Tensai also gets scores done. In the meantime, fortunately, it looks like 2 goals have been done from Box. It's pushed up, but now it looks closer. Ghoul can be taken down, but Ghoul is like, I have an opportunity to goal. Let me just goal. And in the meantime, Tensai helps him out with the icicle spear, and heal is what Ghoul will be able to take for himself as he eats up the berries. Walks, who has an opportunity right now to farm, but sees Tensai, who ran to the mid lane trying to take away Pokemon's lives. Now he is in a tussle, now he's in a fight. Yes, they get exchange blows coming through, but brilliant play coming in from S8ul. They push from all 3 directions, from top lane, from mid as well as bottom lane, and immediately they lose 2 players.
Well, quite an interesting aspect of Team S8ul at this point. They're getting KO'd back and forth. Look at that. Piloswine has to still respawn. Okay, yes, he has to respawn and he's in the bottom lane. But meanwhile, S8ul goes in for the goals. And look at that. Already the bottom lane 1 goal zone has been destroyed. And I guess now S8ul will have to repay this with the KOs coming up soon enough. Let's see how far the situation goes on. And if I talk about the Regis, yeah, well, in I believe 10 seconds, the Regis are going to be there. Top corner, Jenichi will come in. And now on the bottom lane, it's Piloswine and the other Pokemon coming from S8ul trying to farm that lane.
It still looks, at least in terms of levels, a little better for Marcos. If I talk in one perspective, but on the other perspective, on a whole, it's looking way better for S8ul. And look at the bottom, Reggie has been taken. Reggie Ice is in the favor of S8ul. And also, their Gardevoir is sitting at level 9 compared to any other Pokemon. And Garchomp is also back on level 9. But look at the hits, how easily players are being damaged from Marcos's end. But Urim being there helps them get an advantage, along with the Petal Dance coming through from Snowy. They're able to confirm Regieleki in their advantage and take another KO on Mammothine. But in the meantime, Gardevoir being there still finds another one on Walk, and they're making sure that Walk is the one who's troublesome for us. So let's try and push him out. Let's try to find the knockouts on Walk, and therefore his team immediately crumbles. And look at this. Regieleki was taken from Marcos, yes, but easily destroyed from S8ul of how they played as a 4-man stack on the top lane.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if you have the advantage, if the players are not trying to place themselves correctly, and if the one which is actually having the level and one which is the heavy hitter is getting taken down back and forth, things can be critical. And that's what happened to Marcos Gaming. But now they're trying to retaliate, trying to farm as well, trying to actually be at their peak level. But Marcos Gaming, Kyurem is not looking as good as it was looking in the last match, particularly for the Mirum. The Mew decides that he's going to level up as fast as is possible and then come up with some good KOs. Look at that. Piloswine gets taken down. That's an interesting KO coming up. Definitely going to give an advantage for Team Marcos Gaming. But let's see, is it going to be a possibility for them to capsize on it? It seems like still they have to fall back. Marcos Gaming had to fall back. They had to retaliate. They had to retrieve their kind of stances. But the Unite is there with Chansey, with Blissey to be precise. So let's see, is it going to be a possibility where they're going to use it or still farm for it, so that when the opportunity is right, they are going to take them out.
With 5 minutes on the clock, it still looks like S8ul are faring very well. I mean, yes, Walk has had a chance to level up, but the way S8ul are playing together as a group is causing a lot of trouble and not giving any openings for Marcos. Look at this again, Walk being damaged. He's unable to push further. Kyurem is helping out, but for how long will that keep working out now? Snowy and Walk need to work in tandem and together, making sure they deny Gardevoir from doing any kinds of damage, and that's what Snowy immediately attacks their Ghoul. That is going to be on the all-rounder. Then Might is the one their target is, and Gardevoir is just trying to get crushed, is still trying to retaliate, uses the Unite move to try and make their teammates survive, but Walk is just running away with KOs one after another. Curse trying to push up right now, understanding that there is a chance that he can KO Wall. But in the meantime, Wall tries to push up, but he sees two players push up to him and immediately KO him. Look at how they target Wall, and with 3 players, make it 4 back on the bottom lane before they could take away Regirock, making this advancement where they thought, okay, we'll just fight with the players of S8ul. Now a hefty price has to be paid from Marcos' end because they'll be losing players one after another. The Unite gets used, because of which they're able to immediately take down Ghoul, and now that is a small opening for them, but not a big one. But bottom lane control, S8ul are not ready to give it up at all.
A quick but swift blow coming from Team S8ul. Let's see how far they can go. And the approach is pretty much right about them at this moment, but eventually the lead and the buffer is not that much as Marcos is trying to build. So definitely Rayquaza is something everybody has to count on at this point. Meanwhile, if we talk about Team S8ul, they are looking a little bit more stronger. They've got the levels done and dusted. If we talk about the Garchomp, he's the one who is actually just trying to level up as fast as possible. But look at that, Marcos Gaming trying to put up the shield. Box goes in with the thumping damage, fails to connect. But meanwhile, if we talk about the Bari and the other guys, they're also trying to wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, farming tensils and evolving quite a bit. Well, from Garchomp, 29 AS energy is here, but Isomeral gets the Venusaur. That's an interesting aspect of this fight. Well, those metal runs could have been quite credential, but eventually the takedown is done. Volk has to repass and Chuck. He has to be ready about that particular aspect. Hole and Tensai, both of them has to fall back. Gardevoir comes in from the back front and tries to devour.
Volk right now, he has patched himself, as you mentioned, goes back to the base, heals himself and recovers the HP and is back into action. But this time not overextending. Actually, I don't think he did. The wild Pokemon maybe pushed him, and that's the reason he respawns after taking down the wild Pokemon and pushes to the top lane, understanding there's a Regieleki. But it is a 3v4 situation on the top lane. In the bottom, Vox understands really well that there might player hiding in the tall grasses, flushes him out, but finds no value out of it. In the meantime, S8ul, they're still not stopping. Their only intention is to get Regieleki from the top. Regieleki previously was taken from Marcus, but this time, is it going to be S8ul? It looks like them. Now, big solar beam comes through, but Gardevoir is going to be better with the psychic coming through, making sure it connects, and that's going to be Regieleki working as an ally for none other than S8ul.
At this point, Marcos Gaming has to give their 110% and defend. Meanwhile, if we talk about the bottom goal zone, Venusaur is going to be the one hiding in the tall tree grasses trying to defend. But look at that Garchomp. He's about to go down, but he falls back from the situation. The beam comes in with the solar beam, definitely tries to connect, but eventually that connection was not that on point. Meanwhile, look at that. They're just trying to push them far ahead. Oh, the KOs are coming. Gardevoir gets the Blissey, and with that, I believe the Eldegoss gets the Garchomp, and the goal zone gets destroyed. Marcos Gaming are feeling the taste of what they did in the last round.
Might to close it off with the bullet punches, takes down Snorlax and boxes out. And now Rayquaza has spawned in. The players from Marcos, they're nowhere close, and look at immediate meltdown that they're trying. But Snowy comes out from the bottom, gets one KO, uses his Unite to follow it up, and looking good to taking down Ghoul, but Tensai annoys him and Ghoul will be able to run away, but still he's not stopping over there. Snowy again takes down another Pokemon as he gives his teammates to chance respawn, and from there on they're immediately trying to take this Rayquaza under control. They've drained half of its health, but in the meantime Might has timed in. He's come up with a Sizer, looking forward to connecting the bullet punches. A big solar beam comes, but making sure Garchomp here does not get KO'd. Yes, gets that Rayquaza for the entire team to follow up with a couple of KOs as well. And one more goal zone here alive. They will be easily destroying it, making sure there is no chance to stop it, and then rush right to the bottom goal zone and then to the base.
Marcos once again sealing the Rayquaza, having the Rayquaza advantage. Look at that, 440 points coming from the corner. Although Team S8ul was all the way bonkers in the kind of performance in the first 8 minutes, but after that when the Rayquaza was stolen, look at that, Marcos having the straight up advantage. They're trying to dunk as many as goals as possible. Look at that, Murim is getting contested. I don't think so Murim is going to survive a bit more because the Scyther is there on the back foot. Isomeral trying to contest quite a bit, but look at the retaliation. It's straight up carnage coming up at this point. The Unites being used, the basic attacks getting up. Mew gets taken down by the Mammoth Strike. That's quite interesting to watch out. But still, S8ul is having the advantage. But look at that, Sonic. He's going to score another set of 22 goals. That's it. The Garchomp gets taken down, but eventually it's way too late. I believe once again the score could go up to 750.
But look at what S8ul are doing. They're immediately trying to run, but Vox, he has respawned. He's got TP'd to his base. From there on, he'll be waiting. And I think another teammate of his also has TP'd. So to get these goals in the bottom lane is going to be tough. But in the meantime, Gardevoir tried to push center, thinking his teammates will be able to get goals scored on the bottom lane. And unfortunately, no goals done. You saw with the goal assist, they were about to just score, but the timer, it ran out, and Marcos closed the second round as well. A brilliant play, and credits needs to go to Snowy. On that Venusaur, if he did not find those 2 KO streaks when everybody was trying to fight with Rayquaza on S8ul's end, it would have all gone south. It would have been easy Rayquaza that S8ul would have gotten, and Marcos would have faced a defeat.
Amazing instance of aspects coming up from Marcos Gaming. The way they were able to retaliate was absolutely on point. Although the damages are there from Vox's corner, from Murim as well, from Walk as well, from Snowy as well, but the guy who is going to become the player of the match, that's going to be Kurim because of the assist that he gave and because of the support that was there from this particular Pokemon, which was absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, with the Scyther, S8ul might also did a number on the particular team, but eventually it was not enough. Look at that from the start till the end of 8 minute marker. It was Team S8ul which was capsizing, and
Exactly.
eventually after the let's say 8 minute 45 seconds type of marker, eventually things changed when the Rayquaza was actually stolen by a team known as Marcos Gaming. And look at that, how beautifully they turned the lines in the favor. Meanwhile, coming up the damage, Cuz did a number on team Marcos Gaming.
Yeah, Cursed did brilliant job. That Gardevoir was annoying to the core.
Yeah,
They were unable to push lanes. They were unable to fight with the boss Pokemons on the top and the bottom lane. Whenever they tried to, Curse would put down the Psyshock immediately, lay down the Psychic as well, which especially slowed down Walk. And Walk here was not that much efficient. But as I mentioned, Snowy comes out with 101,000 damage. But recovery coming in from Curem on Blissey, yes, he brought his team to victory. It was close to 90,000, 97,000 something, and that is enough. I don't care about the damage here. I know it is not a lot to talk or a brag about, but if he was
hmm
not there, especially as soon as I would say Snowy took two KOs near the legendary pit and everybody dragged their attention to Snowy. If Curem did not come up with his Blissey, he wouldn't be able to support his teammates, heal them up at the
right.
right time, throw egg bombs down, making sure that Volk survives. I'm not too sure if the Unite came through, but even if United had come through, he would have made sure it concentrated on none other than the Garchomp Volk. And man, oh man, what a play coming through. But as I rightly said, when we started the
Mm.
day off, top four teams from Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 will represent India on a global stage where they will get a direct slot directly in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Imagine that they will be unfurling our Indian flags and fighting to not only represent in the Asia and from there on to the bigger and best stages where they themselves can become Pokemon Unite champions, and you will finally see the best trainers of the world competing there.
Oh man, top four teams, guys. Remember, top four teams from these top eight teams, they are actually going to get the slot in the
Mm-hmm.
Unite Asia, Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. So definitely looking forward to see which are going to be those top four teams. Meanwhile, if we talk about the carnage, it's not stopping anytime soon.
Not at
Although
all.
Team SRL was quite aggressive in the first few 8 minutes, what happened? It was the Rayquaza which turned the tides. More than
Yes.
700 of points was done down by Team Marcos Gaming, and this kind of consistency, Marcos is surely looking quite strong. And moving forward, I believe the next round could be the deciding one for Team Marcos Gaming, could be the deciding one for S8ul as well. Because if Marcos is able to sell the deal in that particular round, things are going to be done and dusted for Team S8ul. They are going to move in the lower bracket for sure.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like it is going to be a tough one for SATL to get back into the game. But Raider, we cannot count it out so early, right? Because we have seen
Precisely,
teams,
yeah.
even after taking two losses, they're like, forget what happened. We'll take it one round at a time. So they come into the next round thinking that it's a best of one, and from there on, get that first round. Then they're like, okay, we are done with one best of one. Let's go for another best of one, win that as well, and then go for another best of one. And they win three rounds consecutively, back to back. That's what God's Rain did, right? They were on a deficit where Revenant
hmm
looked like, oh, they were about to sweep Revenant out of the board, but God's Rain got back into gear, made sure that they sent Revenant packing for at least that matchup. So Revenant will also be looking forward to facing off that revenge. But right now, if SATL get taken down in their first face off here in the stage 2 day 1 of national playoffs, they'll be pushed right to the lower bracket, which makes them vulnerable to be eliminated in the early stages of the tournament. I understand no team wants it, but it's a part and parcel of the competition. You win it all, you become champions, walk away with a big briefcase. If you make mistakes, it's the other team walking away as the champions and with the prize.
Definitely. Minute mistakes are going to make bigger impacts on the lobby,
Hmm.
bigger impacts on their standings, and eventually that's what is happening at this point. Small mistakes like in the first round, not leveling up at the right time period, messed up
Yeah,
with S8ul. In the next round, not having the Rayquaza messed up with Team S8ul. So these are the few things which are actually going to be quite critical. But moving up right in the third round, we are going to face off Marcos in the purple corner, S8ul in the orange one, and the ban phase comes in to an halt with 3, 2, 1. The Pokemons which are going to get banned are going to come in. It's
same.
again same. Dodrio and Tyranitar. That's interesting to watch out. I don't know why these guys are actually trying to just go for the same Pokemons because the amount of damage that Garchomp is doing, Acetylul should consider it as well.
See, from I understand Marcos' end, they do not want to give away a chance of a vulnerable situation. So Dodrio, we know, sneakily gets a lot of goals in. So in terms of their understanding, we get an idea. But on S8ul's end, keeping Tyranitar, I know that S8ul also plays Tyranitar, but on the other end, Marcos also has a player who can play Tyranitar, and that
Right.
might be their intention. But at this point, one thing I think they're unable to kind of figure out, who is the player that is making them wreck their nerves. Who is the player who's turning the tides around? There's no single
Precisely.
player that you can point out from Marcos's end. If you say it was Volk, he did not do it alone. If it was
Hmm.
not for Blissey on Curem, he wouldn't have survived for long. Same goes in the first round and the second round as well. So let's see how the Pokemon choices are going to be working out. But right now, again, for all our viewers, the first
Yeah.
three Pokemons from Marcos that you see is their choices, and S8ul as well, the first two Pokemons. Others, we are going to be rehosting. Looks like we have had another technical glitch that we have to face. But for everybody wondering, why is there a Sableye as well as the Urshifu pick coming through? Because this is going to be recent in which I would say Pokemons which have been installed in Pokemon Unite, or Pokemons which have been released. They are not allowed for this tournament at least. But yes, teams have to be ready, as we did already mention. Pokemon Unite Asia Championship around the corner right after teams fighting out in the India Open 2022. They will be looking forward to playing with this Pokemons, as well as the meta will again find its shift. But
Well,
Raider,
definitely.
as
Yeah.
we saw, right, we did say
Hmm.
like whoever makes mistakes, they give up the round or give up the match itself. I feel like S8ul in this second round at least did not make mistakes,
Yeah.
but
Precisely.
who did not read completely through on the end of Marcos Gaming. I myself, I was looking at the map, I was looking everywhere, but I couldn't find any orange dot. So I thought, okay, Marcos, everybody has been KO'd. And that's how well S8ul played. But Snowy comes out from the bottom, who was hiding in the tall grasses, and his dot was encircled by the players of S8ul. Therefore, I
Yeah.
also
It was
couldn't
getting
differentiate.
overlapped.
And they also couldn't get an idea. So they immediately thought we'll fight with Rayquaza. And what did Rayquaza do? Damage. And that's where came out Snowy with the Unite move, with the Petal Dance, constantly doing damage, concentrating on players who were low. And when he
Hmm.
was also low, he understood, I'll just take a push, buy time for my teammates. And that's the reason S8ul from there on, it started shaking. All the strategies, the entire legendary pet ground was a shaking place for them. And when they
Right.
started receiving chaos, you saw Might, he knew he had to jump in. Whoever was there from SATL, they had to jump into the legendary pit, try to fight it out, try to see if there is a way to snatch it away. But too many forces coming in from Marcos Gaming in that last fight is the reason they won it out. So I hope SATL this time, at the last second, thinking that, oh, we look like we have the reins and control, do not immediately take a decision to either like a push of a lane or fighting with Rakwasa.
Well, definitely at this point, Acetul has to concise their strategy, focus on one objective at the time, and eventually go for it. But if we're talking about Marco's game, they timed it quite correctly. They were able to be passive as well. They were able to be strategic. That's what I was talking about in the caster deck before the first round happened. That yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Marcos is very aggressive, but when they know that the push is coming up, when they are getting pressurized quite a bit, they also know to defend themselves.
Yeah.
And that is the advantage of being an aggressive team because you also know how to be the passive one. You also know how to step back a little and then punch back even stronger when the timing is right. And that's what team Marcos Gaming did, and
Mm-hmm.
they did it quite well. But apart from that, I believe S8ul, they're not a small team. They have got their experiences. They've got their right choices of Pokemons. So definitely looking forward to see what happens in the third round. Third round, well, it has been rehosted, but very soon the rehosted lobby and the ban phase and the prick phase is going to come in front of us, and eventually we'll get to see if there is any kind of shift in coming up. Well, of course, if the shifts are there, things might change along with that. The strategies will change along with that, and eventually you cannot go by the book because even if Acetul decides that in this match we are going to be aggressive, you have to see how the enemy is playing with that. If enemy is also trying to be aggressive, things can go versatile. Things can go adverse for your team as well.
Mm-hmm.
You can get KO'd because the levels are actually something which is important. And eventually, when you use Pokemons like Tyranitar, which will be banned for sure, but eventually, if I talk about Tyranitar, at the lower stages, when the Pokemon is not leveled up, it is very squishy. So
Yeah.
you have to wait, you have to farm it out, you have to actually put your actually say patience in it. So
Mm-hmm.
definitely that's going to be quite important. So yeah.
Right now, yeah, we kind of understand what is going to be happening, of what strategies they'll be trying to pull off, but we'll also be jumping for a very short break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll figure out all the glitches and get back into this high gear action. See you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. We just took a small stroll around the park, but we are back again and looking forward to this intense matchup as we start off stage 2 of national playoffs. And I'm pretty sure, Raider, you and me as well never expected this kind of an outcome where Marcos are just dominating in first two rounds.
I mean, it's national playoff stage too. That is what we had to expect because
Mm-hmm.
eventually the competition is now up a notch. Everybody is here to
Yeah.
just go for the top four positions and maybe become the champion of this particular tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the rest teams, everybody has a pressure that we might actually go for the lower bracket and maybe get disqualified as well. So they are trying their level best, doing everything so that they can actually survive and maybe push forward in the upper bracket and go for the grand finals. So definitely, I guess the approach is right for Marcos Gaming when it comes to S8ul. I guess they were not that prepared in the first round, but after that, in the second round, they were coming a little bit more hard. But yeah, as you said, that sneaky Pokemon coming from Marcos Gaming
Mm-hmm.
turned down the ties for the particular team. So definitely looking forward to see how vigilant, how decisive, how strategic S8ul is going to be in the third round because this is the round where S8ul has everything to lose, and Marcos,
Yeah.
it's another round where they might win or lose because they can easily come back in the fourth one or maybe in the fifth one. So for S8ul, the stakes are way too high.
Now, if it gets pushed to the fifth one, Raider, I don't think the momentum as well as the mindset is going to be stable enough
Then
for
yeah,
Marcos Gaming,
Marcos.
because if they take two consecutive hits of losses, they'll be like, how is it going wrong? How are we able to take the first two rounds? If they
Right.
start questioning themselves, I feel like it's going to be even getting worse, and SATL might just run away with the victory. And if that happens, that gives you even a better idea about, it's not about the loss, it's about how you get back into the game. Now stories is how you percept it, how you understand it, how you try to make sense of it. And right now it looks like better sense coming in, better fights coming in for none other than Marcos Gaming, even though there was a little bit of a level disadvantage, as well as the Gardevoir pick doing a lot in terms of the damage, but Marcos
Uh-huh.
found a way around it. Now back on the ban phase, no changes here in the ban phase as we kind of saw in the previous one itself before rehosting, but I want to see
hmm
what Pokemon choices come out. Are there going to be any changes, Raider?
Definitely looking forward to it. The changes must be there so that Residue can capsize on it. And eventually, if we talk about Marcos, every Pokemon that they're choosing, they are able to capsize on it and eventually perform a little bit more better in that particular aspect. But the picks and the bans, to be precise, are going to be same. It's Dodrio coming from Marcos's corner, and Residue bans out the Tyranitar. Meanwhile, Vox goes in for the Snorlax so that he can become the tank. He can actually take that out. But if we talk about Tensai, Mime definitely going to be an advantage for this team, but eventually only when the usage of the particular Pokemon is going to be on point. Eventually, the timing is going to be on point. The attacks are going to be on point. But look at that. The Wigglytuff once again comes in from Might's corner.
Yeah, in the first two Pokemon choices and the first three for Marcos is something that we saw before the rehost as well. But after that, I want to see what are the next three Pokemons for SATL and two for Marcos. Darbury,
Right.
he makes a choice for his teammates having a Charizard, which in these
Hmm.
stages we have not generally seen, but he's still playing around with us, teasing us with these OG Pokemons, and it's not going to be coming out. It is going to be back on Sizer, and this will eventually be given to Might, as Might's Wigglytuff will be taken on Darbury's end, and I'm looking forward to what Cursed will make of choice. Murem has not at all given away the Pokemon. He's like, I'm going to play this itself, I'm going to keep it a stead hold Pokemon for me and find value out of it. But this time, Walk looks forward to changing things up. He goes on a very cute, sweet Pokemon. Walk on Sylveon, it might be cute and sweet, but damage
Yeah.
is something that you have to be worried about. And Kyurem is going to be
Precisely.
making sure he helps out. But ooh, that tease was not just a tease. They do bring out the Charizard, and now I'm looking forward to how this works out. A three all-rounder setup with two supporters coming in from SATL. They're like, either we go out with a bang and move to the lower bracket, or we just swing this entire matchup in our favor and win this best of five in a three matches sweep back to back.
I mean, for sure, this is the round where they have to give their 110%, maybe 200% as well.
Mhm.
Because if they are actually unable to give that, well, they are going to move on the lower bracket, and that's what they don't want to actually go with. So definitely, let's see how the impact is going to be on having this kind of, let's say, triple all-rounder approach. It can be quite prudent, it can be quite efficient for this particular team, but only if they are able to time it right and eventually evolve their Pokemons. That's what they are messing around with. Evolve their Pokemon rightly and at the right time period. Then only I believe the comeback is going to be surreal for Team S8ul Esports. Meanwhile, if we talk about Marcos, their approach is a little bit more decent. They are going with the same approach that they were using in the first few rounds. So definitely, I guess their meta is not getting shifted. They know that those particular Pokemons and these particular kind of strategies are helping them out. So why not
Mhm.
just go for it? Let's not change it in the third round.
Um, they've not changed a lot, but bringing in a Sylveon, now I
Yeah.
feel a little bit worried for Marcos because they have a little bit in terms of squishiness in their Pokemons. With Sylveon being in the play, they're picking up two ranged attackers compared to three all rounders on SATL's end. I think that's something if they keep pay attention to and find a way around it, it should be working out good. And again, Marcos, they're not concentrating on pushing up for goals. They're just looking into doing damage, farming experience from the players of SATL as well as the wild Pokemon.
Right. Definitely, I believe farming and apart from that, evolution is something which is going to be quite crucial. Look at that. If a goal Marcos Gaming goes in for another set of +8, that's good enough. The evolution is there. Look at that. Level 4 is going to be there. The middle comes in. Let's see how far the situation goes on for them. Evolution is the key to success at this point. We have emphasized this term quite often, and eventually that's what is going to be quite important in every single game. You have to evolve as per your stance, then only they will be able to a little bit more stronger. Look at that. If I talk about the Sylveon, the Growl comes in, definitely trying to strike out and eventually get as many as Chaos energy that is possible. Level 5 is going to be the case for Volk. Volk is very efficient in terms of giving the damage, and meanwhile his teammates are very efficient in terms of scooping that leftover and getting the KOs done.
Yeah, I want to talk about one quick thing here is going to be SATL will be looking forward to making sure Charizard is ready for the fight, especially because the fire pit will come.
Oh,
That fire blast, once it gets used, it will do a lot in terms of damage. And I think that's what Marcos wants to deny. And that's the reason they're just going in for head-on battles, irrespective that they're fighting here on the bottom lane, the opponent goal zone. They're trying to find this KO, and looks like Ghoul can be taken on, trying to use the advantage of the flux. He runs away, but gives away the bottom lane control. But in the meantime, S8ul, they want to punish the players of Marcos. Then they push top lane, and from there get one knockout of their own, and also top goal zone advantage as they're scoring continuously. And it looks like we're going to be seeing the Charizard come alive very soon. And Marcos, you saw in these early stages, in this early 1 minute, they're leaving their jungle and just going for a head-on fight with none other than the players of SATL rather than concentrating on farming. So I feel like right now Marcos' intention is farm on the players of SATL rather than much on the wild Pokemons, in which SATL are doing best of both. They're trying to fight with the players of Marcos as well as farming on the wild Pokemons. So they're gaining experience and goals at the same time. So I'm worried for Marcos right now as they need to switch things up. Otherwise, they'll be losing wild Pokemons as well as their own players.
well, definitely losing the players is not something I believe S8ul wants to go with. But yes, if the approach is going to be like that, if they want to overcommit, overpush at this point, I guess things can change a little bit more for them. But let's see how far the situation goes on. Unstoppable is going to be the case for this particular box. Who is the Soul X? Gets countered quite a bit, but he is able to fall back. Look at that, the damage is coming up with the silver solar beam as well. But definitely at this point, S8ul is looking a little bit more confident. They're trying to push out a little bit more harsher. But if you talk about Eos, well, look at that. Here comes in. That's mine getting taken down. Oh, the Charlie also gets taken down. Interesting fight up is coming up, and there we go. An open season for Team S8ul. Another set of KO, and this goal zone is for sure going to go down to the drain.
The bottom lane 4-man push coming through worked brilliantly, and now the Regis have spawned. On top, there is only one Pokemon, that is Sizer, coming in from SATL, who's trying to hold it out. But Marcos will quickly take this Regis for their favor, completely get the healing. But Sensei sneakily came up, tried to hide, but gets instantly punished and KO'd. So is going to be the Regice, but in the meantime on top, Might is already started to fight with Regieliki. Snowy getting the understanding, he pushes up, but Ghoul is also there to provide him assistance, and now they have to somehow move away from this. But Snowy is trying to snatch or at least try to push the players back, comes up with the Unite, tries to target a player. Ghoul is super low, but in the meantime Reggie gets taken away and Ghoul gets a chance to survive, whereas on the other end, it looks like Snowy just might be KO'd, but his teammates come in the right time, provide protective shield that is necessary, but he still gets knocked out, and Might comes out with the Unite to find another one, but not before Ghoul going down, especially with the Fire Blast coming in, and this is the Charizard they had to be worried about. And the top goal zone for Marcos, the first one gets destroyed. Both the teams fighting fire with fire.
At this point, the aggression is working out for them. Let's see how far this aggression is going to go on. Marcos Gaming 114 points. already having the 2-0 in the PO5. So S8ul, they have to catch up. They have to actually build that kind of intensity. The Charizard is already back in the game, and look at that. If we talk about the Marcos Gaming, they're getting circled in the bottom lane, trying to defend the bottom lane because already the top lane control is getting lost. And now Scyther, Charizard, and the other Pokemons from Team S8ul are trying to push forward. S8ul tries to be a little bit more decisive. He tries to fall back, and that could be good enough for him. Let's see how the approach is going to go on. And yeah, the fallback is actually going to be quite crucial. Snowy is trying his best to target around, but look at that. The Unites are getting moved.
Big Unite coming in from Charizard on the Seismic Slash, but does not find value. Snowy is still surviving, trying to unite. But in the meantime, with the barrier coming through, the goal will be put. 12 more goals to destroy the Fire Blast to push him back again. And Snowy, even though he was here, the only thing that he could do was survive. His teammate was also nearby, but nothing much could have been done. S8ul, in the meantime, as they tried to push bottom lane, as they got hurt, couple of players, especially the Wigglytuff that you saw coming in from Darbari, he went for the respawn, and from there on we'll be seeing what S8ul wants to do. But look at this, Darbari doesn't know Vox is hiding, and immediately a slam coming through on him. But in the meantime, Ghoul, he needs to help, but Tensai is also here on the mine, so they have to be worried about it. Marcos cannot jump into a battle. And what is S8ul also planning? They're going in for a 5-man bottom lane fight coming through as the Regirock has spawned, and Tensai from the back end comes with the Pentagon Dance, makes use of his Unite, but is unable to do damage because Snorlax comes with the Unite of their own, and Ghoul is so very close to death. But in the meantime, they're trying to exchange knock, and yes, the Sylveon is done. Very crucial was that Sylveon. But in the meantime, Snowy sneakily goes and tries to get the goals done, but S8ul somehow reigned back control in their favor, and Vox had to give away his life. And this 5-man push is still going ahead, especially because of the Charizard with the Fire Blast coming through, and they're unable to do anything because of that. Unite gets used again, and Charizard with the Fire Flamethrower coming through is looking unstoppable, burning every player from Marcos and sending them back to base. Snowy is back from the top lane to the bottom, but to an instant KO.
Well, this shows that S8ul is back in the game. This shows that they have got the aggression. This shows they have got the caliber that they needed to have. But look at that. On the backward, if I'm not wrong, that's Wigglytuff trying to hide in the idle grasses and just like chilling around. I believe that Pokemon is just waiting for the right time period when the Rayquaza will come in and he will be able to score the goals.
I think so, you might be right, but it's still 1 minute 20 seconds away.
Yeah.
Maybe sneakily wants to go for a 1v1, or maybe waiting for the jungle Pokemons. I think it's the jungle Pokemon. S8ul, in the meantime, they're like, we already have one player who is on the back lines of their end, and we will get Reggie. Darbari wanted to sneakily get there and try to do damage, but he gets damage received, so he decides to regroup with his teammates and fight from there on. But now with just 1 minute to go, and with S8ul already breached the jungle of Marcos Gaming, it is making life difficult. Brilliant barrier coming through, but immediate shield to protect the player on Bliss is coming in. There will be no damage that the Mime could do. But right now, Marcos know they have to chase the players of S8ul, try to push them, destroy at least one of their goal zones right before Rayquaza spawns. If not, this goal difference and level advantage might just work out in the favor of Marcos, and they are the ones, S8ul, and S8ul will be getting back into the game here, Raider.
2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's all we have before the ending of this particular round, and just 20 seconds more to go. I believe the Rayquaza will come in, and eventually that Rayquaza can actually turn down quite a few tides. But look at that. Team Marcos Gaming is focusing on the Reggie, and they might be able to get the bottom lane Reggie in their favor. But meanwhile, if we talk about the focus of team known as S8ul, they are completely focused on the mid lane. They're just trying to hide it out. They're just trying to actually be a little bit more decisive over their back, and eventually that can give them the advantage. S8ul gets the advantage. With that, the Charizard also comes in the close quarter. The Fire Pit was integrated, but with this, now everybody has to be pretty much decent about the facts that yes, of course, there could be some Pokemons hiding, just like what we did in the last fight. And look at that, Tensai gets attacked quite a bit. The damage is there. Now the chaos is something which has to be getting followed up.
Charizard still playing in the bottom lane, and immediately Marcos decided to jump on Rayquaza. Tensai uses his Unite, trying to act between the players, along with the Sizer Might coming with the Unite, but it is just immediately countered with the Unite of none other than Snorlax. Brilliant use coming in, but the KOs are working out for S8ul. They find one Lucario, and now 4-man trying to bang and eliminate Vox, but yes, it is working out as they take down Azumarill as well. In the meantime, Rayquaza, he's almost about to get taken down. They've drained half of his health. Tensai goes down, and S8ul are jumping. They're making sure that nobody player catches up. Miriam tried to go for a 1v1 against Darbari, but in the meantime it is too late. No other players were available. Everybody had been taken down, knocked and sent back to the bases, or they were hiding. And now with the advantage here to get the goals in, S8ul are back, are going to be getting goals scored in, and the same amount of difference that we generally saw in the initial is going to be seen now in the later stages. But there is still 50 seconds on the clock. If they're able to destroy everybody's Rayquaza advantage, and then they themselves run into the goal control zones towards
Oh,
S8ul's
might.
bases, there is a chance, because yes, we are seeing 500, but Marcos also have done 200. But looking at how you can see S8ul have re-strategized, players have already gone back to their bases, so scoring is not going to be easy in case Marcos wants to retaliate. But also time being bought from Might in this sneaky goal of 100 that he just delivered. With the next 20 seconds to go, there is no chance that I feel like Marcos will be able to push up and score anything.
Right, definitely. I guess at this point, Marcos Gaming will be getting a lot of backlash. They are not going to survive a bit. Look at that. Snowy is for sure going to get killed soon enough. He's trying his level best to fall back, but that approach is not going to cut the deal. But on the back corner, the Blissey comes in. The support will be there for sure for them. But the goals are getting scored. Look at that. Only 8 points. That's it. Well, Marcos Gaming, you are going to go with a 2-1. And I believe with this, S8ul is once again going to be back in the game.
This is what we said. You shouldn't give S8ul a small chance. And here you could see, I think, especially with the heavy hitters coming through that S8ul had planned in the lineup, is the
Right.
reason which worked out really, really well for them. On the other end, we did see Sylveon being very effective for Marcos, but individually, we never saw Marcos trying to push up. And this time as well, in the early 1 minute itself, we saw that nobody thought about jungling a lot, farming in the early stages, and from there on, it was levels better coming in from S8ul. You saw Cursed as well, understanding that he needs that Charizard completely be evolved and then doing damage. Unite might have not found value, but the Fire Blast was way more than enough. One Fire Blast and then multiple moves being hit on Rayquaza was burning Rayquaza and draining HP in the meantime with the moves coming through. And that is the reason S8ul were able to quickly act upon it. And Darbury as also holding off none other than Miriam. Miriam had a big chance to snatch away that Rayquaza with the Solar Beam, but making sure that does not happen, Darbury puts a stop, and S8ul are looking forward to rein back control inside the game.
A buffer of 350 points. Good enough for Team S8ul, but moving forward, let's see how far they can go approach and go with the kind of, let's say, carnage which is required. S8ul might, if I talk about this guy, he was good in the damage he dealt, he was good in the damage he took, he was good in the recovery that he did. So definitely Might actually is one of those amazing guy who did a lot of beautiful aspect for this particular team. But who is going to be the play of the match? That's of course Might. Sizer was the Pokemon he was using. 200 goals from his corner, 5 KOs, 7 assists, 41,220, 233 is the damage. 84 is going to be the merit point for this particular guy with the Pokemon known as Sizer. Definitely a beautiful strategy coming from Team S8ul, but if I talk about Marcos, I guess that Sylveon pick, and eventually somehow they were unable to read the aggression that Charizard would bring in. I guess that's what messed around with Team S8ul, Team Marcos Gaming.
Now, Marcos, they've gotten a taste of defeat and
Hmm.
also a taste
For
of
sure.
what S8ul can do. And I think that's what the Venusaur pick coming through. I wouldn't call it like it was not a great choice. I'm sorry, the Sylveon pick coming through because on Venusaur they could do constant damage coming in the Petal Dance, and that's why we saw Snowy able to capitalize. But the Sylveon coming through was squishy, and as we have talked about it, the growl is just one directional. Once you use it, you need to find effect out of it, you need to find value out of it, and you miss it,
Hmm.
and then you just wait for that going back to cooldown, and that's where immediately S8ul jumped in. They saw if the Unite being used in Sizer as well in towards the bottom lane tall grasses. That's where the heavy fight came in. If all the players from Marcos without checking with checking would have moved towards those places, they could have somehow had a retaliation, fought against the players of S8ul and survived. But all of them pushed up. As soon as they were surprised seeing them in the tall grasses, they immediately started jumping and taking a fight head on. Even you saw Snorlax had to cut off his Unite move in between. He did not completely go for the nap. He immediately cut off in between, seeing Darbury running around chasing one of his teammates. He jumped back on his feet, quickly tried to fight with Darbury, but in the meantime, players were already knocked, and Vox was eventually flushed and pushed with a barrier immediately to him to be eliminated as well. Good try from Marcos, but this time Marcos show up their chink in the armor where S8ul capitalize.
S8ul with this beautiful comeback are for sure looking quite great at this point. Let's see how far they are going to build this kind of strategy and maybe bring back the glory for the team.
Mm-hmm.
Moving forward, I believe it's not going to be an easy task for the S8ul to just showcase a kind of talent, but eventually, as in front of FSC Sports, same thing happened. They were getting KO'd back and forth, but
Mm-hmm.
eventually, when they came back stronger, they were absolutely on point in that kind of lesson strategy. So, moving
Yes.
forward, I believe, yes, of course, SHL has got the chance now. They've got that redemption type of view, and they've got the motivation as well after getting this kind of huge victory where they have the buffer of 350 points in their favor. That actually shows that SHL might be actually coming up with the same approach, and for sure, I believe Charizard is the one Pokemon they should go for.
Yeah, and as I said, right, it's something that they wanted to see if they can, if they're going out, let them go out with the bang. If not, they'll be doing damage and getting the round back. And that's what their intention was. Let's just do as much as damage as possible and rely on our supporters. And you could see Tensai, he was making sure the tides turn at least in their favor or at least towards him. Everybody was getting and paying attention to him. But now, with this match done, we are heading to the fourth round and the draft pick of the fourth round. Whether it is going to be favorable for STTL or is it going to be Marcos will be answered very soon. But in terms of the ban phase, I want to see some changes. But Raider, I don't think we are going to be seeing any.
Well, yeah, exactly. As you said, Lucifer, I don't think so. The changes are going to be there. Tyranitar and Dodrio are going to be the two Pokemons getting banned. And yes, exactly, that's what happened. Look at that, beautifully getting banned. Now moving up ahead, if we talk about the pick phase, let's see which are going to be the Pokemons getting chosen by Gul. Of course, Gul is going to be a key guy for this particular team. Look at that. The Mew comes in. The Solar's Beams are very, very important. A beautiful attacker coming from Team S8ul. Moving forward, if we talk about Volk and Kyurem, let's see which are the two Pokemons that they are going to choose and eventually pick for their team. Oh, Vox comes in with the Snorlax, so shields are going to be very important. Those thumbs are going to be very important. Meanwhile, if we talk about Volk to be precise, let's see which is the Pokemon he's going to choose. The Isomoral, all-rounder and a defender already picked up. From the other corner, S8ul also tries to actually go for the all-rounders. Maybe going for the Wigglytuff, maybe going for the Garchomp, maybe going for the Machamp as well. I don't know what they're going to pick at this moment. A lot of picks are getting shifted by the Bari.
I think he's just playing around with it, but finally, a double ranged attacker with Mew coming online. This I
Uh-huh.
did not think about it. I mean, they did have Venusaur as well as Gardevoir coming through, but with the Mew and Mime, Mew
Right.
and Gardevoir is going to be an interesting choice. But now Marcos also decide they are not the only ones who can come out with heavy hitters. We'll also bring in, but not just one, two. Snowy, who we know very well plays such good, I would say, playstyle on none other than the Azumarill. But Murem also picking up one. Murem, I think, will be eventually switching up with Volk. Volk will be helping up giving the Mew. But there's a triple ranged attacker setup coming in. Might goes in back on the Venusaur. And Cursed final choice coming in from his end is going to be Eldegoss.
Well, there we go. The picks are done and dusted. Now moving far ahead, let's see how far the situation goes on at this point. If we talk about the approach of Marcos Gaming, double all-rounder setup is there. They've got one supporter, they've got one defender, and one attacker that's going to be the Grey Ninja coming up from the corner. Definitely, the approach is a little bit getting shifted from Marcos Gaming's corner as well. If we talk about STL, they've got their own set of picks, which is quite good enough. In the pick phase, finally the pick phase is pretty much over. I believe Volk is going to be the guy. And yes, the picks are done. I believe Volk chooses the particular Pokemon Grey Ninja. But let's see how far this approach will go on. Meanwhile, for S8ul, we have got the double attackers, we have got the triple attackers, I believe.
Mm-hmm. We have a brilliant setup in terms of what can happen next year, Raider, and I'm looking forward to what will go because as of now, one thing that we can see is the attacks seem to be heavy on SATUL's end, having a triple range attacker, right? On the other end, there is going to be two all rounders and one attacker, and Miriam, he doesn't at all go on Mew. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Maybe I thought he'll switch it up with Volk, who will give him that Mew, but Volk picks up Greninja, being the last choice. And Greninja so far has never been effective in the entire tournament, right?
Yeah,
I want to see how effective can Volk change things up. On Garchomp, he was insane. He was gobbling up, tearing and ripping players apart one after another, and delivering knockouts, sending players back from SATUL. But now with the Greninja coming, yes, it's a brilliant ranged attacker of all the range attackers. Like, if you want me to put them in line, I would say first for me is Gardevoir, or maybe you can
okay.
talk about Decidueye, and then
Yeah,
comes in Mew.
definitely.
And Greninja stands on the third. Yes, couple of people might find it a little bit weird because Venusaur, I don't consider it completely a ranged attacker, especially with Petal Dance, which is
Hmm.
around you itself. So for me, in that terms, I'll just keep it at bay. But Greninja might come it in the third position for me because I've tried it. But people who are very well, I would say, accustomed to play Greninja are the only ones who can like reign superior with it. So I'm not too sure of how best use Wall can make out of it.
Definitely evolving and using it rightly is going to be quite important for Volk. Apart from that, whenever Volk chooses a Pokemon, he is able to do the damage that is needed from his team, particularly.
Hmm.
So, looking forward to see how this particular Pokemon Greninja is going to be effective for this guy. Apart from that, if we talk about the kind of synergy, Marcos Gaming, they're trying their level best. Eventually, the last one that requires a worse soul, and that is how Team Marcos Gaming was at a bay. And if we talk about Team S8ul, why they were losing in the first two rounds, same thing happened in the first round. I believe the evolution was the key point, but after that, in the second round, again, they were quite chaotic, but eventually that Rayquaza advantage was in the favor of Marcos Gaming. That's how they concluded the second round in their favor. In third round, Marcos Gaming was not able to capsize. They were
Yeah.
getting KO'd quite a bit, and that's how the third round went on in the favor. So at this point, still in the playoff stages, I guess we can say that yeah, Rayquaza is still actually a major factor that is changing quite a few things.
I agree with you completely, hands down. And in the third round, Marcos were like, "We want fights." Instead, you're like, "Oh, you want fights? Yes, we will also give you fights, but we will fight together as a team." And therefore, I think any time that they try to like creep from center lane, you could see immediately a call would come out from S8ul's player. If one player spotted a player from Marcos, they're like, "There's a player here." Everybody would jump on top of the player. If that player thought, "Okay, it's a 1v1 or a 1v2, I'll somehow try to handle it for as long as possible," but immediately sees four players coming in, S8ul even also make a decision that, okay, let's make a five-man push coming on the bottom lane where they will not be able to retaliate towards us, and that's what happened. That's how the bottom lane was destroyed. Top lane, they got the Regelike and they destroyed the top lane as well, especially with Charizard making use of the fire blast, and it has made things really really well. So SAT are like, "You want fights, we will deliver fights right to you, and it will be us capitalizing." So right now I think Marcos need to understand that, okay, SATUL, we did somehow ask fights against them, but with them pushing together, we are the ones who are trying to firefight over there. We are the ones who are trying to control that situation, somehow subdue it, but it's not working for them, and that's the reason they need to find a different approach. Where you saw, right, even when they were fighting for Regi Ice, the second Regi Ice, Tensai
Hmm.
could have directly gone into the fight. What did he do? He went all around towards the goal zone from Marcos. From there, he came bottom, and from behind them, he used his Unite move, because of which all of a sudden everybody from Marcos Gaming was surprised and were forced to move away from that Regias. And that tells us, right, that it was a very tough situation for them to work around with, of how SATUL at all points were cornering them from different directions.
Well, of course, the situations was quite tough for this particular team. Moving up ahead, SHL has to come back even stronger in the fourth round. Meanwhile, talking about the stakes, I guess we are going to get the prize pool as well very soon so that we
Hmm.
can talk about that. But eventually, guys, remember the stakes are very high. Four slots in the Asia Champions League is actually reserved. Apart from that, we also have got the prize pool of 22 lakh 50,000.
Hmm.
So definitely the stakes are something we have to watch on. And there we go. We have got the prize pool screens in front of us. The winners are going to get 11 lakh 25,000. The second position, or should I say the runner-up, 5 lakh 25,000 from their corner as well. And if we talk about the third position, 3 lakh, fourth position, 1 lakh 50,000, fifth and sixth position will get these guys 50,000 each. Seventh and eighth position, 25,000 each from the corner as well. But I believe the aim is going to be in the top four.
Everybody's aim is in the top four right now. As it's gotten even more interesting, Raider, as you rightly mentioned, top four teams from here will be walking rightly towards Pokemon Unite Asia Championship, and that's what everybody is interested for, because there they will be looking forward to with holding their flag and unfurl it, and as well make sure they dominate and get a trophy back here, as well they represent India on the
Hmm.
global stage. But again, Asia, they'll be representing Asia. From there on, they want to get to the bigger stages where they face all the other regions and make sure they get their names going, and I would say making echoes around all the tournament pools. And I'm looking forward to which of those teams are going to be in the top four right now. There is one also disclaimer I would want to give our viewers, that Revenant are going to be one of the first teams who have already qualified because of their
Wow.
previous stints, as they had represented and fought, and they are going to be the ones who already qualified to the
Hmm.
Pokemon Unite Asia Championship. So they are already looking forward to capitalizing and destroying teams on the other end of the corner, other end of the seas. Right now, looks like we are back into the game. We are done with almost like first half of the game, and it looks like it is Marcos this time looking better in control. Regielki, SATL want to take it back. They want to make sure that if that Regielki comes in their favor, they will be able to turn the tides around and get things under control as well. But Vox is here. Vox gives a call. Oh wait, there is already a player fighting for it. But in the meantime, Darbury also sees it. Vox, after he gets assistance from his teammates, they're moving in. They're moving in closer. Kuram is hiding in the tall grass. He throws an egg bomb, and from there on, Vox wants to jump in. It's all about the right timing. He jumps, and with Greninja, they steal Regielki in their favor. And Might is left dazed. He's wondering what just happened. I was the one who initiated the fight with Regielki, and I'm the one looking forward to right now going down, because Regielki all of a sudden has become an ally for Marcos. And Marcos, it's not the only thing that they did. They destroyed the top goal zone, and from there on now
Hmm.
forcing that Regielki to get to the second top
Oh.
goal zone. But a mammoth mash coming in from Tensai to push back the players. He is, yes, pushing back the players, but he's risking his life in the meantime.
Well, definitely he's about to go down at this point. Eventually, the KO will come in, and yeah, Snorlax was able to sweep him out. But look at that Regieleki advantage. That is something I guess Marcos wanted to have in their favor, and they got the advantage. Let's see how far they can go with this approach. For now, if we talk about the positioning, I guess yes, S8ul is trying their level best to defend the point of view, and look at that, Mike was able to finally finish him off, and with that, Reggie is no more surviving at the top lane. Meanwhile, the bottom and the upper first goal zones are pretty much destroyed. If we talk about Macros Gaming, their bottom lane goal zone has been taken down. Meanwhile, if we talk about Greninja, he's actually on the back foot. Solar Beam comes in by goal. Nobody finds the connection, but look at Vox. Goes in for the thumping smash.
Yeah, Vox is looking brilliant right now. Tensai wants to do the same thing. Both of them are defenders, but there is help on Kyurem's end coming through, and Tensai again being hit. A block being used, so he is able to resist some amount of damage, but now immediately freezing him up, trying to do damage. In the meantime, Wall trying to go for fighting this wild Pokemon, gets hit with a big one on that ranged attacker on Mew, but he has his teammate and they give him X, which will heal himself back to full health. And now there is a 4-man play coming in from Marcos as a switching lane from the top to the bottom.
At this point, the critical fights are coming up. Team S8ul is trying to be a little bit more strong. Marcos having capitalization for now. But there we go. The goals are done and dusted. Venezuela goes in for another set of plus 50 goals. That's good enough. And 224 and 222 is the score at this point. But Marcos Gaming have focused on the Reggie Ice. So let's see. Will they be able to get it? For sure, they're going to get it. The Sizer comes in with the Reggie Ice. Now they have got the aggression in the paper. Let's see how far they can actually go ahead. But talk about Tensai. Waits for a little bit more anger. The Ice Pick comes in. Tags a little bit to the Rayquaza. Not enough to actually put him down.
Snowy went for punches but did not connect and immediately backed off as he saw LD cause Derberry was also there to help his teammates out. But on the top end there is Vox and Azumarill Snowy both playing together, but Snowy wanted to creep right behind them, but in the tall grasses there's going to be Tensei again tried for punches. Icicle Spear comes through, also a Solar Beam hitting and a Mammoth Mash, and right now it looks like Snowy is going to be down, and Kyurem, who wanted to help him, he's trying to run for his life. In the meantime, Greninja is hiding. He jumped into the battle in between, got Gardevoir out, and now looking forward to getting another one, and Mew also chiming in, coming in from their side, and Wall, he has Unite help coming in from Kyurem, and Kyurem is not stopping. KO gets delivered, a 2 KO streak. They're pushing back all the players from S8ul, clearing the Legend Repeat, and they see Venusaur as well. Vox was holding him at bay, crushed to the wall for some time, but not for too long. They're immediately switching gears, running to Rayquaza. It's going to be super crucial. Venusaur is still alive. Tensai is back into the game. They immediately try to rush upon him and crush him as well. He's looking super low, but the help comes in from Mew, as well as the coming in with Sizer as they find the KO, but Gardevoir comes in with the Unite, which does take down a player. The Psyshock is not stopping. Snowy is still trying to take avenge of his teammates, but there's a 2 big KO streak that gets found from none other than the S8ul players, but Snowy is not looking for stopping. He's going in for a 1v1 fight coming through. Kyurem is here to help him out. Ghoul is trying to run away, but how far can he go? It's just Ghoul trying to hold off, withstand these blows coming in as his teammates get a chance to respawn. Tensai is back in action, and it is also Venusaur coming in, but still Marcos are the one on a deficit of 2 goals. 20 seconds to go. They somehow need to get goals scored in. If they don't, it is S8ul who just win by 2 goals. Can you imagine this, Raider? Such a close action-packed game coming in the last round, but it's going to be a 3 goal scored from Tensai. He's like, I have the one less number of goals, let's just try to turn the odds in our favor, and finally it is a done deal. S8ul get back into action, get back to survival, even though Marcos looked in control. That last fight where Gardevoir came back alive, respawned, got S8ul back in gears, rolling into the last round here in the best of 5.
Well, this is one of those matches where the buffer was way too low, man. This is one of the closest matches. Look at that. Look at that buffer. 20 points. That's all Marcos Gaming had to come back with. And then eventually they would be able to have the victory in their favor. Maybe 21 plus points. Amazing performance by S8ul. The way they were able to capsize, absolutely an amazing deliverance of the goals and stuff like that. Might goes in with the 82 goals. But the MVP, the player of the match, is for sure going to be Goal with 69 points as a goal. And eventually, if we talk about the assist and the feeds that he was able to go with, was also very on point.
Cool, respect. He deserves MVP. If he did not hold himself alive in the bottom lane, if it got destroyed, I thought it would have been destroyed because he was a Mew against Greninja, but against Snowy, who was an all-rounder, not a Greninja. It was Sizer. So the punches should have been better, but Ghoul always running, making use of the speed. Man, oh man. That flux advantage in your own goal zones helped S8ul to survive, especially in the bottom lane. Otherwise, a big 100 would have been scored. and S8ul would have lost this. Marcos came up with all that they'd gotten, but Curse, again, credits to him, after respawning immediately came through. Snowy had used his Unite, and Curse also decides, I'll also use my Unite, and that's where Walk got KO'd. Otherwise, Walk was playing so well. You can see 86,000 damage coming in. Kuram at all times was concentrated on healing his teammates, getting them back into action, and 101,000 is what recovery he's helped with. Whereas Durbury, if you want to talk about it, he's helped only with 27,000. So you need to understand Kuram has done a lot as well as Walk, but in that last fight, where those small crucial decisions of making use of the unites and getting clustered and mustered towards one edge or one corner of the legendary pit is where everything went south for Marcos. Otherwise, they could have gotten
Mhm.
Rayquaza, or they could have even entirely wiped S8ul.
Oh man.
Ghoul.
All I have to say is an amazing performance coming from Goal and his teammates. Absolutely lovely performance. That's what we wanted to see, and we got it. 70,361 is the damage that he was able to dish for. Three knockouts, four assists in the last few seconds. This guy was the key success for the team known as a S8ul. But eventually, Marcos Gaming, I don't know what happened. The focus was there for the legendary pit, but eventually it got shifted at that same instance. And you saw how beautifully S8ul was able to capitalize on it. In the
Mm-hmm.
next round, now, not even S8ul have got the buffer, not even
Yeah.
Marcos have got the buffer. Everybody is coming up to the same page, and now it's the next round which is going to decide who is going to move in the upper bracket in the next upcoming stages and who is going to be the one unfortunate team moving in the lower bracket. So definitely have to see how the situation goes on. And meanwhile, if we talk about the picks coming up, I believe the bans are for sure going to be same. Picks are going to be a little bit more different. Marcos are trying to just play with it, and eventually they are just failing.
I mean, I would say Marcos's pick was very well in terms of how they
Mm.
wanted to play, how it was established, how they had a goal difference as well. But when Rayquaza spawned, understanding the crucial, I would say, difference that could have been, because I'm pretty sure they would have been constantly notified that this is a very close batch, or we are struggling. Something like that would have been popped for either Marcos as well
Mm.
as Ezekiel to give them an
Right.
idea of what the score would have been, and they just relayed on it and tried it. Especially Tensai having that presence of mind, right? Tensai could have decided to just keep battling on the top lane and, I would say, defend their goals on. But Tensai understanding, oh wait, I have only three goals, let me just go for it, and also helps his teammate who had lesser number of AOS energy and gets that 20 difference done. Otherwise, it could have been a situation where Marcos could have actually gotten back into the game if they had maybe another plus 10 seconds. But Pokemon Unite is not where you get plus 10 seconds added upon the clock. So with 10 minutes is where you get a decision whether you win, whether the opponent wins, whether you're able to control the game. It's all on your hands. And Marcos and S8ul are like, oh wait, S8ul is like, we are back into the game. Marcos is like, they've taken two rounds from us, so let's just get back into the game without stopping anything or stalling anything or slowing the things down. We'll finally put a stop to it and decide who are the ones who are going to be victorious in this last round, which is going to act as a best of one raider.
Well, let's see how much possible is going to be the task for S8ul to come back with the even stronger game. And if we're talking Marcos, how they're going to retaliate, because Marcos they're failing to retaliate in the last two rounds. It seems like that they might actually go with that same approach of the ban phase. And yes, the ban phase is pretty much same. Dodrio and the Tartar has been banned. I just want to see what happens if Tartar and Dodrio are not going to get banned. What would be the approach? But now it is the fifth round. We are not going to see any kind of that thing. Maybe in the future we might see Dodrio coming from Team S8ul or Tartar coming from Marcos Gaming as well. But if I talk about the pick phase, the attacker and the supporter role has been appointed. Might picks up the Azumaral. Attacker, the Mew is going to be there as goal. Once again wants to be the MVP of the match, it seems.
Let's see how these picks are going to work out, Raider. Crucial
Mhm.
matchup between both of them. Ghoul back on Mew, but Darbury. Oh, Churilidon, is it going to be a choice? We'll wait and watch. Miriam again, he's like, enough of Mew tactics that I've pulled out. I need to go in for hits coming through. He comes out with a Venusaur. Darbury, I think he should go with the defender, and yes, he's going to be coming with the slow bro. A little change from Mamoswine, but Tensai, he's going to be sticking to Mime, which he loves to play with. Snowy on the other end, he's back with the punches that he wants to pack with Sizer and Volk. I think finally he needs to get
Uh,
back on the Garchomp. That was a devastating Garchomp that Ezekiel had to deal with, and looks like he's going to be back in action.
Looks like that is it is going to be back in the action, and eventually, yes, of course, it gets confirmed. We are once again going to witness the carnage. If I talk about S8ul, double attacker, single defender, single supporter, and single all-rounder approach is going to be there. But on the other corner, from Marcos Gaming, we have got the double all-rounder, single attacker, and eventually one supporter is here, one defender is here. Basing the pieces from both of the teams, let's see how far the situation goes on in their favor.
Man, oh man, I don't know where we are heading here, Raider. Both the
Hmm.
teams look really good, especially with Curse coming back on Gardevoir, and Gardevoir has helped change the entire, I would say, momentum from Marcos's end back to S8ul's end, because you saw those unites were very crucial. They came at the right time, because of which the players from Marcos Gaming, who were doing a lot in terms of damage, were taken down. If the players from S8ul, Marcos Gaming, who were doing damage, were not taken down, it would be S8ul losing their players. It could have been a clean sweep, as I mentioned. Everybody would have been wiped out from their own jungles as well as legendary pits. But that working in tandem, you could see they were able to even dodge Tensai's Mammoth Mash coming through, and they even KO'd Mamosven coming through. And then Tensai, after respawning, got back into the action. That should tell you that irrespective of there is a tanker who can take a lot in terms of damage, Marcos are still ready for the heavy hits. But without any delay, let's jump into the last round of this best of 5 of how Marcos initially got the 2 rounds, but S8ul are like, we are not out of the game. You cannot easily take it away, and this is why we said to start the day off here on stage 2 of national playoffs, this is one of the best matches to witness.
At this point, Marcos, let's see how far they can actually close the deal for S8ul. Definitely the competition is something which is getting uncertain, but let's see how far this approach is going to go. And meanwhile, farming and actually approaching for the AS energy is going to be the goal. Tensai comes up with the mine, goes in with the goal. 12 is the score S8ul is looking at, but look at that, they're just trying to go and gather as many as Wildberry as possible, because at this point, we both the teams S8ul and eventually Marcos know that their Pokemon are squishy, but eventually the enemy is also squishy. His damage is not going to be that on point, and that damage will not actually lead me to go down. But now Tensei might actually repay with his life.
Yeah, Walk is there on the chase, and whenever we've seen Walk getting an advantage, he never lets it go from his hands. He's on the chase, and they're all pushing on the bottom lane. Walk, if he finds himself a little bit closer to Mew, he'll try to take it down. And with Mew, it is also Gardevoir. So for him, it's going to be easy jumps and smashes coming on them. But brilliant use of the side shock. They take down Walk itself. The Garchomp has been somehow neutralized for this time, and also S8ul get a chance to push up, and look at how damaging it was on Muriam. He had to force himself and grab a berry and give them at least some control of the goal zone. And Tensai is not stopping. He's like, I want to get goals in, but finally I think Tensai will be again taken down and KO'd, but somehow manages to run out with the help of his teammate. If we talk about the top lane, Might is having his jolly good time. Nobody is contesting him. Nobody is annoying him. He's taking wild Pokemon, taking down wild Pokemon, using the Eos energy, and getting goals scored.
Oh man, Team S8ul starting off quite amazingly. They are actually having a good, decent advantage of getting the kills and as well as scoring. Meanwhile, if we talk about the level advantage, if we talk about Gardevoir, look at that 7 is the level that particular Pokemon is trying to Z on. Meanwhile, if we talk about Team Marcos Gaming, their Pokemon are actually trying to level up, and it's Garchomp, I believe, who's at level 7. That's good enough. He's trying to evolve as soon as it's possible, trying to attack as many as possibilities are going to build. On the other corner, the Azumarill, the All-Runner, also comes in face to face with the Walk, with the Garchomp. Results are not that favorable, but still the attack are coming up. The heavy hitter also comes in. The Bari not looking that good. But yes, of course, that Pokemon has to heal up, has to patch himself so that they can bring back the glory for the team. Solar Beam comes in, tries to tag on the Avisor, fails to do.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to evolving to Venusaur very soon. Will be jumping to level 6, but knows that he's still a little bit vulnerable. Same goes for the other players on Marcos's end. You can see how S8ul are keeping in toe-to-toe in terms of leveling up. You saw Walk, who's in level 7, but Gardevoir is also like, he's not the only one that can do it. On the ranged attacker, I can also do the same thing. And look at how much damaging the Psyshock is on Muriam. And Muriam, I think he's going to be going out with a KO. Try to help him out, Walk's coming in, and therefore, yes, Muriam will be able to survive. But Gardevoir on level 8 right now, about to evolve to level 9. Every move that it's been thrown down to the ground is just devastating. It is not only taking down wild Pokemon and melting them immediately, it is also doing the same thing for players from Marcos. And I think as soon as Garchomp gets back into the game is where we will be seeing a lot of action coming in from Marcos. But for now, Garchomp is just concentrated on farming, whereas S8ul as a whole team have destroyed 2 goal zones, one on top, one on bottom, and S8ul are looking in complete control. And from there on, they're like, let's breach into the jungles of Marcos and see what is up. If there are any wild Pokemon which are left alive, we'll snatch it away from them.
Well, the difficulties are rising for Team Marcos Gaming at this point, because S8ul, they are trying to capsize, they are trying to gain as many as points as possible. You can already see that they kind of, let's say, spirits are getting quite heavy on the bottom lane. The 5-star coming up. Let's see how far they can go with those AS energy, how far they can go with the approach. Meanwhile, if we talk about Team S8 on the top lane, we have got Might with the Ezumral trying to be a little bit more sneaky. He wants to just go with the goal. Meanwhile, he has to be a little bit more passive, waits for the the top mid lanes, kind of let's say Pokemon getting spawned. And eventually, yes, they have been spawned. But now, the attack from Garchomp as well comes in, goes in for the berry, may be able to steal those berries, and yes, of course, gets the berry done. With this, again, the KOs might follow up for Team Marcos Gaming.
It might. As we see, Garchomp is again taken down and follows up with the Blissey as well. The supporter goes down, and you could see S8ul completely looking forward to be in control. And they're getting closer and closer to everybody, leveling up to double digits.
Well, the evolution is the key to success at this point, and that's why the Pokemon are getting evolved. They're trying to be ready more than the repetitions are actually trying to follow. Might goes into the blows. The KOs are not here, but finally it's Garchomp who is getting the KOs done in Dustin. And look at that, back-to-back 2 KOs come in. And goal also is going to go down for sure. And yes, of course, the KO once again comes in. The KO streak for the S8ul comes in. And with this, Marcos Gaming might be able to bag out quite a few goals. And let's see, they are going to go with it. And yes, the goals are getting dunked. Look at that, 38 score gets dunked. But at the same instance, the backup from Team S8ul comes in. With this, once again, the KOs are looking a bit more favorable for Team S8ul because you can see that the HPs are not looking that good. They are in the enemy base and they have actually repaid them with their life. And look at that, another set of goals getting scored by the Snorlax. Meanwhile, the Garchomp goes in the bottom lane. He has got the goals, so he wants to actually go ahead and score those 25 goals.
4 players pushing together is the reason they couldn't do anything. And now with the goal zone again looking forward to being destroyed from S8ul, they're like making sure we retaliate in damage now. It's going to be a 1v1 situation coming in. Super low is Walk, barrier gets put down. He's surviving barely right now, and basic attack was enough. Tensai is like, where are you running? I have barriers. I'm going to put a stop to you. You have been annoying in the first 2 rounds, but finally we have found a way to counter you. But they have also found a way to counter this Azumarill. Did use big moves, especially the Unite coming in from Sizer, but still it is 4 minutes on the clock and they have time to get it back, replenish it. 1v1 is what Snowy is doing, none other than with Regieleki to try to deny it from sitting in the goal zone, because it tries to goal some of it in itself, and that's the reason they want to make sure that it gets denied. And yes, finally we'll be able to deny it, and now they have Regieleki, which has been destroyed, but not just Regieleki, it's going to be Regice as well, which this time is going to be in their favor.
Quite a comforting fight coming from Team S8ul's corner, but meanwhile, if we talk about Marcos, they're also trying to evolve as fast as possible. If we talk about team known as S8ul, look at that, they're quite a few Pokemon are residing at level 10 and 11. Meanwhile, if we talk about Team Marcos Gaming, now they're trying to level up as fast as possible. The Garchomp, the Sizer already have leveled up, and Venusaur is there with the Unite. They have got the Garchomp as well with the Unite, and Snorlax is also with the Unite. Now they're just waiting for the right time period to actually go with it. 1 more minute to go, and then the Rayquaza will come in, but before that, let's see if there is any Reggie coming in. So yes, of course, they will be able to capitalize on that as well.
20 seconds on the clock as we see the Regieleki to be spawned. But in the meantime, look at them hiding in the tall grass. Snowy has a read about it, and that's the reason he's not overextending. Not just one player is in the tall grasses. There's going to be 4 players from S8ul. In the next 10 seconds, as soon as we see the Regieleki, they're going to be immediately trying to get that Regieleki under control. And Marcos have no idea about it. They have no preparations ready for it. But finally, they're slowly trying to move in. 3 players are already here. The 4th player is going to be Venusaur. Huron has already seen a player that's none other than on Mime coming in, but he puts up a barrier very early, which keeps them at bay. And immediately as Regieleki has spawned, they're immediately fighting on it. But the same attention right now is going towards Rayquaza. It looks like Marcos, they want to guard on all the edges of the legendary pit and immediately take them down. Might has an idea that Vox might be hiding, immediately slams onto him. Is there a way he can find something? He puts up the barrier, the block, but there is nothing that they could find value of. But immediately what is happening is none other than Marcos jumping into the fight. Ghoul, he was not ready for this 1v1. He's being chased down, but a hefty fight coming through at the legendary pit coming through. Unites are been throwing out on Rayquaza. Rayquaza gets strained and decided, and a drenches of bloodbath happens right at the legendary pit, and it is only going to be S8ul coming on top and sending every player from Marcos back home, and S8ul sweep back the victory in fashion.
Apart from every expectations, S8ul turned down the game in their favor. Quite a bit of an amazing fight from S8ul. Literally, we were thinking after the second round getting over, we were thinking that it is going to be a straight up 3-0. S8ul is going to go down to the lower bracket, but look at that. With this, the deal is done. Do whatever you want to go with. It's all about the carnage that Team S8ul is trying to go with. S8ul trying to go bonkers, and they, yes, of course, got the Rayquaza, and after that, the score limit is actually 7-1-7 at this point. Let's see how far they can approach with it. But about Marcos, they're just trying to push forward and go for the goals. Meanwhile, the energy, the enthusiasm of Team S8ul, it is still getting followed up. And look at that, the Walk has been destroyed. Venusaur has been destroyed. Azumarill goes in with another beautiful KO. I don't think so. A lot of things can actually be favorable for them. Look at that, another KO. Slowbro gets out the Sizer as well. Meanwhile, Gardevoir gets the Snorlax. Everybody down to the rain. Now is S8ul, which is at a very bleak risk of actually having any kind of decisive situation in the tour.
Curse is playing an exceptional Gardevoir over there. And you could see his entire team as well acting as a barrier by keeping themselves ahead and making sure they deny that. Might, with the 17 AOs energy that he had, he wanted to go for a sneaky goal, but the only thing that will be going back is to his base. But he's still fighting out on the Azumarill, the tiny Pokemon, taking so much damage. Actually does not go down. Miriam chases as much as possible on that Petalon, but still does not work out. But the way they were able to deny this Walk, the Garchomp, without being able to do anything, and you get that Unite is back again, and both of them are super low, and they do get the KO on Miriam, and Walk was also about to be taken down, and S8ul, what a match that we just witnessed to start the day off here in Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 Stage 2 of National Playoffs, where it is just do or die situations. Whether you're in the upper bracket or lower bracket, nobody wants to get to the lower bracket, so it is at all points you're playing by the edge of the sword. S8ul play around the sword itself and do not worry about themselves getting sliced, and they still get back into the game. What a play! Kudos to Cursed coming in, the way he played, and Might as well. These two players have been exceptional. You just saw Might, how long he survived. He survived long enough for his teammate to get back to him on the top lane and them pushing closer. On the other end, Walk, he was unable to do anything, and his best player was Snowy, who had just 3 knockouts here, Raider. That should tell you the effect of what S8ul were able to do on Marcos.
A lot of decimation is already done. S8ul tried their level best and they were able to bounce back in the last 3 rounds. Look at that beautiful decimation coming from the corner. I mean, the deal is done at this point. They are going to move in the upper bracket a little bit more ahead. And if we talk about Marcos Gaming, situations are not looking good for them. They are going to move in the low bracket. But meanwhile, if we talk about the graphs, look at that from state till the end. I guess after the 1.5 minute marker, situation was more favorable for Team S8ul and they were able to catch up on it quite a bit. And with this, I guess we can fairly say that yes, S8ul has embarked a new journey. They are showcasing that they are the redemption champions and nobody's going to snatch the positions that they want from them.
Yeah, I agree with you. S8ul are the redemption champions. S8ul are the ones who sweep back the victory in their favor. Might, bow down to you. The way he played. I know we did not give complete credits to all the players from S8ul, but I would say that Cursed, if he wasn't there, I think Might would have also had a tough time, because Cursed, if he wouldn't have laid down his thigh shocks, especially to slow down Garchomp and all those times, you can see 9 assists, 7 knockouts coming to 80,000 plus damage coming from Might, tells us that he's always been an exceptional player. Whenever we've seen and talked about it, right, it has been the first guy that comes to our mind is Might from S8ul, because he plays such Pokemons in which he can do damage and take damage and can survive for the longest for S8ul. And as a squad, he's done brilliant job.
No question in that. Definitely. Absolutely amazing journey that we had. We thought that this match is going to be a very early head of, let's say, 3-0 coming
Yeah.
up, but eventually the way it turned out, a 2-3, 3v2, whatever you want to call it out. Marcos Gaming, they had a beautiful capitalization on them, on their hands to be precise in the first 2 rounds, but after that, things were not that favorable. Every single time they were getting KO'd whenever the Rayquaza was the question. And even though I guess S8ul was able to capsize on that, I guess I had a hope that eventually when the Rayquaza comes in, Marcos will be able to capsize on that. And for a brief time period, it was looking like maybe the things will be in their favor, but eventually, guys, look at that. The break is here right now, and we are going to witness the next match, which will be between FS Esports and Revenant Esports. Comment down your picks, but for now, we are going to take a short break and we'll be back soon enough. Welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. The national playoffs stage 2 has already been kicked off between the match of Marcos versus S8ul Esports. Marcos Esports tried their level best, but S8ul Esports was the one who capsized on the particular matchup. But now the second round is actually about to start. The second match is about to start, and my co-caster in this particular journey is going to be Mridul, along with me as Raider to be precise. But eventually, yes, we are going to dive in. Mridul, a question for you. How are you, mate?
Well, I'm really, feeling amazing. Yesterday I was not there, Raider, but then again,
Hmm.
joining you guys today back again feels so, blissful. Once again, thank you so much for the warm welcome as we are going to begin with the round two here in the national playoffs. Yes, now we have the upper brackets and the lower bracket matches coming right in front of us where it's already one match over. Yes, we have seen that Marcos Gaming has lost their match against S8ul Esports, but now it's the time for the second match of the day. That's going to be between Revenant and FS Esports.
Looking forward to see how Revenant Esports is going to showcase their talent because we have seen quite a few clean sweeps from the corner. Expecting that, I guess this could be one of those amazing clean sweeps from the corner. But eventually, if we talk about
Correct.
FS Esports, they are going to put up a fight for sure. So I guess it could be 3-2, it could be 3-0, it could be a 2-3 type of situation where FS Esports might be able to turn down the lines and eventually win it. Because if we
Mm,
talk about the first match as well, in that Marcos Gaming, the way they started off, things were looking a bit more favorable for Marcos Gaming. Two rounds back to back in
correct.
their favor with a lead of more than 500 points in their favor. It was looking like Marcos will be able to capsize quite a bit, but eventually, if we talk about the second match, I believe between
Mm.
Revenant Esports and FS, things will be looking like that as well.
Well, yes, exactly. Right now, to also wanting to discuss how their lineups look alike. Yes, it's Revenant with Blizzard, Crowley, Nova, Swifty, and Zesol. On the sides of FSE Sports, it is Lynch, Pardesi, Rex, Scare, and Shrey. So yes, these are the two teams that are going to play right here in the match number two, Raider. And then when you talk about how Revenant has performed in their group, they've got five wins out of the six matches that they played, only one lost and four clean sweeps. Revenant Esports, great records on their side. And then FS Esports, struggling, but somehow made it right now. Somehow, actually, they made a great comeback, played some beautiful games, and had the number of points which were needed. Now it's no more Group A or Group B, it's now what you represent for yourself. You might what, only one thing is removed out here, Raider, that you're not representing any group, you're representing yourself right here, where you actually need to top in each and every team you're playing against. Single eliminations these are, because then some teams would be also be transferred to the lower bracket, right? And when you talk about the head to head between two players out here, that's going to be between Shrey and Nova.
Amazing head-to-head coming up at this point. You can see that Shrey is the one which have played three more rounds as compared to Revenant's Nova. But if we talk about the
Hmm.
chaos coming up, it is a bit more favorable in terms of Nova. Definitely, he's a bit more aggressive. Assist is also quite good when it comes to the damage. At that angle, I guess Shrey is going to be the one which is having the upper hand. But if we talk about the goals, a gap of more than 1,000 goals was there between Nova and Shrey. That actually
Yeah.
shows that, yes, of course, Revenant is pretty much ready, jacked up to perform the way
Yeah.
we wanted to see them.
Hmm.
So let's see how far they can go, what kind of approach is actually going to be there, how they're going to develop the instances in their favor. Looking forward to see. One thing I'm pretty much sure about, that Revenant will start off quite aggressive, and on the other corner, if we talk about FSC Sports, they have to be pretty much strategic because if they also want to be aggressive, I think things might not be in their favor because Revenant have shown teams like God's Drain which wanted to be aggressive in front of them and shown their talent. But now in the top pick phase, you can see that Revenant sitting in the purple corner. If we talk about FSC Sports,
Correct.
they're sitting in the orange corner, and this is the Sky
Hmm.
Ruins as the battle arena. Snorlax and Dodge already getting banned.
Well, yes, exactly. This is Revenant Esports and FS Esports we are going to talk about. Yes, the bans have come up on our screens, and now we have Swifty going in for Eldegoss. Red, I'm not shocked that he would be choosing it. Definitely, it's his Pokemon. He is going to go for it. On the other side, you have, FS Care going in for Azumarill. Then you have a Mr. Mime by the side of Rex. Again, some Pokemon switches will be coming in, teams actually logging in their teammates pokemons whenever they're not available, or somewhat like they're going for some different strategies, might also change it, because we have seen some players switching their roles. Mostly they play the defenders and then suddenly they are the attackers or the all-rounders. That's totally depending on a game structure and the situation. On the side of Revenant, Nova is going in for Sizer, and then Zesol has the Mamoswine with himself.
Looking forward to see how far this approach is going to go. And if we talk about Shrey at this point, he's the only one left. And on the other corner from Revenant is going to be Crowley. The Sidway finally, I believe, is going to get confirmed soon enough. And the double attacker approach from Team Revenant Esports could be established with that. But let's see how the confirmation is going to go on. Decidue and Mew. Decidue gets confirmed. Mew on the other corner is also going to get confirmed. And look at that. We have an approach of double attacker, one all-rounder, and defender along with a supporter. Meanwhile, if we talk about the speedster approach, Stray is very good with the speedsters, and I believe it can benefit him a lot in while facing a team like Revenant Esports.
Well, yes, exactly. An Absol and a Sylveon coming into the play out here. And then on the other side, you have Blizzard with the Decidueye. Definitely, picking up a Decidueye, that's good that you would be going in for these kind of strategies. But then there comes a lot of, a lot of structure that you need to have, a lot of momentum that you need to have when you have a Decidueye. Again, everything is on take right now when you know that your team needs to prove. Your team needs to prove in every single game that you're playing. We saw Chemin losing out 3 games straight, and then they picked up. They knew they had to do it, or either there would be nothing left for them to qualify. They did qualify, and we have a match, for them at the match 3 position. But then again, what if they wouldn't have done it? What if they wouldn't have got 3 games back to back, 3 matches back to back, where they actually took it for themselves? So again, it always depends on the situations. But as we talk about that, we already are going into the match 2, the round 1. As we say, the game 1 is right now live in front of us.
Well, we had quite a few speculations on that point, but let's see how far the situation goes on. FS Esports tries to stop quite chaotically. Let's see how the regression is going to work for them. Meanwhile, if we talk about teams like Revenant Esports, they want to be aggressive, but before that, they have to evolve so that their Pokémon are eventually at the peak potential. On the other corner, look at the goals getting done. Revenant Esports already starts quite aggressively. The way they perform is actually coming up quite a bit of a strategy. On the other corner, if we talk about Scare and Pradesi, both of them are also trying to farm the Pokémon, but they're willing to do so because from Revenant, Swifty is there to steal it out, and look at that once again. Swifty tried his level best to steal that particular Pokemon, but eventually the EOS Energy gets in the favor of FS Esports. With that, FS Esports pretty much empty-handed. On the other corner, look at that in the bottom lane, already the push is coming up, and finally, the Eldegoss is coming up soon enough. On the other corner, if we talk about the backup of Decidue, it is actually there.
Well. Also talking about how Revenant Esports have already, picked up a pace out here. Look at that. That's the team coordination you need to have. Revenant Esports sitting, besides each other. Raider, that's so good that we're seeing here. And then the calls, that being visible. Oh, look at FS. Raider, we are seeing at last that we have, some bootcamp vibes coming out right here.
Well, indeed, the picks are coming up. FS Esports tries to be a little bit more chaotic, but on the other corner, Mew gets a beautiful knockout. Swinub on the other corner tries to be decisive, tries to be a little bit more vigilant about the fact that there is a mime sitting around and eventually trying to lug around. But look at that. Yes, energy might be getting stolen. Yes, it is, but the KO comes in, and that's Blissey, I believe, getting taken down. Meanwhile, if we talk about the actual KO, yes, of course, the KO comes in. On the other corner, there we go, but Sylveon manages to back out the Mew.
Indeed, and a KO streak of 3 coming in from the side of FS Esports. Swifty, just going in with what he has. He knows what he needs to do for the team. And once again, adding those points for the team is what he requires. Again, it's just a swin-up right now that we are going to witness. Oh, now it's a Piloswine. As I am going to say it, we have the Piloswine right in front of us. So again, I hope, as I say, and then we'll have a Mamoswine. But then, levels also matter. It's not on my saying. But Revenant Esports right now leading the charge on the scoreline. And look at Sylveon. The range this Pokemon has is a lot against all of those attackers. And then again, when you pick up a Sylveon, everything needs to land right with that, how you actually go with the range. If you're not correct with the range, the Pokemon might have switched its position, and then your attack goes in vain.
At this point, if we talk about the Piloswine, tries his level best to actually get as many as energy as possible. 6 is the level. On the other corner, Mime is having the 7 level, which will impact quite a bit. 7 minutes more to go, and after that we'll get to see who is going to be the winner of the first round. But before that, the shield comes in. He's trying to stun him around, and yes, the damages are coming up. But for sure, on the other corner, but over the top lane, Crowley and the other guys from Team Revenant Esports are trying to just go ahead and attack the Ridley. They can maybe get the favor of that particular Pokemon, and then try to approach the top lane goal zone. But S8ul gets the Sizer done as he gets taken down. But Mew with that solar beam managed to back out the opportunity. and Revenant Esports are now going to have the advantage. Meanwhile, FS Esports, they are just trying to bash around and eventually get as many as advantage points. That is crucial, but SATUL gets the KO done. That's an interesting KO coming up. Regielike on the other corner is for sure going to get the goal zone. Let's see, is it going to be a possibility? The goal zone is going to get favorable. Yes, SATUL backs out another set of 30 goals with that. 95 coming from Revenant Esports, and FS Esports still struggling at the mid-century.
Well, right now, talking about Revenant Esports, look at them. They're busy out here farming. They knew how they want those Unite moves, perfectly situated, to take down the Regis. Unite moves are also important when you are actually fighting with a team for, to get those Regis. Again, Regis are important. Right now, no one actually took the top lane Reggie, but on the bottom lane, you have a Reggie available. Look at that. FS Esports would be adding 30 points, and now the total is 84. And on the, other end, you have the Reggie Seal coming in for Revenant Esports. Again, an ally added, and that's how, the goalpost would be available for them. And they will be just leading the charge. 30 points added by the Pillar Swine. Scyther is up for that Unite move. He is going to go for it. But then FS Esports takes that lead. 30 more points added by their side.
The KO comes in, Mew gets squished. The squishy Pokemon is actually at a loss on the corner for Taco. After look at that, Speedster trying to work its charm, but the arrows are still actually coming up. Let's see how far the utilities are going to get used. This anyway is ready with the Unite move. The knockout could come in anytime soon, but eventually the opportunities are right. They have got the balance of equation, so that is why the knock is not going to get moved. On the other corner for Taco, Scare and the other guys, they have to fall back. Well, finally the knock gets used, but nobody gets connected with that. The connection that was needed was not coming out. On the other corner, now the push comes in, the KOs are there, and the goals, and if it is possible, they can easily take the lead.
Exactly, and when you are going to go, with the situations, and look at that. Oh no. Mew adds more 27 points out here, and then the KOs coming in from each and every Pokemon. Also the points being added, it's 229 on the board. The top lane Reggie is also visible, and here comes the Mamoswine. As you know, I'm on the top, my boys. Look at that. On the other side, you also see that Azumarill is out here. Absol with full power, and then Blissey actually adding those points. But then again, FS Esports right now in a troublesome situation. They're already at this point, while Revenant Esports is all splitted up. They have the thoughts ready. 1 in the bottom lane, Mew roaming around in the mid lane, and 3 on the top lane just charging in on the Reggie.
For now, ready with the repercussions. Revenant Esports wants to gain the fame in their favor. Let's see how far the situation goes on. This is Yui pretty much ready with those arrows. And look at that beautiful KO coming up. The Blissey gets shattered. And on the other corner, Scale is also not looking that great. Oh, another beautiful KO coming from Destiny. That arrows, that was pretty much amazing. KOs are something which Team Revenant or Esports wants to go with. And eventually look at that. They have got the zest of it. Piloswine on the other corner. The Mamoswine, to be precise, is very close to the Sylveon on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Regielike once again gets in the favor of Revenant Esports. They're getting every single advantage they want. They're getting the KOs done and dusted, and this shows that how Revenant Esports can be coming up with some great amount of pressure. Meanwhile, the Rayquaza is something they have to actually be worried about. If we talk about the Unite moves, they are trying to farm it out. In the other corner, if we talk about FS Esports, they have also got their Unite moves, 3 people from them. Okay, actually 4 from their corner have got their Unites. It's only Mime which is left with the Unite move, which has to get the Unite move so that they can actually come back to the pressure. And same goes for Team Revenant Esports. The Mew has not got a Unite move, which will help them quite a bit. In just 1 minute more to go, the Rayquaza will come in. That could give them the upper hand.
Well, yes, exactly. Look at Decidueye, going in with his arrows, and then actually, was ready to go with some great moves. But then again, 20 points added by Mr. Mime, and then a KO comes in by the Decidueye. Look at that. They got the Regis, 4 Regis until now, all in the hands of Revenant Esports. They have their situations cleared. They know what they are doing. And they're actually going in for all the Regis, and even the Rayquaza. Now 20 seconds left. Shrey is, using the grasses to hide right now, but then the Absol needs to go out. The invisibility is not there. Resol with the shield, but then again, now the shield goes off. Some screens coming in. The defender is all set. But can the Mamoswine actually make those wonders? They all have their Unite moves ready, and all they need to do is to use them right now.
The ice pick comes in. Revenant tries to actually devour quite a bit of it, but eventually that carnage that we want to see is not coming up at this point. But if we talk about the Rayquaza, now it gets the attention. Decidueye is actually trying to attack on it, but meanwhile, if we talk about the Absol, he's also trying to be a little bit more sneaky. And look at that, Sizer might actually go down. But on the top corner, look at that, there is actually a indication that Isomal might actually go for the scoring, but he gets stopped by the Eldegoss. Eldegoss and the other Pokemons are now going to
Oh,
focus
Sylveon,
on this
no.
particular aspect. But another KO. Liu gets the Absol, and with this, again, the charges are actually getting in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. They can easily go for the beautiful Rayquaza in their favor, and it seems like that now they are going to put as many as Unite moves as possible. And Decidueye and the other Pokemon are also trying to wreak the havoc. Look at that, definitely trying to have that advantage.
Unites are over.
50 HP are done, but on the other one, Absol and the other guys
Oh,
are
they're
actually
here for a
left with
steal,
8 HP.
but no, they won't.
Eldegoss is going to get the Revenant Esports an advantage for the Rayquaza, and with that, Revenant Esports is going to move in and eventually put as many as goals as possible. Meanwhile, if we talk about FS Esports, the only thing they can do is defend as much as it's possible.
Well, look at that. FS Esports right now in a bad situation out here where they've already got the Rayquaza again. Their timers were over, the cooldown was over, and they could have actually got the Rayquaza steal, but not allowed by Revenant Esports. The points have been added back to back, and the total now is 625 against just a 171 by FS Esports. Look at that. Another KO comes in. Shrey might have added those 50 points, but then again, the defense is strong, and Shrey must be allowed outside. One single tap, the goalpost was open, and would be adding those 36 points, but it's still 207. Nothing else can be done. Only 10 seconds left. The other goalpost is empty, but cannot be reached.
Nobody can reach out to it at this point because the shields are coming up, the KOs are for sure
Oh,
coming
they
up.
are here.
Eventually, if we talk about mine, yes, of course, they're trying their little best to get as many as KOs as possible. But the only thing which actually standed tall in their let's say corner was Revenant Esports trying to devour as much as it was possible.
Correct.
A beautiful performance. Revenant Esports was able to deliver quite a bit. With this kind of performance, Revenant Esports is for sure going to move far, a little bit more
Correct.
stronger, a little bit more advantageous. But the thing which we missed quite a bit is the FS Esports trying to recoup the fight. They tried their level best to get the fight in their favor, but eventually the damage was already done. Rayquaza was already stolen. The KO was already done, and with that, Team FS Esports was down with a disadvantage. Meanwhile, if we talk about the scores and stuff like that, I guess we are going to get it very, very soon. Apart from that, guys, remember it's a 1-0 for now. 3-0 can actually follow up if Revenant Esports decides to do the same kind of damage in the next upcoming 2 rounds.
Well, yes, exactly. Revenant Esports already taking up the lead and making the game so easy into their hands. They had all the Regis out there. They were looking dominant throughout from the start and marked that till the end. So again, adding those things in their half and adding those beautiful situations in their half. Again, it was a bliss for them and a bliss what we saw. Again, when you talk about Revenant Esports out here, they took it with a huge advantage with a great mass score difference out there, and then FS Esports losing it all. When they actually had a chance, their cooldown was over. Most of the Pokemons were back into the mid lane, but then and even the unit moves were also not available with the Pokemons. But the tackle, the defense, and the support was so accurate by Revenant Esports. Nothing could have been done by the side of FS.
Definitely, it was quite on point. Revenant Esports from start till the end. Eventually, for the starting few minutes, they were getting shaken down quite a bit by FS Esports. But after that, the way they were able to
Correct.
catch up once their Pokemons was evolved, I believe that was absolutely on point, and that's how Revenant Esports is the one which was having the lead in this particular round. But moving
Right.
apart, we have 4 more rounds to go. Things can change quite adversely. Things can actually change, just like S8ul did. They can FS Esports to be precise also can catch up and maybe bring back the glory for the team particularly. But Revenant Esports, I guess they are not going to let it go that easily. Because, guys, once again, let me remind you the top 4 teams which are going to be there in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 are going to get a slot in the Asia Champions League, which is another set of amazing tournament where India has to be represented by these top 4 teams, which are going to be there from India Open 2022. So, definitely that aim is going to be there. Apart from that, another spoiler is that Revenant Esports, due to their performance, they're already having a slot in that particular arena. So, that means quite an amazing aspect of Revenant Esports has to be tested. If they are unable to perform in India Open 2022, things might not be that easy for them in Asia Champions League. So it seems like that at this point that yes, their performance is something which is working out. They are trying their level best to be synergized and meanwhile work their way out.
Well, yes, exactly. Also talking about how Revenant Esports actually showed up in their match. Again, yes, they have their slots ready in the Asia
Right.
Champions League too. But then again, you need to talk about how they have performed up until now. FS Esports, once again, the journey has been quite with those ups and downs coming in into the play. But then Revenant Esports has been on the top. FS Esports was
Yep.
somewhere around S8ul at the third or the fourth position, if I'm not wrong, because S8ul was at the second in their group, and then it was Truerippers, at the top of Group A. Nothing can, could have ever, beaten out a Truerippers out of their positions. But right now, we are focusing. There is no Group A or no Group B. This is round two we are focusing about. You need to stand for yourself. Again, nothing can be done on the table. You have to be the winner of the match and actually, get your slot done, in the third round or, in the fourth round where you
Mhm.
are going to face up more matches.
Definitely, the matches are actually going to be there. It's going to be quite chaotic because if you are not in the upper bracket, if you are not winning the rounds in your favor, you are going to get pushed down to the lower bracket where the eliminations will follow you up if you are actually going to lose in that particular perspective as well. So
Correct.
eliminations is something where you don't want to go with. Well, the only best thing, two good things are actually going to follow up because now you are in the top eight. The prize pool chunk is going to get shared with you. The prize pool, which was 22 lakh 50,000, I guess it is going to get shared. The teams which are going to get at the fifth, sixth, and seventh, eighth position, they are going to get 50,000 each. Fifth, sixth position is going to get 50,000 each, and the seventh, eighth position will get you 25,000 each. So definitely there are
Correct.
some spoils to take home. But then again, there is also going to be the bragging rights of being the top eight teams in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. But the only thing to miss out is going to be the slot, and along with that, the lakhs of prize pool which is going to be there for the first to fourth position. So becoming the champion, well, it's a very long journey to be precise. You have to go for that. Meanwhile, if we talk about the another beautiful round, the draft pick phase is here right now. FSC Sports is sitting in the purple corner, Revenant sitting in the orange one.
Well, yes, exactly. Talking about the second game of this very match. Yes, the round one is over where we saw that it was Revenant winning it all. Well, now we don't have a Snorlax ban. Revenant actually going in for the Dodrio ban on FSC Sports, and that is how they would be going in for the Snorlax. And again, FS would be banning in the Eldigos. The Eldigos, which actually got the Rayquaza for Team Revenant. Swifty right now would be thinking that which Pokemon should he choose and which strategy should he go in for, whereas Care already has logged in the Slowbro.
At this point, the approach is going to be quite amazing. Look at that. We have got the attackers. That's going to be Crawley. We have got Zsol as the supporter. The Mime comes in from his corner. But Sylveon once again getting chosen by FSA Sports. Let's see how far their approach is going to go on. On the other one, if we talk about Swifty, well, we have got another set of, let's say, amazing retaliation is going to go on. We have got Swifty coming up with the Hoopa. That is going to be another beautiful supporter if the pick is going to be right. Nova on the other corner is trying to flicker around with the all-rounders. That could be Serena. And yes, Serena is going to get confirmed. Well, we had a minute moment where we saw the Scyther as well coming up, but eventually the pick is done. Serena and Hoopa are going to be another two choices for Team Revenant Esports for now. Single attacker, double supporter, and one, I guess, let's say all-rounder approach is there. But on the other corner, if we talk about FS Esports, they've got double defender approach. That's amazing to see.
Mhm,
Double defender,
mhm.
double attacker, and one all-rounder. No supporters for them. That's going to be hitting them quite bad. On the other corner, if we talk about Blizzard, he's going to get there with the kind of, let's say, Pokemon known as attacker. The Blizzard is going to be there. Decidueye is going to get picked up. Double attacker, double supporter, and all rounder is going to be there for them.
Well, yes, exactly. When you are going to talk about, the final preparations coming in on our screens, we have, a Gardevoir also with the side. Pardesi, actually switching in with the Scare getting that Azumarill. Then you have Lynch with the Sylveon. On the other side, now it's FS Esports, once again having that favor for Sylveon. And we have the final preparations ready. We have all the Pokemons with us right now for both the sides that, Swifty is actually going in for a different set out here. He is going in for a Hooper again. We have seen how a supporter range Pokemon actually gets a lot of vibes to the team. Attacker also gets a whole space out there when you have a supporter with actually a high amount of range.
Well, the approach is going to be quite credential at this point. Let's see how far Hoopa and its particular meta is going to push them. The Unite moves are actually going to be quite amazing. The rings and bound to be precise is also going to be quite amazing coming from Hoopa's corner. Meanwhile, we'll actually push into the match. Revenant is starting it off with a 1-0 in their favor. You can already see Revenant in the BO5 is looking quite good. They have got the pressure. They are actually maintaining the pressure. But meanwhile, at this point, they have to focus a lot on the level up situation and evolution as well.
Well, yes, exactly. With that, Raider, we are going to see that Revenant has actually started once again, with the positions they need to go in for. Right now, we are at the Hoopa stage, and then we'll have the Hoopa Unbound. We don't know if it would be there or not, but then, that FS Esports. The Eve is out there. Yes, it would be a silver in no time, and already adding the 5 points. Mr. Mime, Resol knows his work, knows what he needs to do, does the work, gets back, does the farming, gets back to the battlegrounds, and once again would be adding the points into those arenas.
Well, they're trying to find their way in, but let's see how far the situation goes on. Revenant Esports trying to once again push back, and the Slowbro comes in the close quarter, gets attacked and gets affected quite a bit. Eve is also there. Getting the KO can be actually the card task, but even if the Sylveon is there, right now look at the crowds coming in. Definitely at this point, S8ul is trying his level best to go for the goal scoring, and he does it successfully. If I'm not wrong, the new also on the other corner goes in for another set of goal. As gets another +7, but the retaliation coming from the corner of the Esports is also very on point. But meanwhile, they have to focus on the retaliation. Look at that. They're just trying their best to be decisive and get as many as ASL energy as possible. Mew goes in on the side of brilliant attack. Oh, Rex barely surviving, but he does survive. And that's again going to give a relief to his mind.
Well, with that, Revenant Esports actually still in the lead, but then again, the lead is going, down and down. Look at that. FS Esports with 28 points out there. And on the bottom end, look at that. They are going to add more points for themselves, but 15 points by the Azumarill. As you know, Nova is not yet evolved into the Serena stage out there. It's still, a low ground stage where again, then, with the Steenie, Serena needs to come up. But then, here you go. Serena is out here. Serena is out here. It's not a Steenie anymore. As, we are going to touch the 6th level, in short time.
One tough battle upon us. Let's see how far Revenant Esports is going to capitalize on this. As you all can see, Revenant Esports, everybody's just trying to be a little bit on the decisive corner. The Koopa is giving them the advantage of keeping back the way. But on the other corner, if we talk about S8ul, let's see how far this advantage is going to go on. Meanwhile, if we talk about Trey, this particular Pokemon, the Gardevoir, could be an advantage for the team, but let's see how far Trey is going to utilize it. Meanwhile, gathering as much as Chaos Energy is going to be the goal so that they can level up as fast as it's possible. Meanwhile, S8ul comes up with the 8th level. We've got level 7 Mime on the other corner from Team Revenant Esports. Meanwhile, the highest level of evolution from FS Esports is also going to be 8 because the Isomoral is pretty much at the 8th level.
Well. Actually, Decidueye also adding it on the bottom side. One of the goalposts is already out of the play. 2 of the Regis available, but actually not in sync. And look at the sync formed up between Revenant Esports. Slowbro actually going in, to add those 17 points. Mr. Mime would be facing the disadvantage. Mr. Mime would actually be taking a lot of damage, but then again, getting those HP back. And then Pardesi, to be actually getting a KO. Yes, gets KO'd with a Mew help. And that's how, a support gets provided by an attacker.
One tough brutality once again coming up. We can already see FS Esports, they're starting to combine their attacks and eventually could a little bit more stronger, but Decidueye gets the particular Pokemon known as the Snorlax. Meanwhile, another set of 19 goals are going to get dunked down, and with that, Revenant comes up with a century. Meanwhile, FS Esports, they're getting the struggle, they're just trying to survive a bit. Snorlax is actually going to be the Pokemon which is going to TP back himself on the top lane. Goes in a little bit more further, and look at that now. Regieleki is going to be the main concern for this team. But meanwhile, the attacks are for sure coming up. Let's see, Regieleki might actually not be in their favor, but the Gardevoir steals him. And with that, we have got Revenant Esports on the disadvantage of not having the Regieleki. Also, now it's all about Shrey, how he's going to perform, and it's all about the other guys like Rex and the other members from Team FS Esports. For now, FS Esports is not looking that great, but eventually the goal is pretty much open-ended. And same goes for Revenant Esports because their Pokemons, well, Serena goes in for another set of 30.
Well, look at that. Now, once again, a KO. And you know how the Regis have been helpful for the side of Revenant Esports. Look at that. Mr. Mime adding more points to the team. Earlier, it was Mr. Mime actually adding in a lot for the team. Now, it's Hooper also adding in with the scoreline. Look at that. It's 202 already in for Revenant Esports. Not much of a difference against Revenant Esports.
Wow.
It's 100, but then again, look at the KOs coming back to back, and you know how Decidueye would be coming in with a straight arrow on the enemy, enemy team. Again, look at that. The Reggie still available for Team Revenant Esports. The first Reggie, yes, it went into the favor of FS Esports, where they got a top lane, goalpost open for themselves. But then again, they know which goalpost to follow. They're already in and actually should go in for the save.
At this point, the critical fights are coming up. You can already see that the brutalities are rising. For now, FS Esports are trying their level best to go at a upper notch, but the Zarina gets taken. Zarina was taken down, and if I'm not wrong, I believe at that point, yes, the KOs are coming up. The KOs are getting followed. FS Esports, they're trying their level best to survive. Meanwhile, the goals are also getting done. But Zarina, 11 level, 36 years synergy in his favor. Meanwhile,
no,
Hoopa
the
from the back end is also
Serena.
coming up. A beautiful Pokemon to be precise. But then again, the deal is done pretty much at this point. 202 points coming from Revenant Esports, already a 1-0. They've already got the lead. They've already destroyed 2 goal zones. But look at that, another set of TP is getting created by the Hoopa. Meanwhile, Reggie comes in. Let's see whose focus is going to be there.
Well, yes, exactly. With that, we are going to see that Reggie Lecky actually is, one of the most eyed wildness out there. The way it is available for a team, again, adds a lot for the team. This time, the Reggie goes into the hands of Revenant Esports, and that's how the top lane would be actually for them. All forces should go into the top lane again, focusing on the bottom lane, and then making a smart play that they are focusing on the top lane. Oh no, they're coming in for the bottom lane.
But at this point, the situation that Revenant is facing is actually going to be a troublesome one because they don't know how to capsize and which angle to actually cover at this point. They are actually going on the bottom lane, but then again getting connected quite a bit. Arena is actually struggling from the top lane, but then again 2 minutes 50 seconds to go. 50 seconds will give you enough time to actually get as many AS as possible and level up as much as possible. But then again after that, when the time is correct, when the 2-minute timer is going to be there, the Rayquaza, the legendary boss guy, is going to come in, and with that, the energy is going to be on the roof, above the roof to be precise. But FS Esports 1-1-1, that's what they've got in the favor from the energy that they shows, the carnage that they actually showcase. But at this point, if we're talking about the evolution, Blizzard gets another set of evolution. 13 is the right level. On the other corner gets another level of chaos energy. Once again, tries to bag out as much as advantage that is possible. On the bottom lane now, the super shifts and Reggie Ice is going to get the focus. So let's see who's going to get the advantage of having this Reggie Ice. Mew on the other corner is also coming up with some basic attacks, and with that, the right team's HP is gradually restoring for a short time. So that means they've got the defenses up. Well, on the other corner, the KO comes in. It was Mew getting the Cardi Warrior. If we talk about the residue, he gets the Sylveon, and with this, again, it's team FS Esports which is at a loss because now the Rayquaza comes in, the Unites are going to get used because now, at this point, they can easily go ahead and steal the Rayquaza in their favor.
Well, yes, exactly. And look at that. The Unites with them. 2 of the Pokemons yet to arrive. But again, they're out here. And the Rayquaza steal might come in. No, it wouldn't, because as Hoopa Unbound actually gets it for Revenant Esports. Again, a KO streak by Mew. The goalposts are all open. At those points, Mr. Mime would be adding them more 100 points added. Only 1 Reggie for FS Esports. The Rayquaza also not in their favor. 3 Reggies back to back for Revenant Esports. 72 points added. It might be a surrender also, the way Revenant Esports have actually gone in for that. 474 right now on the chart. And then again 1 minute and 15 seconds of timer left out here. Again, look at that Raider, how beautifully they're actually charging in and actually getting those farmings done too. Because S8ul has 26 with him, but then again Mew and Decidui needs to find a way out there. They're stuck in between FS Esports.
A beautiful domination, that's what was needed, and FS Esports was trying to deliver it, but on the other corner, in the verge of success, Revenant Esports came back even stronger, and look at that, the carnage that they are following up is absolutely amazing. 45 seconds more to go, and after that, the matchup will position, and Mew gets another beautiful card away knocker, and if I talk about Revenant, they have 30 years energy, they can easily go for another set of goals, but let's see, is it going to be a possibility? It seems like that, and the attack is pretty much on point from FS Esports this corner. They're trying to counter a bit more, and they are succeeding in it.
Well, with that, more 30 seconds of play left out there. We know how S8ul has been an important pick, for the team. Look at that, Swifty with the Hoopa Unbound just leading the charge out there. The total has went up till 750, and once again, Revenant.
4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up.
2-0, but then again 1 more round will be left 2-0 out of the 5 games that they need to play, and already they have, just one game to actually get a clean sweep. Revenant Esports just wonders and wonders from their side. 750 against 269, where Z-Sol again is the MVP throughout the game, was adding goals back to back for the team. Actually added the 100 points by that Rayquaza. He was the first one to do it, and then 13 assists for the team. Each and every knockout the team had, Z-Sol had a role to play in it.
A beautiful performance was required, and that's what we got at this point from Team Revenant Esports. Meanwhile, FS Esports, they tried their level best to counter quite a bit. And look at that, despite of not having the Rayquaza, they were able to get down the 269 points, which shows that, yes, they were struggling quite a bit, but eventually at the last few seconds, they were able to capsize quite a few goals. But eventually, the way Team FS Esports took the first Reggie, I believe, they should have taken the next one and the Rayquaza as well. But on the other corner, Revenant Esports dealt every blow coming from the 4 minute to 6 minute marker. Look at that. The Reggie was in their favor. After that, the Rayquaza was also stolen. And very swiftly it was stolen because in the initial, I believe, just 15 seconds, the Rayquaza was in the hands of Revenant Esports. Although Revenant Esports was
Correct.
unable to create the 1,000 point marker, and eventually what the record is, I believe, 1100 point marker type of that thing. It was not there from Revenant Esports. But yes, again, Revenant Esports is backing out the victory. There was a buffer of more than 500 points, and this shows that Revenant Esports is here. And this actually shows that why Revenant Esports is one of those teams from India which are going to represent India in the Asia Champions League.
Well, yes, again, we already have that happy news for us that Revenant Esports is already out there in the Asia Champions League again, but we know that the top four also has a chance. Revenant, except Revenant, the top four would be getting the chance to, represent India in the Asia Champions League. But look at them, how Revenant is so amazing with their game. 218 goals out there from Z-Sol with the Mr. Mime. 5 knockouts, 13 assists, and actually touching in the 80,000 damage mark. He has been amazing, with the assists that he has got, the damage he has put on out on those players, and again 87 merit points. I should say the MVP points that we talk about, the most valuable player, and the player of the game for the round two. Again, the round 3, round 4, and round 5 is still left out there where we might see some change in results. It might be a comeback for FSE Sports, but then again, how one sided Revenant is actually taking the game out there, it looks difficult.
What we needed, we got it from Revenant Esports, and Zisol, a beautiful addition to the team, particularly. And throughout the
Mm-hmm.
whole, I believe, playoff stage one and playoff stage two, I guess he is going to show
Correct.
now and then that why he's one of those players you don't want to mess with. And eventually, the impact that this guy dishes out was absolutely amazing. But moving forward, let's see how far this battle is going to go on, how much of an impact is going to get there, is something we want to actually go with. But for now, yes, Revenant Esports did a beautiful number on the fight. And if we talk about FSC Sports, for them, the third round is the one which is going to give them the comeback, which is going to give them the jump, the bump that they needed at this point. Because just like S8ul, they are struggling quite a bit. Just like Marcos, Revenant is the one which is capsizing, which is putting up the pressure. But Revenant is one of those teams which never let go the fight and eventually beat God's Train. Even though in front of God's Train, Revenant Esports was actually kneeling down, but then again, their attacking formation was so strong that God's Train also struggled quite a bit. So at this point,
Yeah.
teams like FSC Sports, which don't have that kind of experience, but then again, in this particular battle, they are actually coming from the zonal finals, from registering, from even thinking, from sitting at the home, thinking that, yeah, we have got the post, we have got an event coming up, an official event to be precise, in this year. And then from that area till registering, things would have changed from registering till the qualifiers and stuff like that. And then in the zonal finals, they performed quite well. From that, from the zonal finals, the next 7 days, 7 or 8 days, I believe, of zonal finals, zonal playoffs to be precise, stage one. In that also, Team FS Esports showed their talent, and that's why they are actually qualified at this point. And then in the playoff stage two, things are not looking that good for them. But
Yeah.
eventually, yes, there is a hope of comeback, and they are the one team which might actually give them back a little bit more stronger, just like what S8ul did.
To actually summarize it, it was a long journey out there for FSE Sports. How much of, procedure that they have gone through, registrations, then, the qualifiers, and then playing the zonal playoffs on the day number one, and then actually playing in 7 days of national playoffs. The stage one is already over, Raider, where we actually get over it, and they were there with Team S8ul out there. Truerippers at the first position. Then you got S8ul on the second position in their group. And then you had FS Esports. FS Esports actually stood out with their performance. But then again, right now, talking about the bans out there, FS Esports is now going to ban the Dodrio, and Revenant is going to ban that Snorlax. Yes, Revenant actually faced a lot of damage from the Snorlax that FS Esports got, and now they're all set with the picks. Okay, we are going to see. It might be an Espion choice. Yes, Crowley is going in with that Espion. Swifty, not an Eldegoss ban at last. And definitely, if he gets a chance, why not? Swifty actually performed also, wonderfully with that Hoopa out there. And it worked out. So again, Swifty knows what he needs to pick if he doesn't have that Eldegoss with him.
At this point, picking the right Pokemon is going to be the main task of these guys, and eventually they are trying their level
Well,
best to
correct.
succeed in that. Well, if I talk about Revenant Esports right now, having the Blastoise is something which I never thought will be possible for Revenant Esports, because not actually
Correct.
seen them performing with that, but eventually Blizzard and the Sizer, that's a beautiful addition. And eventually in the last 2 rounds, we have already seen how beautifully that Blizzard, or should I say Decidueye, is able to work out. But now Stray coming up with the Grey
Yeah.
Ninja, that can be a very bad pick, because till now, in the last 9 days to be precise, I've never seen Grey Ninja performing exceptionally well.
Exactly, when Grey Ninja is actually required, Shrey might have, some choices made in his mind that he is going in for that. Azumarill again has added in always for the teams, and now the choices have been already been made. Raider, Swifty going in with that Eldegoss, and again a Blastoise by Z-Sol. Z-Sol went in for that Mr. Mime. We know that he got the MVP for the game, and now he goes in for a Blastoise. Actually, this time wanted to cause some more destruction out there with the pump fires and always getting that. But then again, the defense is also required. Provided the support with Mr. Mime, now a great defender and a ranged one. Because again, the attackers from the side of FS Esports, look at that, how Azumarill is always going to charge in on all of those goalposts. You need a Pokemon like Blastoise to actually stop Azumarill from doing it. Look at that. We start in the game where we still have, the Squirrel, the the Feroki, the Marill, the Squirtle, and again the Scyther at the bottom of their stages, at the first level of their stages, and now actually picking up those fights. Again, in with farming, would be farming up all of those HPs, but Scyther already adding in 4 points for Revenant Esports. It's Nova we're going to talk about.
Is trying to be aggressive as it is as much as it's possible at this point. If we're talking about Revenant Esports, Nova on the other corner goes in, tries to bag out the levels, and yes, level 4 is good enough for Nova for now, but eventually he has to farm a bit more so that he can actually go for the level 7 or level 9 that he wants to actually go with, so that he can come back with the Sider and be a little more stronger and decisive about the fact. But Sider on the side, that now from the start they're trying to capsize, from the start they're trying to deliver the blows, which is good enough. 9 more minutes to go, and then we'll get to see what happens. After that, if we talk about another evolution coming up, level 4, that's the Eldegoss, and Lucario also on the other corner. I believe that was the Azumarill. Yes, the Azumarill on the
Cutie!
top, from the top lane, is absolutely trying his level best to go for the fights. But let's see how far the situation goes on. Meanwhile, if we talk about the Pokemon known as Grey Ninja, let's see what he can do.
Well, how accurate 50 was with his Eldegoss. He knew how actually Mr. Mime was, going in for that approach. Again, the approach is getting, charted up, and then, how Chansey is roaming around the grounds of Thea Sky Ruins actually looks in a bad state out there. The Azumarill is out here from their side, but then again, it's just a 1 point difference. 2 minutes already finished. We see how Squirtle is still present out there for Revenant Esports.
Well, for now, it's all about the aggression. For now, it's all about the last match for Team Revenant Esports. This could be the one where they're going to seal the deal. And their performance is looking like that. Definitely, they're trying their best to go for the deal done. But on the other corner, look at that SP on back of the Grey Ninja. And that's what I was worried about, that Grey Ninja. Even though it's a great Pokemon, but only if you are able to steal its kind of, let's say, advantage. But meanwhile, Espion gets another set. Oh, another KO. That's amazing. Back-to-back 3 KOs coming from Espion. That's a huge blow that Revenant Esports is trying to put on Team FS Esports. And look at that. Scare and the other guys are already scared to hell from FS Esports.
Well, look at that. Revenant Esports actually adding in those pointers for themselves, as Azumarill will be getting a KO out there. Again, a great choice by FS Esports. They know how much of importance it holds. Decidueye misses that, and again, you need to be accurate with the Decidueye when you actually go in for that pit. Again, it's 16 points out there, 10 seconds remaining for the Regis to come in, and then you know how Reggie Ice and the Regiliki would be important out there. Yes, they are present right now. Pick them up and get those points. Decidueye once again gets a KO. You know, the KOs would be added, but then the Unite move, you know, actually just targeting one Pokemon. If he moves out there, you need to be so sure that he is going to be still at that position. Again, would be adding those pointers. Stopped by the Chansey. Oh no, the Blissey is out here right now. And you know, stopped by it. Takes a toll on them and just pushing in backwards. Greninja would be getting the KO on the Eldigos. But here comes a great, you know, revenge from the side of Revenant Esports as S8ul gets that new.
And definitely, I believe the revenge is coming up. The redemption is what Team FS Esports is trying to go with. But meanwhile, if I talk about Revenant Esports, they are going to be very strong. And this battle is absolutely amazing. Look at that. We are passed with 4 minutes, and still we have not seen the double digit, or should I say, 100 pointer from the favor of Team Revenant Esports, or a double digit score coming from FS Esports. That shows that there is a huge competition at this point. This is the last match, and that is why this could be the last match to be precise, and that is why FS Esports is trying to give their 110%, maybe go stronger. But the Blissey gets taken down, that's good enough. The Blissey has been covered at this point. Now we're going to put up the Decidueye. Well, that is the Pokemon everybody should aim for from FS Esports, because Revenant, from their angle, Decidueye is the one Pokemon which is messing around quite a bit. And look at that, already getting a lot of drop done. Another set of KO.
Oh, Water Turtle!
But Water Turtle was able to get that particular KO in his favor. Yes, of course, the assist was there, but then again, this is how the team is trying to react with. But on the other corner, look at that! Another set of beautiful Unite moves.
Greninja
Might be taken down, but no, S8ul takes out the Greninja.
Well, yes, again, Greninja would be taking in that, you know, Regirock for their side. Again, you know, actually adding in the Regirock, but then gets KO'd. You know, how they're still stopping them. Azumarill stopping the Pokemon, you know, that is Sizer out there to actually go into the goal post, and how close it's going. And at last, Blissey would be adding in 30 points. It's all depending on that Rayquaza. No points added, and Raider, including you and me, we are shocked that we haven't still passed the 50-pointer out there. How Revenant actually focused on the points in the first 2 games, but this time it's Greninja against them. They are going to face those KOs. Greninja actually getting a KO streak of 3 right now, as he gets the Water Turtle. Now makes it to the 4, and 70 points added. 108 on the chart for FSC.
Amazing job there, interested indeed. At this point of a talk about the side, they're trying to fight by those punches are coming up. Those veggie punches are what we wanted to see. Let's see, Azumarill, is it going to be a possibility?
Oh, is it going to be a steal?
The stealing is done.
It's a steal!
Azumarill coming up with the Regiliki advantage, and once again, if this Esports, the way they are capitalizing, I believe we are going to move on to the fourth round. The way they are performing it all points on the Rayquaza for now, because if the Rayquaza is in the favor of Team Revenant Esports, the game will be done. Interested, if it is in the favor of FS Esports, the game will still be done. Interested, but for now, FS Esports, the way they are actually capitalizing, they have an advantage of 164 points.
Yeah, and now Revenant Esports, you know, all of the focus is on the Reggie to get it out, whereas S8ul is available on the bottom lane, but the focus that they have the points available, not able to add it on the goal post. The defense is way too strong from the side of FS Esports, and you know, the aggression is way too strong from their side. Now it's the Unite moves that would actually make some differences out there. But then once again, the Greninja, the pick from Shrey, just bursting all the dreams out for Revenant Esports. This time it's a KO streak of 2. 6 knockouts we have already witnessed from that Greninja, and more to be added. 40 points added again by the FS Esports side. Again, if they get the Rayquaza, I don't know of how much difference they would be able to make it with that. More points added. It's 225 against just a 50. 2 Regis already in the favor of FS.
But a brilliant job done and dusted at this point. Their task is that they want to survive, and apart from surviving, they want to retaliate with the best peak performance, and they are getting it quite prudently. They are just trying their level just to perform. On the other corner, Photographer FS Esports, because that's Care on the top lane. He's also trying to just farm as many as the energy that is possible, getting the wild Pokemon, trying to melt it down in his favor. On the other corner, because that the Blastoise is there. The Solar Beam comes in, fails to connect it. Unite is actually at a miss for a team known as FS Esports at this point. Let's see how far they can go. This approach is right enough, but if we're talking about ESPN, it is very close in the close quarter. This can be quite prudent for them. But meanwhile, the attack, the damage is something we have to watch out for. But Decidueye, once and for all, gets taken down, and that's a good approach that they are for now getting the Decidueye back and forth in their favor, which is absolutely amazing. But the KO is done. Mime steals out the Regice, and with this, once again, Revenant is at a loss. They TP back themselves and so that they can defend. But the Espeon gets taken down at the same instant. Now Rayquaza is here. And this is the moment I believe everybody is waiting for. And look at that from Team Revenant Esports. There is already a guy which is also knocked out and he has to wait for the respawnation. So let's see how the respawn is going to get it done. But on the other hand, Grey Ninja has 14 level. Nobody from Revenant is able to reach out even to the 13th one.
Well, yes, exactly. Well, we have, Decidueye and Espeon at 12, and we have a Sizer at 11. But then again, Revenant have all the Unite moves available, whereas only 3 Pokemons are available out there with the Unite move. Needs to miss out on Grey Ninja and actually take it down, but then Espeon once again gets KO'd. One single move and Espeon is going down back to back. Desi actually adding in more points but gets spotted by Decidueye, and that's how the eyes go off and Mr. Mime would be taking in 80 points. Decidueye goes back to the base. Revenant is not winning this one. Revenant is not getting the round 3. It's all in for FS Esports. Even if they don't get the Rayquaza, they don't need it, they don't require it. The way they have performed and the way Grey Ninja has performed for FS Esports, it's actually made them win.
Well, definitely Grey Ninja as a Pokemon, level 14 definitely is an advantage, and that's what I was talking about. All together in the playoff stage or the zonal finals, we have not seen this guy performing. But look at that, Crowley still hiding the tall tree grasses because he knows that there is actually going to be a moment where the advantage might actually fall in for them. But look at that, those shields are actually coming up. They're trying to bounce back. They're trying to be a little bit more stronger. Crowley gets spotted. Crowley is not going to get the advantage of the other Crowley. Crowley was able to hide a little bit more, but now it gets spotted. The KO is for sure going to get him, and yes, the KO comes in. The punches are there, but I don't think so that there is actually going to be a KO. But look at that, Jesse comes in with a beautiful KO of Blissey, and that Pokemon getting taken down. Now that could be an advantage that I believe this team known as Revenant Esports would love to capitalize on, but nobody focuses on the Rayquaza. Moving on the fourth round.
2, 1.
Well, yes, exactly. And now we are going in with one more goal added by FS Esports. At last, they would have added some more points. But look at them. Lynch, Pardesi, Rex, Scare, and Shrey. This time, it was wonderful and accurate and on point Raider. Look at that. They would be getting a win out here for FS Esports, and Shrey just, deserves all the kudos. 13 beautiful 13 beautiful knockouts, 4 assists, 162 out of the 405 that FS Esports has scored. 80 MVP points for this personnel. Pardesi actually added 102 points, had some 4 to 5 knockouts, and actually added 7 assists, and falling short by only 2 points for the MVP position. Look at that, where the actually was so close. No one actually had the lead, 16 to 38 around that 5-minute mark. But then after the 5 minutes were crossed, they got a Reggie, and after getting their Reggie, they were at 180 points. 180 points, then 225. No Rayquaza, only the Reggies, and even with just the Reggies, FS Esports had this win. Look at that. They are the victorious ones out there, and we would be taking this game to the game 4, to the round 4. We are going to see that the match 2 is yet not over, and Revenant Esports
Particular matchup there of the game was Shrey, and very often we have seen this particular guy doing this kind of charm. Even if he gets a speedster, he also tries to devour quite a bit with that. Absol, another beautiful pick that he goes with, but Grey Ninja having that Pokemon particularly, my mind is actually blown to bits because I was not expecting this kind of thing happening at this point. Because Grey Ninja, every now and then, as I said, that in the past 9 or 10 days, Grey Ninja is the one Pokemon which is not able to give the advantage because nobody was there to use it at its peak. But this guy, particularly known as Shrey, he was able to use it, and look at that, how beautifully all rounder is actually going to put this particular dent in the lobby.
Oh, well. Actually, Raider focusing on
On.
the Grey Ninja, that is Shrey. 162 goals, 83,000 damage this time. We were about to touch 80,000, but now it's 83,000. 80 MVP points and 13 knockouts. He has been the most damaging and the damage causing Grey Ninja with a 4 KO streak, then a KO streak of 2. He always had it in his hands. He had the fate of the fate of the game was in the hands of Shrey. Picking up that Grey Ninja worked out. Raider, you were we saw how Grey Ninja was not always viable as a choice for all of the teams who actually went in for. But this time, when FS Esports went in for the choice of Grey Ninja, it worked out. And Shrey taking that risk, that mattered a lot.
Well, definitely, this was a round, I believe, where the deal would have been shut. Revenant Esports would have been moving forward in the upper bracket, and eventually, maybe FS Esports would have been fallen in the lower bracket to be precise. But eventually, the way the FS Esports gave the comeback, they were able to give their 100%, and that's why this team is particularly going to get another set of charts, another set of two matches to be precise, where they might actually
Correct.
come back even stronger and get the goals in their favor.
Well, yes, exactly. And now, Raider, we are going to focus more on the sides of Team FS Esports, where they have actually come up with a comeback. Now the scoreline is 2-1. Might be that they are going for 3 games straight. We have seen how, Marcos Gaming could have taken that win against S8ul. They got 2 games out of the 5 out there. Could have taken the third and actually, just packed in their bags and left for the next round in the upper brackets. But then again, even if you're going to lose out one match out here in the upper brackets, you would be transferred to the lower ones. But then from the round 2 and upper brackets, you can't tend to lose any game. You actually need to focus more on what you're doing, how your team is doing, and then actually go in for some more rounds. Yes, we would be facing some single eliminations out there in the further more rounds, but then before that, we know that the next game is going to be live in front of us. The game 4 of the match 2. Yes, it's FS Esports against Revenant, where we now see the ban phase live in front of us.
Well, of course, we have got the ban phase coming up. Let's see how far the situation goes on. The ban phase will come up with two good Pokeballs which are going to get banned. Let's see which other two Pokemon is going to get banned. Is it going to be a possibility where Snorlax and oh yeah, of course, Snorlax and Dorio once again gets banned. That's good enough. The same picks are going to be there. On the other corner, if we talk about the pick phase, let's see which other Pokemon is getting picked up. If we talk about Scare, this guy was absolutely on point with the 7 Pokemon. Well, Rex is going to be the one who is going to choose Mime. Eldegoss getting chosen by Swifty, good enough. Nova, if I talk about that guy, let's see what he's going to choose and which Pokemon he's going to exploit and maybe turn down the favor. Oh, Mew is going to be there from his corner. The Solar Beams are very credential of this particular team.
Exactly, and how we are going to see that Revenant is out there with the Dodio ban, and then FS Esports actually banning in the Snorlax. They should have actually banned Swifty once again with that Eldegoss, but they know he has an Hoopa, and then the Hoopa would actually be making in the difference. Scare once again going for that Azumarill pick, Lynch going in for that Sylveon, but then FS Esports with Shrey once again have a choice for that Grey Ninja. Are they going in for the same lineup? Is the bigger question out here. Crowley picks up the Mew, might actually change it with some or the other player, but Nova goes in for the Serena. And there you have the Tyranitar this time.
One tough battle at this point. Let's see how FS Esports is going to come back even stronger at this point. The Gardevoir and having the Serena as well as the Crowley having the Mew to be precise. They are actually, to be precise, Revenant Esports is coming up with quite a few ranged attackers, but right now, after seeing the Blizzard coming up, after seeing the Tyranitar coming up, I guess the choice of Pokemon are getting shifted. But finally, it's Gardevoir once again who is going to get chosen. And with that, the final preparation phase comes in. Everybody who wants to shift the Pokemon are going to get shifted soon enough. And after that, we'll come back with the particular round known as round number 4, which will give us the insight that who is going to win.
Oh, look at that. Revenant Esports, the final choices have been made, and we have the final set of lineup out there. Raider, look at that, a Tyranitar from the side of FS Esports. Shrey once again shocking us with the picks, and this time Revenant, what they need to focus upon is actually get that Tyranitar every time. Get the knockout on Tyranitar, you might actually would want to focus more on one side, and then getting those Regis is what is important. FS Esports actually focused more on Regis and just one single Pokemon, Grey Ninja. Each and every Pokemon, even if it was a defender, all-rounder, every or the other thing, focused only and only, getting that Grey Ninja out there, in the opponent side, in the side of Revenant Esports. Right now, beginning with the game number 4. Yes, this is the match 2 that we're going to talk about. Swinub right now in the mid lane, the bottom of the mid lane, and Revenant Esports. They want to win this one and actually close the chapter for FS Esports out there. But is it really, can this be possible? Look at that, 8 points added by FS Esports, and with that, only 4, or now actually 9.
Amazing instances are coming up at this point. Let's see how far FS Esports is going to bag out this round in their favor. 2-1 is the score. FS Esports were to be a little bit more dominating. Even on the other corner, gets another set of 13 points. While if we talk about Mew, that particular Pokemon also gets another set of 11 points, which is good enough. On the other corner, look at that. Now it's the situation where I guess Team FS Esports are trying to be just more scary, more aggressive in the initial stances, and then again build back the stance for them. And just like the last round, I guess they're trying to level best to build as many as points as possible, trying to level up as far as the evolution is considered. But on the other corner, if we talk about the evolution of these guys from Team Revenant Esports, they're trying to farm. Meanwhile, evolve as well. We have got the particular Pokemon trying to level best to evolve as soon as is possible. The highest level that they are actually residing at is going to be level 5, and same goes for the team known as FS Esports. For now, the KOs are something which has to follow up. On the other corner, we talk about the goals. Nobody's trying to go for the goals, but trying to defend their own goals.
Exactly, and look at that. We are also going to go in with the FS Esports 26 points. Look at that. FS Esports actually once again taking in the charge, but then right now at the Pupitar stage, okay, would be adding some more points for the team, but then again, it has to become the Tyranitar as soon as possible. Revenant Esports once again focusing more on those 59 seconds and farming out there. They are getting KO'd, but they know they always have to focus in for the farming. Get to be, evolved first and then face off FS Esports with their evoluted stages.
Well, for now, everything is getting established. FS Esports are trying to just focus their dominance. On the other corner, if we talk about the evolution, that is also something which is going to be crucial. Tyranitar is about to come very soon. The evolution coming from that Pupitar is actually going to be very important. So let's see how that evolution is going to work. S8ul on the other corner gets countered quite a bit, but goes in for his own goal zone. The Ice Shield also comes in. The Ice Picker is absolutely devastating. The KOs are coming up. Gardevoir gets out the Blissey. That's good enough.
Yeah, that's good enough that they are getting those points. And then again, Gardevoir can be the choice that they have made to, actually get it out. Look at that, the Gardevoir Serena combo doing the wonders out there. Revenant Esports have now actually taken the lead. And Blizzard is all set with the final stage. Gardevoir is out here to get that Reggie. And look at that, the duo, the deadly duo of Gardevoir and Serena getting that Reggie out there for the team. And this time, Revenant might actually just close the chapter for FS.
Looking forward to it. Let's see how far the chapter is going to go on. At this point, we're talking about Noah and the guy. The Gardevoir is on the back corner. The Eldegoss also comes in. It's a triple threat for this particular team. Let's see how far it can go. Blissey.
Oh no.
Support also gets countered. I don't think Survival is going to get impacted. Yes, of course, the Survival is done and dusted. The KO comes in. Morale and the other 3 Pokemon are also here right now. So definitely they're trying to retaliate as much as it's possible. On the bottom lane, it's Spiloswine trying to actually go for the goals, and he does it quite swiftly. Meanwhile, if we talk about the KOs, look at that. Gardevoir goes in for a beautiful KO. That's absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, scoring another set of 23 points. That's good enough. Look at the pumps coming up. The Unites are getting used. The KOs are coming up. Eldegoss backs out with Blissey once again. The challenge is how Revenant is going to capitalize on it. And yes, of course, they are standing quite tall in the challenge. Now we have to fall back. They're trying to level bit quickly from the situation because the attacking formation of Team FS Esports is trying to work. On the other corner, look at that. Another set of 13 points now. Revenant Esports, for sure, trying to seal the deal. And now, the kind of panic they've got, the kind of anticipation they've got, it seems like that, yes, of course, Revenant Esports will be able to get this match because their KOs are something which has to be followed up. Mine was very close, but usually the deal is done. The KOs are going to be there, and Espion was the one who was going to steal that KO, but there is nothing as a possibility where I believe those goals would have been stopped.
Well, look at that. Revenant Esports now having 185 points on their side. They are just being so much dominant out there. Yes, they do have the final Tyranitar stage, but look at that. The Mammoth Swine of Revenant is also out there. Can't beat it. Okay, Raider, as we move forward. Oh man. Back to back, screens coming in from Mr. Mime. Actually stopping in. Revenant is supposed to move out from there. But then once again we see that the Reggie Rock also goes in the favor of Revenant Esports. Gardevoir actually gets a pick. And then Mammoth Swine side, 4 Pokemon adding those assists, getting that damage, and more 40 points added. Revenant is unstoppable. There comes Mr. Mime, adding the 30 points. As soon as he adds those 30 points, gets KO'd. Now it's Sylveon adding the 35 points. Is it the next KO for Sylveon? I see.
The instances are proving that Revenant Esports was quite chaotic in the few sentences, let's say few minutes to be precise. But after that, look at that, FS Esports are coming back stronger because they've got the Tyranitar, they've got the Ice, and now the heavy hitting Pokemons are there from the corner, and eventually those Growls are also working quite a bit. Look at that, everybody is trying their level best to just put on the precision and eventually get their attacks done. And on the other corner, if we talk about the Growls, well, look at that, how everybody is trying to deflect those Growls and eventually survive a bit. But the shield comes in, and with that, the stun damage was done. But Care and the other guys tries to fall back, tries to be on the backside of this particular fight, and they're pretty much successful in it.
Oh, well, look at that. It's 225, and where FS Esports have actually picked the pace, they would be getting this Reggie out here, and it might be a comeback, but there goes Serena with the Unite move, added a lot of damage, and it now looks like just every other Pokemon going in with the Unite moves. They have to beat the Reggie. The deadly duo once again back into the battle. Getting that Reggie out here is going to be the choice Revenant Esports is going to be making. But then FS Esports have wasted their time. They want to do the farming too, because the Unite move is only available with the Mammoth Swine.
At this point, the Carnage is for sure there. 2 minutes and a few seconds to go, for sure. From Revenant Esports, they have got the capitalization, they have got the lead in the favor. All they have to do is just conquer it as far as it is considered. Meanwhile, look at that. The Elder Gods is trying his level best to support its Mammoth Swine. And yes, the support is working out for them. Meanwhile, if we talk about the top corner, on the top corner, we have got the Serena trying to play with it. And meanwhile, the Blissey comes in the close quarter. The attack would be there, the highest is going to be there. Look at that. The Unites are something they are able to farm, so that they will be able to use it on the right opportunity.
Well, yes, exactly. Look at that out here. Revenant Esports with 225, and then once again, FS Esports actually adding in the points back to back for themselves. Yes, they are going to actually look in for it. Yes, there you go. The Regia is coming in for the side of, Gardevoir, and once again, they're all set to have this battle. But do they have the Unite moves available? Yes, 4 of them have it, while it's 5 of the sides of FS Esports. Can it be a steal by FS, or Revenant is actually going to get this win? Everything is on the Rayquaza, because this time they won't be focusing on actually getting the things charged up. They might add those points, but then again it would waste their time to get that Rayquaza, where FF Esports would actually take it, and then there's nothing to be left from their side. Adding 48 points already. It's 238. FS Esports have already taken a lead.
Good enough at this moment. The Ancient comes in from the Pokemon known
Oh,
as
it will be a steal.
That's absolutely amazing. Let's see how far the situation goes in at this moment. Over talk about the Rayquaza. The focus is there. The Unites are actually getting used up, and look at that. Rayquaza is about to go down. Let's see who's going to use it up, and that's the
Azumarill gets it.
Esports once again gets the advantage. That's a beautiful pick coming from FS Esports. Now they're for sure going to focus a lot on the goal zones. It seems like that Revenant Esports once again are actually going to go at a loss, but Revenant Esports, their focus is different there. What they are focusing on is that they are going to build as many as goals as are possible, and look at that, they're just trying to go ahead and goal. And yes, the goals are getting done. Again, there is a 5 points coming from team known as Revenant Esports, 370 from FS Esports. They're looking a bit more forward, but look at that, another set of goal getting done, 470 from FS Esports. It's 510 now, Revenant Esports at 305.
Well, let's just again look at that. A 1v1 we just saw between Serena and Shrey. Serena would be taking in that wild Pokemon for himself, and then again look at that, how they are available at the goal post. 510 already done. It was a difference that they made because of the Rayquaza, but then again 48 points which were added by the Sylveon also, made a 13-point difference out there when they were equalized. Look at that, Mamoswine wanting to add even 12 points in for Revenant Esports. Won't be given a chance and gets KO'd by that Azumarill. A
Five,
KO streak.
four, three,
Nothing
two,
remaining out there.
one. Time's
Man, oh
up.
man, FSC Sports, a team which showed their talent, a team which showed that even if we are actually coming up from the zonal finals, even if we're a team which is not known that much, but in the Pokemon Unite universe, we are the one which you have to be feared about. And look at that, their domination is absolutely on point. It's a 2-2 for now, and now the fifth round will decide that what happens in that particular matchup. Is it going to be Revenant Esports banging it out? The buffer was not that, but still, FSC Esports was the particular team which was able to capitalize on it. From Revenant, it was 50, getting the 80-minute points, and from FSC Esports, it was Rex with 104 goals and 5 assists to be precise and 74 merit points. He did the job at the last few seconds, and with that, Revenant Esports is that it lost. The buffer that they had, the lead that they had, is now come to a zero, come to an equal halt. And with this,
Yeah.
the only opportunity Revenant Esports have got is the next round.
Well, yes, exactly. You talk about Revenant, Blizzard, and then Nova. Worked out as a great deadly duo, actually, getting those KOs out there. But when you talk about the crisscrosses happening, it was equalized at the 2 minutes. Then, FS Esports staying below Revenant Esports till the 8th minute. Then they got, a slight plus that was 48 from 190, and then they were at 238, where it was just 13 points above. Rayquaza was the steal. At the very 9th minute, they got the Rayquaza, and after that, there was no stopping. The graph of Revenant Esports still grew up by around 80 points, but still, it couldn't, make a wonder out there. They couldn't stop the steal that the Rayquaza had. Scare, just with one thing, he actually took the whole game from the hands of Revenant Esports. It could have been, completed in a 3-1, but now we are going to go till the very fifth game. Yes, once again, where we saw that Marcos Gaming could have won against S8ul. Now, Raider, we know that we are going to see a 50-50 chance once again forming up. A great comeback from FS Esports, where more of the chances are from their side because a huge momentum they have built. They know if they're not going to have, their Pokemon, which they actually choose the Grey Ninja. It's going to be Rex once again with some wonders out there from their side and actually picking in 28,000 of damage. The only thing that this player had was 104 goals and 74 merit points for FSC Sports.
Amazing performance, amazing domination. Everything was absolutely on point from this particular team, but the result is done. FSE Sports with a beautiful comeback is actually here to secure the fourth round in the favor. With that, the only
Mm-hmm.
question remains that what will happen in the fifth one, what will happen in the fifth round to be precise, which team is going to capsize on that particular round. Well, it's not going to be an easy task for sure. That's what we want to actually coin in. Revenant Esports, a team which has already got the invites, which have already shown in the previous playoff stage as well that we are the one you don't want to mess with. We are the one which is going to be the table topper of the particular group B standings. But at this point, if we talk about their struggle, it is for real. FSC Sports is giving everything that they have in their arsenal, and Revenant Esports just don't have an answer at this point. From last two rounds, I believe that answer is getting messed around. But now I believe the only ray of hope is going to be that the fifth round, Revenant Esports will be able to choose the right Pokemon and then again come back a little bit more stronger. And at this point, one thing that I have to conclude that FS Esports is not even using their speedster. If Shay comes up with the Absol or Dodrio, it will be a done deal for sure.
Well, yes, exactly. And FS Esports having more of the chances against Revenant Esports, where they've actually picked up the pace. They have picked up the power for themselves. And how beautifully actually is the work getting done by the side of FS Esports. Two games back to back, and now the score lines have been equalized, where it would have been a done deal, 3-0 for Team Revenant Esports. Actually rooted for it at a moment. But then when you are going to see how FS Esports is playing, once again it looks like it's in favor for them. Now we are going to go in with the game 5, the last game for the match 2. In this game, it has to be decided. It's either Revenant or it's either FS Esports. Revenant for sure is going to ban that Tyranitar. Then FS, once again, they don't want Revenant to actually get the steal. If FSC Sports would be focusing on Rayquaza, they haven't focused much. They have focused much on stopping Revenant to actually pick up the pace and actually get those points out there. Yes, they are going to ban that Dodrio, well, the choices are getting made on which of the Pokemons they are going to choose.
At this point, Nova is going to come up with the all-rounder. That's going to be the Isomoral. If we talk about support systems, S8ul is going to be there with the Mime. And Swifty comes up with the Eldicos. That's good enough. The Pokemons which were chosen by FS Esports are now getting chosen by the Revenant Esports. And the answer to that is going to be the Mew getting picked by FS Esports. That's good enough. Blizzard might actually come with the Talon Flame or the Greninja getting used. So Blizzard, Decidueye is the Pokemon that you love to exploit. I don't think so Greninja is going to cut the deal. But look at Crowley, the Absol. Oh, Gradient, Absol, whatever they're going to choose. Let's see. Greninja comes up, and with that, I guess another set of beautiful Pokemon that is getting chosen is going to be Cramorant. So that's absolutely amazing. Now shifts are there. I don't know how this result is going to affect Team Revenant Esports, but one thing I'm pretty much sure about is FS Esports is coming up with their own advantage, that they have got those Pokemons that they love to play with, and eventually they have got those Pokemons which were favorable for them in the previous victories.
Indeed, now talking about the preparations phase out there, the Pokemon choices have been made. Revenant is going in for a Greninja and a Cramorant combo. They are making huge notes out there. Well, now more chances for FS Esports because their choices are simple. It's Gardevoir, Mew, Sizer, Blissey, and the Snorlax. And there you go. The preparations phase is over, Raider. Now we have the choices done. Rex actually picking up the Snorlax. We have seen some Snorlax bans also out there in some of the matches. But then again, it's the last game of match 2. Both the games going actually till the very last game, and best of 5 actually proving in for all of the teams out there. It's a huge mark, and it's a huge number that we are going to face out here. Back to back best of 5 where all the 5 games have been played. Now look at that. 2 games straight for Revenant, 2 games straight for FS. It's the last game which will eventually have the decision for us. Revenant against FS Esports. The game 5 is right now live.
One tough matchup for sure at this point. Let's see how far the situation goes on at this moment. If we talk about Revenant Esports looking quite confident. Lynch is there on the back foot. We have got the Sizer also on the back foot. And the top corner in the mid lane, to be precise, we have got some beautiful Pokemon as well. Look at that. We have got the burst, we have got the pressure done. First goal is already getting done down. That's good enough. Revenant Esports, they are starting to just melt down the pressure. FS Esports on the other corner, they're just trying to look at this counter. The Clancy on the other corner gets countered quite a bit. Isomoral on the other ball. The Isomoral and the Eldigos are the ones which are trying to just pressurize. Meanwhile, the berries are something which could have been utilized, but before that, the KO comes in, a beautiful decisive blow, and with that, FS Esports comes up with an out.
Oh, well. Yes, we are going to see how wonderfully they are going to play with it. Look at that. Once again, FS Esports taking the charge. And with the Scyther, we see that it is going to make the great difference out there. But then, Revenant Esports know where they would actually steal it from FS Esports. They have the Azumarill also ready for them.
The punches are something we have to see, check out that how the punches are going to get appointed, and eventually is it going to be a possibility for this team known as FS Esports to get this match in their favor. Meanwhile, if we talk about Revenant, tries to actually go with the blow. Cramorant on the other corner, so on the top corner to be precise, they are getting quite a few goals to be precise. On the bottom lane, it's Cramorant. On the top lane, we have got the Greninja and the other Pokemon also trying to reside. If we talk about the builds of Greninja, well, at this point, he is at level 5, which means he's the Poke. So now, very soon he's going to become the Frogadier, and after that he is going to become the Greninja. But let's see how far the situation goes on, what kind of help this particular Pokemon will give the team known as Revenant Esports, because when it comes to the KO streak, well, it is coming up in the favor of Cramorant.
Exactly, and Raider, we also need to talk about how Revenant Esports is picking up the power. Look at that, Eldigos, Azumarill adding those points back to back, but then the Gardevoir would create the tension. Also look at that, it's still at the earlier stage right now, yet to become the Gardevoir, but then Revenant Esports is already at a 69.
Oh man, at this moment 99 points coming from Revenant Esports are developing as fast as is possible, and which is good enough. But now the pressure is on FS Esports. Look at that, they're just trying their level best to go for the goals, but meanwhile they're getting countered as well, because from Revenant the clash is coming up. Look at the KO coming up. Revenant, but it gets another beautiful KO. The squishy Pokemon Gardevoir gets taken down. Meanwhile Revenant also gets taken down by the punches of Scyther. But at this point, if we talk about FS Esports, they are trying their level best to grasp the situation in their favor, and yes, they are getting quite a bit of the fights in their favor. Meanwhile, 64 points coming from the corner, quite a few KOs came in, and with that I guess another Pokemon is going to get cornered. But we on the other corner, I believe the Blissey gets taken out. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, it was Greninja who scored and was able to steal out on the beautiful goal zone in the favor.
Well, the Grey Ninja, once again, a choice getting made from the side of Revenant Esports. Yes, they are 60 points, ahead of Team FS Esports. Look at that, once again getting a Reggie in their favor, but now the Reggie needs to move in. Also getting one more Reggie Rock. So Reggie Licky and Reggie Rock already coming, not the Reggie Rock, it was the Reggie Steel. Sorry for that, I'm going to cover it up. But then 146 points and a 3 KO streak coming in from that Azumarill.
Back to back, the KOs are coming up. This shows that how Revenant Esports have decided to get this out of their favor, but it all depends on the Rayquaza as well. If their lead is going to be decent enough, Revenant Esports might be able to capsize just by the lead and not even actually focus on the Rayquaza. But let's see what happens. Greninja gets out, the squishy one, the Gardevoir gets taken down, but Blizzard has to fall back. Look at that, he was able to recapture himself and he actually go ahead from the particular corner. Azumarill gets the Sizer. That's interesting. Once again, another set of KOs are falling short, and look at that, another beautiful goal zone getting destroyed. The top lane and the bottom lane. First 2 goal zones have been destroyed, which have the capacity to store 80 goals each. Well, it has been taken down. Meanwhile, now if we talk about the upcoming goal zones, let's see what happens in that particular criteria. Let's see how far they can go with that advantage.
Well, Raider, we also know that right now it's all looking in the favor of Revenant Esports, but then again, the Rayquaza also holds a lot of importance. Once again, we still are going to see that the whole match is right now depending upon how the Grey Ninja would also perform for the team. Yes, it performed brilliantly for the side of FS Esports, but yet again, we are going to see how Grey Ninja is just roaming around the battlegrounds, roaming around the 3 Sky Ruins and actually wanting to make a wonder. Once again, gets taken down. The Snorlax is down from FS Esports, and the Cramorant taking down the side.
I mean, the support that Mime and actually Greninja is trying to actually give each other. Meanwhile, if I talk about the support system, well, that particular guy known as Mime is trying to support. On the other corner, if I talk about Blizzard, he goes in for the attack, and look at that, how beautifully those attacks are working for them. Another set of KO will fall in, if I'm not wrong. Yes, there we go. Another set of KO comes in. These 2 giants, back to back. Their support system is working so strong that they are getting the KOs, as it is actually very important at this moment, and they are back and forth trying their level best to deliver the blows. Meanwhile, now the Swifty is actually going to switch on the other Pokemon as well. Meanwhile, another set of KO comes in, and this is actually going to be the KO, the meltdown of Reggie Alikie. With this, another set of favorable situations are coming up on the top lane, and this top lane can be quite critical. Look at that, there is nobody to defend, and whoever is on there to defend is getting critically damaged by Greninja and the other Pokemons.
Well, look at that. Yes, Raider, we are going to see how much, it is going to be a great goal on FS Esports, where they are losing by a huge margin. 335 already added, and Nova adding more 14 points. It's totally, out of the laws and, out of the world performance we are seeing from the side of Revenant Esports. Once again, on the bottom lane, yes, FS Esports would be pushing them out of the grounds, out of their arena, out of their place of the arena. Yes, now they're pushed over to the mid lane, once again scattering around the mid lane. At the legendary pit, they have the wild Pokemons available, once again going in for the farming. No, Blissey, don't do that, you have the Unite move, but then again, you cannot enter the territories of Revenant Esports, as you did the same with them.
At this point, Revenant Esports, they are starting off to show their faces, and eventually look at the corners. They are actually trying to dish out 349 points from the corner, 81 from FS Esports' corner. I don't think so FS Esports will be able to capitalize if they are able to get the Rayquaza in the favor, but the way the support system is working out is looking quite amazing. Look at that. Grey Ninja every single now and then, he is getting the support from both Mime and the Elder Gods as well. And look at this support. It's working out quite well. Another set of beautiful blows are coming up. Blizzard comes up with a level 14, which is quite amazing. Nobody is there from Team FS Esports even at the level 13 at this point, and look at that. From Revenant Esports, we have got Grey Ninja at level 14. We have got 2 Pokemons on the level 12 as well. 3 Pokemons to be precise, and the only Pokemon which is not at the level 12 is going to be the Eldegoss, which does not need to be at that peak level because the attacking power is not there from Eldegoss. But he's a supporter, so definitely can go for it.
Well, with that, we are going to see that at this moment, we see how Revenant Esports have 349 points out for them. Look at that. On the other side, FS Esports are already at 81. Snorlax comes in with a bash, but again, Nova denies him, goes back to the position. Once again, would be picking up those berries out there and would be getting the HP back. Now, at the legendary pit, it's 2 seconds. Lord Rayquaza appears.
Well, the Lord Rayquaza is here right now. Let's see who's going to get the advantage of this Rayquaza at this point. If I talk about Team Revenant Esports, are getting attacked quite a bit. But then again, they've got the deals. They've got the kind of synergy at this point. S8ul is trying to fight on the top corner, but S8ul gets spotted. Look at that, Scare is actually on that lane. Oh, the damage is done. With that, Scare actually gets his position revealed. Cameron on the other corner is also trying to wait a little bit more longer so that he can attack on the Rayquaza. But let's see how far this situation goes on. Everybody is just trying to be a little more decisive, but the goals are actually getting done. Look at that. Another set of plus 50, that's good enough. And now Revenant Esports, they have to work on this charming area that they have to focus as well. Meanwhile, if we talk about Greninja, he might actually go for the goals, but there is Mew on that particular corner who's trying to deflect that situation.
Well, yes, exactly how Mew is actually going to, change the whole state out there. And look at that. Right now, Greninja getting the chaos back to back, and this might be it. They might be getting the Rayquaza too. But it can be a steal. It can be a steal. No, it won't be. Eldegoss does the job, and Revenant Esports is finishing it in the last game. Yes, it is going to be a 3-2 from the side of Revenant Esports.
The deal is done. Score could actually go for the 1000. Let's say, is it going to be a possibility? Because 40 more seconds to go. You can already see 50 on the other corner also trying his level to go ahead and score. Meanwhile, the Revenant is also there. Revenant wants to actually go for the 14 level so that he can impact quite a bit. But look at that, 707 is already done. Meanwhile, Crowley also comes to the close quarter. He wants to go with those particular performances, but the Unites are coming up. Look at that, Crowley gets pushed back quite a bit with the shield. But the KO comes in. Cameron was able to actually
Oh,
hold on to this.
707.
Has to actually go for that score. Let's see. Another set of 1000, another set of 100 points can be delivered. But another KO comes in, which is good enough. And now with that, yes, of course, the points are actually going to get dunked soon enough. And look at that, another set of amazing points are getting dunked. With that, 909 is already done. I believe the 1000 is not going to be that close. But then again, I believe the job is done. The performance is what we needed, has already been overcome. FS Esports tried their level best, but eventually Revenant showed their faces, and Revenant is now declaring that they are the ones who wants to be the champion.
Well, yes, exactly. With that, Revenant would actually be making their win into their favor. And look at that. At last, we saw 2 games back to back where they were defeated. Now, focusing more on the analysis side. Look at that. The Blizzard. Yes, he is going to be the MVP. 261 out of the 917 that Revenant has touched. Yes, Raider, this time even I wanted it to be 1000, but then again we fall short with only and only 83 points of difference. On the other side, they could only touch 130. It was such a big move. It was such a big lead that they had. 51 when they only had 8. 178 where they only had 64 for FSE Sports. 335, only 81. The graph was so straight till the 8th minute. Could add only 50 points in the last 2 minutes, where from 349 it was a 600-point climb for Revenant Esports.
Oh man, interesting performance. FS Esports straight tried his level best to actually outcome. But Pardesi, look at that particular guy. He actually dealt a lot of lot less damage, but eventually, if we talk about the damage taken, it was actually quite high. But the recovery was not that on point. Supporter role was something which was missing from from FS Esports. But Greninja, Blizzard, this is the guy particularly who was able to secure a lot of knockouts. Look at that, 9 KOs, 5 versus 64,461 damage is coming from his corner, 80 points of merit. He did an absolute phenomenal job of the way he was able to counter the fights in his favor, the way we were able to actually change the tides in his favor. Absolutely an amazing performance for sure. But the only thing that was missing from Team Revenant Esports was a bit more aggressive approach, I believe. Yeah, aggression was there. The job is already done. This
Uh-huh.
round, to be precise, is already sealed. Revenant Esports with a 3-2 victory in their favor. First 2 rounds and the last one is already in their favor, but eventually I expected a clean sweep coming up, but that is not easy task. Be it Revenant Esports, be it Gaussian, be it S8ul, or any other team which has qualified in the top 8, you have to remember these are the top 8 teams of the Indian subcontinent.
Yeah, exactly. These are the top 8 teams that you are witnessing. Right now is the action of stage 2. We are witnessing Raider. Yet again, we are going to see some more teams, joining in, and then we know that Revenant Esports is already out there in the Asia Championship. Now you have to be the top four amongst these eight. Again, the competition is too strong. Each and every opponent that you have is too strong out there, and then you have to beat them to actually be the number one. Once again, a victory that Revenant Esports could have got in only 3 games took it to the five, and then FS Esports once again a great performance. How they actually worked out with the Rayquaza getting that steal from Azumarill, then working more upon the Grey Ninja. Shrey made great choices with Tyranitar and the Grey Ninja. But yes, FS Esports went simple in the last game, I would say. No wonders out there, no different Pokemons out there from the meta, and actually couldn't make them much difference.
Indeed, a beautiful performance. Indeed, a beautiful aggression. That's what we waited and we got it. Now, moving up ahead, I just want to see what happens in the third and final match for the day. It will be absolutely amazing to see how Truerippers is going to rip apart Chemin Esports, or how Chemin is going to bounce back. Because eventually, in the starting arena, in the playoff stage one, Chemin Esports was once again getting quite a few dishy matches into favor. But after that, in back-to-back 3 victories, that's how Chemin Esports is able to be in the top 8. But now, moving up ahead, for witnessing that match, guys, we are going to take a short break and will be back soon enough. And on the desk, it's going to be Mridul and Sam for you guys.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back again here with the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Joining me as my co-caster is going to be the Lucifer itself. Well, you saw him with Raider in the game 1. Yes, it was a 3-2. Once again, in the game 2, it actually looked like that it could be a 3-0. But
Yeah.
no, FSE Sports had some other plans. Now is the time that we are going to witness the match 3.
I'm looking forward to how it is going to be. I mean, to see a match where we kind of thought Revenant, who were one of the best teams in Group B alongside God's Reign, but after what happened to God's Reign yesterday, to see what happened today to start things off on S8ul and how Marcos plays, and the only team which has qualified to Stage 2 Mrudal of national playoffs from the regional qualifiers, FS Esports coming in from the central region made immense echoes of them being here and why they're here. But right now, that is not the match on card. It is going to be none other than Truerippers versus Chemin Esports.
Well, yes, again, we have our cards already coming in on the side of Truerippers and Chemin Esports. Yes, it's Infi, Kale, Kid, Strix, and Zebek, Daksh, Devesh, Ego, Kyo, and Seth from the side of Truerippers. Again, yes, both of the teams are ready out here, Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, when you talk about these two teams, Truerippers have been on the top of their group, whereas Chemin Esports
Yes.
came back with 3 games back to back. Three
Yeah.
matches winning back to back. They lost 3 in a straightforward lead, and they had to win the other 3 to, be strong at their positions. Once again, it also depended on how the other teams performed in last of their matches, or either Chemin Esports would have been out of the tournament already in the
Mm-hmm.
stage 1.
Yeah, and I think we both were only on the desk. You mentioned this. Kemin, I
Yeah,
mean, would be like in a situation where they just have to pray after finishing up all their matches. Thankfully,
yeah.
that 3 match victory streak that they had kept them pushing and pushed them to the stage 2. But right now, as we talk about head to head, as they're facing off this giant True Rippers, as you mentioned, Group A table toppers. And it is going to be Kyo as well as Strix that we are going to be seeing facing off. And you can see, I don't see a huge difference that we can count on both of them. You might see that Kyo has been better in terms of the knockouts, assists, damage, and goals. But I
Mm-hmm.
feel like
Mm-hmm.
Strix is a team player, and also
Yeah.
that team player, after that doing so much damage and knockouts, I kind of still justify that Strix and Kyo are a best match in terms of when we are seeing head to head.
Well, yes, exactly. One of the best matches out there, just 5,000 damage difference between themselves. And, the only difference that is big for me is going to be the assist difference. Lucifer, we have seen how, players have become the MVP of the match because of the assists. Yet,
Yeah.
even if they don't have much amount of goals, not much amount of difference made on the knockouts, the assists have always and always given them more MVP points. And then again, how this time we are going to see Kyo actually winning that head to head battle. But again, it's always in the grounds of Tia Sky Ruins. It's always about the arena, how you perform in the arena. We know that, Revenant is one of the best teams out there when you talk
Hmm.
about Pokemon Unite. But then it was a 3-2 against FS Esports. How FS Esports have been on their journey. How Revenant Esports just shook apart their group. Out of the 6 games they played, they lost one. But
Hmm.
out of the 5 they won against all the other teams, they had 4 clean sweeps. Yes, and after those clean sweeps, a 3-2 scoreline. Yes, it is a lot of, toll on the side of Revenant Esports too, that even in the stage 2, they have, a great competition and a massive amount of difference that can be done to them. Now, focusing more on Chemin Esports and True Rippers, yes, it's table toppers versus, Chemin Esports who were at the down of the table. But then again, they can make a comeback. They know how to make a comeback of how they did against 3 teams. And yes, they have qualified.
I agree with you. Everybody has shown us that you cannot count us out. You cannot tell us like this is not a team that maybe we see them going far. They can
Correct.
make wonders happen with just some time given, and I feel like Kevin Esports
Mhm.
might not have had the greatest of the journeys, but when we
Yeah.
started of the day, when we were seeing S8ul's match, I was mentioning we were having a discussion, and it was that teams as they go through a lot of toils, they come out better, and when they have to
Yeah,
face against
exactly.
another team next time, they know what works and they know what they have to do and what mistakes they'd previously done. It's like a muscle memory reaction which happens in an instant. You don't have to be worried about it, so you would have already
Correct.
corrected it. So I feel like right now Kemen Esports, who are about to face of True Rippers, I feel like True Rippers are the ones who need to be right now cautious and look forward to what Chemin will be doing, which can be damaging.
Well, yes, exactly. Right now, Chemin Esports needs to come up with different set of strategies. How actually it was Shrey coming in with the Grey Ninja and
Hmm.
then actually working out with the Tyranitar.
Oh, yes.
Yes, the Grey Ninja was not bad. The Grey Ninja could have been picked up twice, but they knew how Revenant would have been ready with the counter strat for that. It's always about the counter strat you put up. And
Hmm.
then suddenly, to actually just surprise a Revenant, they took up a simple lineup. There was no, different set of metas coming in from the side of FS Esports. Then it was Revenant coming in with a Cramorant and a Grey Ninja.
Yeah.
You know, Shooking out what FS Esports did with them, they did it with them. They actually did it in the last game, taking a lot of risk, but the risk worked out for Revenant. Right now, talking about this very match, the match number 2 out here, Lucifer. It's Truerippers going against Chemin Esports. The ban phase gets, over 11 seconds before it would have been, completed. It's Truerippers getting the Tyranitar ban on Chemin Esports, whereas Chemin Esports goes in for a Dodrio ban.
It is looking same in terms of bans, at least as we saw S8ul versus Marcos Gaming today. But we'll talk about the picks right now as Daksh comes in immediately on the Snorlax as the pick fix starts off. But talking on the other end, there's this arena coming out from Zebek. Again, we have seen Zebek generally play a defender coming in for Chemin Esports, but Strix as well coming on this supporter, which is none other than the LD Goss. I think Zebek will be giving it away to one of his teammates, maybe Kid or Khael. We look forward to what change happens in the preparation phase. But talking about Truerippers, they come out with Mime as their supporter, but Devesh Mew is very crucial throughout the tournament of how it can be played, and that's what he picks up.
Indeed, Lucifer, when we are going to see that on the side of Chemin Esports, you have Mammoth Swine coming in from the side of Infi, but then look at that KO going in for a Decidueye. You have to be accurate with your arrows. Decidueye once again comes in with a huge responsibility where we have seen some Unites also getting missed by most of the, even the best experienced players would actually miss it. Correct. Mhm. Correct.
Especially how Gardevoir functions. Throughout this, we've seen that Gardevoir has been a very crucial Pokemon of
Yeah.
how players and teams play around with it. If Gardevoir
Mhm.
pushes up close to the opponents, immediate K on the Gardevoir. But on the other end,
Yeah.
if the Gardevoir plays behind it and the entire team forms a wall around the Gardevoir where a Gardevoir is just throwing down its move one after another, hitting the players of the opponent, which is right now going to be none other than True Rippers. I feel like it can work out really, really well for Kevin Esports, but it's just to be
Yeah.
waited and watched of what can happen the best between these two teams.
Well, then again, Chemin Esports is actually going in for the deadly duo. Me and Raider discussed that a Gardevoir and a Serena combo
Hmm.
always comes up as a huge advantage to the side of, you know, any other opponent team. But here we begin. We are already in with this game number 1 of the match one. It's Truerippers against Chemin Esports. Look at that. Yes, Chemin Esports right now busy up in the farming and they have an opponent too, whereas Infi also starting in the fight. It's not at the Eldigo stage, but yet to be beginning and actually making a whole beginning out here. Look at that. Already a KO coming in. It's a good KO that actually lands in for the beautiful, beautiful Gardevoir, but yes, not at the evolution stage.
Push to the other side of the jungle, got punished. But right now, he's back understanding that no more overextensions. And to make sure that True Rippers do not receive another KO, they way safe.
Correct. Well, playing safe out there, Lucifer, we are going to see that Truerippers is once again going to take that lead out there on the scoreline. Once again, Snorlax hiding in the bushes, But then again, Swinup knows it. Swinup knows it. You can't hide from it. And getting a call of that, yes, would be taking in a lot of damage. Goes back to the berries, gets back the HP, and the tackles will be back soon.
Yo, well, back to safety. He was hit a lot with those flies coming through. But finding that he's back towards and closer to his base, he'll try to farm up, level up, because we know every Pokemon needs to evolve and be in their final form so that they're able to do a lot in terms of damage, because their earlier forms can be a little bit squishy and easy to take on damage. Now they spotted their wish. It can be a 1v3 situation, but thankfully Safe is going to be saving them. But a big solar beam, but thankfully there was the teleport. I think on the Gardevoir will be able to back off.
Oh, indeed, they will be able to back off right there. Look at that. Truerippers getting and having those 9 points with them. Yes, it is looking so bad on the side of Chemin Esports. Look at that. Truerippers adding those points up for the team, and then again, they are actually looking, great with the pace. The Sizer is already here, getting to the full and final stages before your opponent team is what you need. And now we're already approaching the 7th minute. Swinup is still not a Piloswine. Needs to be Piloswine soon because the Serena is going to be in the game. And then when you talk about NP, with the Eldegoss is already making a huge damage out here. The only Pokemon which can actually make the difference for Chemin.
Maybe there's something to wait and watch and how it unfolds. And Chemin, they convert on a big Pokemon, make it 2 as they take down a defender and all-rounder in the top lane and completely make it vulnerable and start getting goals scored. They push it the north of triple digit, and from there on immediately chiming and fighting against Regieleki on the top, which is going to be very tough for Truerippers to gain right now because they lost the entire top lane control. As you see in the bottom lane right now, it is Regi Ice. Truerippers understanding that at least one edge of the lanes have been vulnerable, so let's try to completely control the other end. They get the Regi Ice in their favor, but Chemin Esports, they're not inclining towards Regieleki. They just let the Regieleki take the top lane after becoming an ally, and they're just moving downwards, making sure they finally destroy another goal zone for Truerippers, because top lane first goal zone, it's gone.
Exactly, and look at that. OMG, 102 against 102 against 90 points. And actually, it's now Chemin Esports taking the lead on the scoreline. Decidueye, getting tackled up and sent behind, but then a KO comes in on the Mew. The Mew actually, wants to make a huge amount of difference. But then Lucifer, today and even the day before, I have witnessed that all of the teams have actually found in a huge tackle to the Mew. Any single thing, Mew can be tackled around and actually sent back to the base even before it can make a huge amount of difference.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason you need to attack the ranged attackers first, and therefore you can start hitting the all-rounders, because if you take out the ranged attackers from somewhere further away, they cannot hit with moves or the basic attacks. Right now, it is looking at Truerippers and Chemin are like a little bit wandering and just fighting in numerous directions. No proper momentum or no proper direction. But Chemin are getting some semblance, are trying to take control. This time it's going to be top lane because Regieleki is going to be again spawned in another 25 seconds. And their interest is going to be keeping Truerippers at bay. And Truerippers, their interest right now is only farming and keeping bottom lane in control because they've lost the top lane goal zone. Let's not lose the bottom. But in the meantime, slowly creeping in with Sizer and immediately jumping on him is going to be Zabak. Has done the damage that he could with all his moves, but right now his moves are in cooldown, and that's the reason he's calling in for his teammate. But the teammates from Truerippers also start chiming in, so this does not yield in a KO, and Regieleki is here. It is going to be a 4v4 fight. Let's see who takes the advantage.
Exactly, and look at that. How beautifully this time Chemin Esports is actually going in for that side. Yes, it looks like that Truerippers might actually, would be in a bad state out there where Regis haven't been focused up until now. Not a huge scoreline. We saw this in the game 1 of, match number 2 where it was Revenant Esports and the other team that was somehow losing around them, but then again made a huge comeback. This time look at that, 102 right now. The Regiliki actually, is not being able to be, guarded up on their side. Decidui Blast gets a KO on the opponent, and Eldigos has been sent back to the base. Once again with the arrows, gets a huge damage, but Chemin Esports might actually steal it. No! It's Mew getting that steal, and Regiliki is in the hands of Truerippers. Actually, this time it would create a huge difference.
They try their best, but unfortunately, the only thing that they'll be given is going to be chaos. But the chaos are also being exchanged one after another, and a big block coming through. But a Unite gets used to stop that Regieliki at their position to make sure it does not take control of this top lane, and where it becomes completely vulnerable. But Mew also comes out with the Unite, which makes Sylveon very vulnerable. And after Sylveon goes down, the entire top lane becomes vulnerable. Even though the Zarina is close by, she knows she cannot take a 1v4 against all the players, especially both Snorlax as well as Mime being alive. It was just the attackers or the all-rounders available, maybe it could have worked out. But after getting that, Truerippers are like previously we got Reggie Eyes in the bottom. This time we have got on the top lane as well as let's try to get the bottom lane. But in the meantime, quick on the attention is going to be Chemin Esports. They're jumping to take away this Registeel, and yes, right at the end, they're able to snatch it away.
Well, right now, look at that. Chemin Esports, they are at 102 and 200 points for Truerippers. They have taken lead, but no! They're getting KO'd. No, you don't want that. The Serena would be getting a KO, and Zebek is back with the power. Actually, they are available with the Unite moves, but then again, before the Lord Rayquaza arrives, each and every Pokemon needs to be ready with the Unite move. Once again, some points being built up, standing strong at the legendary pit. It's only and only the Mamoswine. Well, there are 3 Pokemons at the mid lane, while Sizer is actually wanting to do some difference out there. Truerippers want that Rayquaza at any cost, and it would either be Chemin Esports taking the first game in their half.
Zebek looking very weak right now. He's drained a lot of the health, but Kale, look at him. He was hiding, but the shadow sneak gives away his position. Styx immediately repositions him, but with a Mammoth Mash, trying to control this chaos that Truerippers are bringing in. Truerippers are bringing in a controlled chaos. It is not looking like they're immediately trying to fight. But in the meantime, in the tall grasses, Zarina gets found. A block being used. Zebek is just trying to run away, understanding that he's pretty low right now. Unite being used, trying to counter and eliminates Zarina, but Zarina comes out with a Unite of her own, but still, Sizer is surviving along with Zebek helping out. Not for too long. Sizer goes down, and that looks like Chemin trying to take control of it. Kyo in the meantime did use his Unite, the knock coming through, but it did not find any value. All the players from Chemin are still alive. Some might be low, but they're still fighting for it, understanding that Rayquaza is going to be crucial because one player is out. Now all the attention from Truerippers is on the fight with other players who are in around the legendary picks. But in the meantime, as players were being eliminated, not paying attention were the Chemin Esports players to their health, and it is going to be them not only losing themselves but also Rayquaza and Truerippers. As I said, controlled chaos is what they were playing with, and easily they'll be jumping up, destroying all the goal zones and getting done with this first round.
Well, they got Rayquaza. What they needed has already gone to their sides. And look at that now, making the total to 480. Truerippers already making their cards strong. They know where they have played their cards. It was strong, but then in the Reggie fight, actually it was 2 Reggies for Chemin Esports. The Reggie battle was equal, but then the Rayquaza made the difference out here. Yes, it is a battle won by Truerippers, but still Chemin is approaching for it. Can it be a total? Oh, it cannot be achieved. Now 68 points have been added by Mew, but the whole difference made with that Rayquaza. Mr. Mime gets that Gardevoir out from the ground.
Oh no, Zarina was trying to fight, but Sizer gets the help from Kyo on the Decidui, takes out Zarina, and now follows up with taking the Sylveon out as well. Oh no, wait, actually Sylveon is surviving barely, but finally will be eliminated. Oh wait, Sylveon is there, but it was Mamoswine to be eliminated. But as you rightly said, Devesh, he's stuck to the home base of Chemin Esports on the orange corner. And what he was doing was farming on wild Pokemon and immediately dunking goals, and he never stopped. So even if Chemin Esports pushed one of the lanes, tried to score it, it wouldn't have worked out. It wouldn't have worked out where they would have been able to rake to close to 600. That
Exactly.
wouldn't have been possible. Maybe a 200, 300. That's all.
Yeah. Exactly. It could have been a 200 or 300 more added, but then Lucifer, look at that. They wish. I talked about Mew, that Mew has not made a difference, and most of the teams have actually found, cater to the Mew, but no. Mew is going to be the MVP, the most valuable player, and just whatever calculations I made, I've been proved wrong, and that is where the spice comes up. Whenever I get proved wrong with my analysis, I definitely like it. Look at the graph; was so accurate. They did match up till the very 6th minute, but the spark came in at the 7th minute. They got one of the last Rayquazas actually taking the lead, and then icing on the cake, Rayquaza in their hand. Reggie plus a Rayquaza, victory in your hands.
Ah, right now, with Truerippers taking the first one, I really like how they played Mridul. Why?
Yeah.
Is because they were controlled. Even though Chemin Esports looked haphazard and were trying to initiate and instigate the players from Truerippers to take the fight head on, they're like, come ahead, leave your goal zones, fight with us. But Truerippers never gave them that upper hand, never isolated themselves, and also always were communicating with each other. Like if Devish was getting pushed, he immediately would call that players are coming, and especially I think the Pokemon names would also be known so that they knew which exact Pokemon would have been needed to put a stop to it. And that worked out any direction. And as we were talking about Devish itself, he's the MVP right here in front of us for the first round player of the game. 198 goals, as we saw, didn't stop, but knockouts also he kept playing for it with assist and
Yeah.
65,000 damage.
Yeah.
Brilliant play on a little Pokemon, has acting as a dynamite.
Well, yes, again, it's not about the damage, Lucifer. We have seen 80,000 damage coming in twice from the side, of the victorious teams. But then again, you talk about Truerippers out here. It's all about the goals added. The
Mhm.
total went above 400, 500 points. And then, Devesh was the actual causer for that. Always and always adding those points and, less amount of assists, but actually was there as the support always for the team. An attacker ranged, worked as an attacker, did the job, went back to the team, and worked out great for the team. Again, with the mobility that Mew has, it can actually roam around the arena quite a lot, and that's how it has got a lot of knockouts too. With that, it's an end of the game number one. Team Truerippers is now at a lead in the scoreline with 1-0, and now we focus more on the game two, what game two holds for us.
Right now, what game 2 holds for us, I'm not too sure, Mridul. I mean, I wouldn't
Mm.
count out Chemin
Mm-hmm.
Esports, but it is just True Rippers not paying heed to whatever Chemin Esports wanted to do. It was like True Rippers saying, wait. It's literally like they were the police over there making sure that they were proper checkpoints and not letting Chemin Esports overextend. And if they were overextending, True Rippers decided, okay, let them. We'll just not pay attention to the heavy fight that they're trying to bring in and the heavy chaos because anything can happen over there. Sometimes maybe your moves miss and eventually your move misses, you're on cooldown, and then you would have to rely on either your teammate helping you up, but in the meantime, if there is the opponent using the unite, you might be just crushed, which they tried numerous times, but it did not work out. So in terms of how True Rippers played, controlled themselves, waited for the opportunities, even when they were I would say delivered with knockouts coming through towards their end, True Rippers, they slowed themselves, took a breather, and then got back into the game. So they never meant to act on the pace of what Chemin Esports wanted to do. I think that's one thing which is going to be very crucial for any team. You cannot let the other team command the pace or how they want to drive the game. If you're doing it, you're going to be on a reactive approach. And especially the map, again, we feel like it is not big. There it is big. You can play around the wild pokemons, you can distract with the wild pokemons, you can distract by using the tall grasses, which many a times we have seen, especially either in the legendary pit fight or maybe around the top or the bottom lane middle, that they hide in the tall grasses, set up a trap, and when they're sneakily trying to go for a goal, especially when it's just an individual from one of the team, they jump on him and in an instant KO out of the snap within like 5 seconds that Pokemon of say Chemin or True Rippers, for example, can be eliminated. So it's about how you set yourself up for success. Now, with Chemin understanding how True Rippers played, understanding that they do not jump into fights, let's see if
Mm.
Chemin Esports change their motive as well as how they want to play
Yeah.
in the second round.
Well, yes, exactly. It's all about the strategies landing straight, actually, working out for the team. Once again, when you see that it's already a 1-0, True Rippers are in the lead, and
Hmm.
even the Gardevoir and the Serena combo didn't work out for the team. So some changes need to be made, and actually some changes need to be made for the last of the minutes. Not the first of the minutes. You maintain the whole game with True Rippers. but then lost it in the end. Which spark up that was the which was the spark up that the team was not able to hold. That is where Chemin Esports needs to strike their nail on. And again, if they strike the nail right, they would be having it for themselves. Chemin Esports banning the Dodrio for Truerippers, whereas Truerippers ban the Tyranitar on Chemin Esports.
No changes. I don't know. I mean, most of the teams have come to a standstill where they like a couple of Pokemons and where they dislike a couple of Pokemons, and especially in understanding the opponent team, which can run away with maybe a lot of goals. Because at the end of the day, it does not matter whether you have delivered a lot of knockouts or you have delivered just a couple of damages being exchanged. It is about the entire score, whether it is by 2 or 1 goal extra for one team, they will be counted as the victors as well as the winners, and it can even happen in the championship game. So making sure that Dodrio is out of the game is a good call. But True Rippers, they're sticking to their guts. They're like, what has worked for us, we will try to play with. But Kemen are the ones who are making the changes coming in, and you can see this time they're the ones picking up a Decidui.
Exactly, a Desi duo coming in from the side of Chemin Esports, where it was actually a choice of True Rippers. Played wonderfully with it, and now they have the Gardevoir and the Serena combo. Well, Lucifer, again a statement being made from True Rippers. Well, let me show you how you actually play that combo.
Mm-hmm. Let's see how this works out. And we see a Ninetales coming in. Now, I really like
Oh,
this. One reason is because with
even I do.
Ninetales, you can slow down the opponent. And when you slow them down,
Correct.
immediately you can make use of the Gardevoir and who will be eventually
Exactly.
doing the damage. Now, with the final
Yeah.
preparations, both True Rippers as well as Kemen exchanging Pokemons, which they want. Kid in a very brilliant Pokemon. I really like it on Azumarill that he'll be playing. Kyle wanting to do same amount of damage and maybe even trying for the MVP,
Correct.
just like they wasted on the Mew.
Well, yes, exactly. And if you talk about Chemin Esports, yes, Kid is going with that Azumarill, but then
Mhm.
Zebek chooses in the Snorlax. Snorlax has not been there for a lot of games. When you talk about, teams like True Rippers, they have focused on banning the opponent teams, stronger Pokemon. But this time, a Tyranitar ban, it would have been, a math coming in from the side of True Rippers that Chemin Esports might actually go in for Tyranitar or not. This is a speculation they made,
Mhm.
and Tyranitar can make a huge difference if
Yeah.
it lands right. And then when you talk about some, master plays, they have a Gardevoir and a Serena combo. Also, the Ninetales you talked about. A slowness comes in, but then, Daksh going in for that Eldigos, not a Mamoswine. This troubles me a lot.
Let's see if it'll trouble either of the teams in terms of either slowing them down or slowing the opponent down. The match has started, and we can see everybody at the initial moment will be looking forward to taking lane control, and in the meantime as well commanding a couple of goals where they say we did the first goal, and also a little bit of a flex when it comes to when you go for the first goal, right? Vidun?
Oh, well, the first goal always, makes a huge difference out there and actually makes a move, and it would be Chemin Esports landing it. Oh, on the other side, wait for it, you already have first goal coming in from the side of True Rippers, adding more points, and this next to next battle going on in the start. I like it, the Tom and Jerry battle, I must say.
It is always like back and forth, especially in the early ones, because nobody wants to give up the chaos, but also in the meantime wants to go for those sneaky goals coming in. But a big electro ball, Devish is super slowed, but thankfully Safe is going to be there, and on top of it, this is what we talked, the icy hits coming through on Ninetales will help out, whether it is your controller or even if it is the Gardevoir. But right now, both Ninetales and Gardevoir are not playing together from True Rippers, but still, True Rippers having the lead in terms of the early goals. But Chemin Esports, they bag it and close the gap a little bit in, but first KO gets delivered. But both of them receive the Electro Ball damage, and this is where, when you play together, it gets tough. But look at this brilliant light screen, and immediately both of them coming up, one with Confusion Ray, other with the Ninetales Icy Shards coming through. They're able to eliminate Mew and get bottom lane control.
Well, then again, True Rippers picking up their pace and they know what they're doing out here. Look at that, Snorlax getting that Mr. Mime, and that is how they would be adding some more points for the team. But then again, look at True Rippers going all in with their lineup. Whereas, look at that beautiful Pokemon. Serena out there, not at the evolved stage yet. But then again, look at that. It was already available on the top lane. No one to actually stop it. And that is, the beautifulness of, sleek plays coming in from the side. And actually the invincible plays I would actually talk about. Look at that. Yet, it was, in the stage of Steenie, but oh, it's still a Steenie, and look at that huge Steenie out there, adding the points in the base of Chemin Esports, and now it's still a difference. Truerippers is still at lead.
I don't think Truerippers early on will give away the lead, but it all depends on one lane fight. As soon as we see both the top and the bottom lane bosses form, there's going to be the Regis. Let's see who's going to be thinking about that first and who will give up the lane control. Devesh jumps up closer to take up a fight against Kyle as well as Strix, but he's the one getting hit and gets slowed down. Now he has to immediately run back, but thankful that he has a supporter, which is going to be Mime, and Mime with the power swap increasing the attack advantage, but a big slam coming in to separate both Devesh as well as their Mime, but immediately getting slowed, frozen, and it's not stopping, but thankful that their bottom goal zone is not destroyed, and that's the reason Chemin Esports does not lose their Snorlax.
Exactly, Chemin Esports won't be losing out on the Snorlax, Lucifer. And look at that, the Ninetales. Whether you talked about it, yes, it would be making that difference. Takes down the most important Snorlax out there. It was available at the very position in the top lane, and now Truerippers, that goalpost, clean shot available. 16 more points added by that Eldegoss. Waiting around the points, and the top lane Reggie has been left open now. Registeel is the focus with 4 Pokemons of Chemin Esports is busy getting that Reggie, but it could be just one steal. Oh no, it is not a steal. Mew would actually be taking down that Registeel for the side of Chemin Esports, and that's how they would be able to take down the Serena. On the other side, it's a KO revenge coming in from the Snorlax.
Oh, 8 KOs being exchanged. You can see a 2 KO streak which works out. Kyle uses the Unite immediately to try and do some damage and take the bottom lane control. The bottom lane control would have been entirely in Truerippers if the Ninetales wouldn't have pushed up, and when that Ninetales pushed up, things are going south. They did get a couple of goals in, and look at this, a big Unite being used off, because of which Mime gets eliminated. This Tessidii coming in from Chemin Esports is a banger. It's just eliminating players one after another, and the bottom goal zone destroyed. And again, Devish here in a lot of chaos, has been just hit. Even if it is basic attacks, unfortunately he's been getting hit from all directions. Kyo at least somehow trying to get some balance over there, eliminates one Pokemon, but that's just one Snorlax, whereas everybody else survived from Chemin Esports, and you can see immediately after destroying that, Chemin Esports get control and lead in the overall score for now.
Exactly, look at that. Look at that. Chemin Esports. Oh no! Azumarill getting down that Serena. And now Mew actually making in the wonders. Truerippers could have taken in this game, and now some question marks coming on the sides of Ninetales. What did just happen? Now it's a lead for Chemin Esports. Need to focus on the Regis, because the Registeel went in their favor, and Registeel. Look at that, a KO from Chemin Esports. The goalpost is open. Going for the charges.
Chemin Esports very well established in how they want to play, and now Ego from Truerippers is down on this arena, and Chemin Esports are not stopping. They know they want to get this top lane destroyed so that it will give them more space to fight with the players of Truerippers. With Truerippers, they destroy the Regieliki. So Chemin Esports bring the aggression and fight right to the players of Truerippers. Devesh needs to be right now playing really kind of cautious, but what happens this time? The Mew overextends, and on top of that the Snorlax as well, and 2 players getting punished. Now this top lane control might be overtaken from Chemin Esports to Truerippers, and it is happening. Devesh, he overextends, he's slowed down in the flux, but he's not giving up. He takes on the Blissey, eliminates the Blissey. Now it is a 1v1 that fight can come through, but it becomes a 3v1 immediately, and a 2 KO streak comes up on the Decidueye. Already 3 times this Decidueye has used its Unite, and it's not looking like it wants to stop. Comes up with a big 4 KO streak, and 1 Unite change this top entire lane control back to the favor of Chemin Esports. I thought that one fight could have worked out for Truerippers and they would have been back to the game, but Chemin Esports say no to it and immediately answer back, and back on the Regirock as they want to take it for the second time here in the bottom lane.
Exactly, look at that. 178, one more Reggie. All the 3 Regis coming in on the favor of Chemin Esports. Truerippers are right now looking helpless with what strategy they need to apply. A look at the mid lane. It's only 1 minute before the Rayquaza arises. They need to be aware of the Unite moves too. Decidueye gets that Mr. Mime, as now it would be a timer set up on the Mr. Mime. Look at the Unite move coming in from the Serena. Added a lot of damage, but Azumarill takes down the Serena. Not in defense.
Can't do anything. All the players from Truerippers are getting isolated, separated. But finally, a 3v1 push comes through. But there's a unite which Mew is using. But still, Truerippers are able to break something. And now this can be a breakthrough which can help them out. But still, Kyle is not giving up. Wanted to try and fight, but it was a 3v1 situation and they're eliminating the player. But in the meantime, there's still one player surviving. Kid. He is there for the fight, immediately coming in, and Regielike gets taken away. It becomes a 4v1, but understanding that it is none other than the Azumarill, they decide not to take the fight head on and immediately switch lanes, especially that the Regielike is gone from their hands. They do not want that Regielike again sitting in one of the goal zones, especially that they're so close to Rayquaza spawning. But look at this, they find Safe, want to isolate him, but it was one defender and the supporter, and that's the reason they were unable to KO Safe. But still, they're not stopping with the aggression, they're still trying to hit. But Ego finally comes in, especially with Dux, and now that does not become a 2v1 situation, and Safe is safe for the next battle coming through. But the Decidueye Spirit Shackle is so good, and look at this, immediately people are chiming in. Safe has been hit again with that block, but finally somehow he tries to run away, but it is Gardevoir who's being targeted. Kyo barely surviving. Devesh helps out, but the wild Pokemon as well decides to attack, and now Chemin Esports immediately jumping on Rayquaza, and there is nobody from Truerippers who are good on health to fight this out. Unite comes out from Decidueye, and I think this is going to be an easy one here for Chemin Esports, and they're going to be running away with Rayquaza. There's no way Truerippers even had a chance here, had no thoughts, and it's Chemin Esports who should find a way to close it. Truerippers might just have the lead. Oh wait, Truerippers are actually fighting for it, destroying one of the players' Rayquaza advantage. There is Chemin Esports Strix as well, who's on the back line. They want to still eliminate it, but Decidueye playing from afar makes sure that he damages players and he eliminates and gets another streak ongoing. And it's only one player, okay, two players trying to defend the bottom lane goal zone, but the top and their center, their base goal zones have been breached.
Yeah, they have been breached, and look at that endurance of the Snorlax. 4 Pokemons with their attacks, and still they couldn't get that Snorlax down. That's the amount of damage it can do, and it's still a 100-pointer difference. Can actually be the Ninetales and the Gardevoir making the difference out there. It's a KO, but 76 points have been added, and now no difference that can be, taken down. It is looking like they wouldn't be able to do it. Devesh not allowed to get that KO out, and Eldegoss already gets taken down. Now a KO from Gardevoir. Can they still do it?
It is a 4v1. There is a chance. Kyle is trying to work with his unite to destroy an 80, but there is still 100 needed. But looking at the players from Truerippers, they do not have that much, and players from Chemin have respawned. And Decidueye, he is the main man here in Mystery, the main man who's dangerous, who they have to fight with. And again, before going down, Strix gets a 2 KO streak. Somebody stop this Decidueye. We just spoke about him in the head-to-head, and as we said, he's a team player, plays for the team, and delivers justice with those arrows as he eliminates player one after another. A 454 KO goal against a 358. 100 was needed for Truerippers to get back into the game, but Strix says no to all of them. 12 chaos. Kid might have taken the MVP, but for me it was Strix. He was the game changer at all positions.
Well, then again, to add to Strix, according to me, it would be Kyle. Kyle actually adding those 76 points, because again, look at that. The difference is round and around. It could have been covered by Truerippers if it would have been only 10 or 20 points more. But then a 100-point defeat, or if I should say perfectly, a 96-point defeat. Look at that. Even after getting the Rayquaza, they just crumpled it up. But yet, lost by a slight difference. Again, a great game from Truerippers and Chemin Esports. Chemin Esports actually, were above, and they had this victory in their hands. Truerippers couldn't take it from them, and Chemin Esports just took it all around. But even after getting those 3 or 4 Regis and a Rayquaza, it was just a 100-pointer win. Mind you, Truerippers, if they would have got at least 2 Regis, or not even the Rayquaza, they would have still got the game.
Man, Truerippers were out of control completely. They were just spiraling in this. And it was, because of how Chemin Esports commanded the game. You can see Kid being the MVP, as he said, with 13 assists. I mean, Kid, I would have told that he would have gotten these 13 assists as knockouts. But it was just that to take the final blows, there was either the Decidueye. Even though Truerippers wanted to control the game, Chemin Esports said, no, We're going to be making sure that
Uh-huh.
we keep pushing you so that you don't get the chance to breathe. You don't get a chance to think twice. You don't get a chance to hide and wait so that you can immediately jump on us. And that's the reason. At all points, True Rippers were like just trying to push, control it. You saw Devesh so many times pushes up, tries to use his icy winds, but none of them do anything. It kind of counter reacts to him because they're able to throw their moves, whether it is solar beam coming through or the electro ball. It immediately slows him down, and as soon as he was just spawned, he immediately gets knocked out. And I think Devesh,
Correct.
as well as the Gardevoir, the combo that we were talking about, the Ninetales and Gardevoir, they tried, but before it happened, it was just knockouts that they were receiving.
Exactly, and the knockouts actually shook them a lot.
Hmm.
Also, talking about how it was Chemin Esports coming back to back, and always there focusing more on Regis. It was farming done by the side of True Rippers, and yet again, the farming helped them. They could
Yeah.
actually make it to the total, but then a 76 by Mew. And you were right about it. Kid could have got more knockouts. The assists were more, and the damage was more. So we
Hmm.
knew how much importance he added to the goalpost. And then a Maril or an Azumarill at the evolved stage. It's always needed as a speedster to get those goals in and help the attacker with the support.
Brilliant support system coming in from none other than Kemini Esports at all positions. You could see we saw Mime on True Ripper's end, but it never worked. Mime was trying to help both Ninetales, Gardevoir, whoever Mime saw wanted to help, but it never
Correct.
worked. And I think one of the reasons is yes, Power Swap is a really good move, but Power Swap, in case it's not used well, especially where your teammates are unable to make effective damage out of it, it kind of fails the purpose. And I think maybe a barrier would have been better to separate the players coming in from Kemin Esports. If they were able to separate those players, they could have done a lot in terms of damage. They could have denied a lot in terms of stealing, like losing the Regielli keys. At all points, they never had any control of it, never had any semblance to it. But on the other end, who the Snorlax that Kemin Esports bought in played so well. He was blocking them, and as soon as the block happened, the player was running away. Was not getting knocked out, but he was striking fear right to their hearts, where immediately whatever gameplay they wanted to do, it never came through. But right now, getting back into the draft pick, let's see if True Rippers are the ones who are after a shaky second round. Can they bring it back? Did they get enough breather to discuss what went wrong?
Well, yes, exactly. A breather has been, coming in from both the sides, but the bans are,
Same.
are same. True Rippers banning in the Tyranitar, Kemin Esports going in for a Dodrio ban. True Rippers don't want Kemin Esports to pick the Tyranitar for sure. And now the choices need to be made. You have open choices. Again, Lucifer, the same bans, it has one pro and a con. Whereas the pro is that you have, surprises to the opponent team. You can always go in for some different surprises. But then again, a con out here that the opponent can come up with each and every strategy that can, blue your team out.
Let's see what strategies that both the teams are cooking in, because Kemini Esports, their confidence is back in, and you can see with the picks that they're making, they know what kind of a playstyle they want to make. But in the meantime, True Rippers, Devesh, after understanding that the change in Pokemon was not well in tandem of their teammates, was not in well synergy, and the gears were just not spinning the right way they wanted. The engine was not completely running on the high gear. So back on the Mew is what we are going to be seeing him. Safe as well is still playing on the Mime, but this time maybe a little bit more effective for the team. Kyo, he is on back on Gardevoir along with Ego on Zarina itself, looking forward to doing a lot in terms of effective damage. But Kemin Esports, after understanding what worked for them, you can see this still keeps Strix alive on the Decidueye, who has been such
Yeah.
a huge impact. And on top of it, they're bringing in, changing KL on what he's playing, but he comes in with a Cramoron, which is still as effective, I would say, as Decidueye, because again, it is a ranged attacker.
Well, yes, exactly. And going in with two attackers out there, Cramorant and that Decidueye.
Decidueye.
Okay, so some strategies once again picked up,
Hmm.
and look at that. Focusing more on the strategies, I also need to talk about how True Rippers have made their choices. Once again, they have lost the game too. They have
Yeah.
lost the round two out there, and of how much difference they had in the first game. It looked like once again that it would be a 3-0,
Hmm.
but can they make it a 3-1? Because again, they need to win two games back to back for that. But the competition is too tight out here. 3 games left, 2 games back to back for a single team, because again, you know how beautifully Chemin Esports perform. Once again, a Gardevoir and a Serena combo coming in from the side of Truerippers. You know, they have their mark set. They are going in for some same strategies, and Mr. Mime, just as you know how Azumarill works for a team, Mr. Mime is that Pokemon for a team.
Let's see how it works as we jump right into the game. And let's see who right now gets the third round command. Whether it is going to be Chemin Esports or is it going to be Truerippers. Chemin Esports, as we did say, they'll be feeling flush with a lot in terms of energy, because they just won the second round, and that might just get carried over to this third round as well. But if Truerippers are able to stomp them immediately, as they are the ones who will be able to deliver any knockouts, I think Chemin Esports might just slow down, which might be a big opening for Truerippers to get back their confidence.
You know, getting back their confidence is also what they need. But then again, look at that Lucifer. Oh no! 9 more points added by Truerippers. Now 5 more points added, and they're already taking up the lead. Yes, they're focusing on it, but an Azumarill is what I talk about, and Chemin Esports have it. Snorlax adding 4, Azumarill adding again 5. The Speedster, the mobility doing its work.
Right now, I can just see a little bit of funny instance coming in Truerippers. First, we saw, right, Safe going, scoring goals, then eating up their berries, which makes like Kyle just like a scarecrow over there, who's just trying to shoo players or like wild Pokemons away, but that's the max. With they're coming through, they tried to snatch away the AOS energy, which does work. They get the AOS energy as well as the experience, but in the meantime, a big confusion ray comes through, but Zebek is super low. Zebek is doing the same thing. Safe previously he snatched the citrus berries, and this time Zebek is doing the same thing. But right now, Safe, he might be the one who might find the advantage. Puts up a light screen, immediately a confusion ray, but does not work out. But Dartrix, along with Carmorant, tried to hold off, made sure that Zebek survived, but not for too long. So Dartrix is like, I mean, the SDI, which will eventually evolve, wanted to get the goal scored, but Devesh, he immediately comes in and he's like, I want to make sure that the other player also pays a price, and takes upon him, does damage to him, delivers a knockout, and it's only Kyle. Back is Zebek, but they still lost 2 players.
Well, losing out on players, and look at that. Truerippers, 62 points for them, whereas an 11-pointer difference is still out there. Yes, it's Kale. Look at that with the Cramorant, and Truerippers Mew would be getting the KO. I take my words back, Lucifer. Mew is now doing the wonders for any single team. Look at that! 95 scoreline, now 100, and 29 points added by the Renegals. But look at the combination Truerippers has. All the 4 Pokemons straight into the arena, straight in the half of Kevin's board.
And it was only one player on top, that was Zigo. He gets eliminated, and Chemin Esports are like, okay, you guys got control of bottom lane and you just did a lot in terms of scoring, but that's not going to be the only thing. We are also going to find that same lead in the top lane, and yes, get scored close to 100, but in the meantime, bottom lane control is just completely in favor of Truerippers. It's not going anywhere. As soon as players are popping out of Chemin Esports from their own goal zones, instant chaos, sent back to the base, and goal zone will be finally destroyed. In the meantime, as soon as Reggie is spawned, the bottom lane will be conquered from none other than Truerippers. But in the meantime, the top, the fight and the contest is going where Chemin Esports Kid is challenging Reggie, but the other players are going to be here, but quick to take it away way before they could have acted. Reggie becomes an ally for Chemin Esports, and Chemin Esports right now, they are trying to take charge of top lane, but all the players have pushed up. So taking charge is going to be very tough, especially with Kyo on guard ever, who's still trying to play guard and trying to hold it out, but understanding that they did not have a lot in control of the top blown goal zone. They're like, let the Regeliki sit, and as soon as he sits, it's going to be destroying the goal zone. Let it go, rather than trying to contest and that fight's going south. Truerippers, this is how they slow things down in their favor.
Well, exactly, and look at that. Now Truerippers once again taking up that lead. Chemin Esports is actually wanting to take down that lead from them. But no, look at the combination they have made once again. Serena and the Gardevoir, you know, making the wonders for the team. 40 pointers still remaining, and the unit moves available, but the Serena goes down. Chemin Esports gets the KO, and the goalpost is open. Would be adding 10 points. It's Azumarill once again for sure. And now Chemin Esports is at 176. Pillar Swine adds up. There is no Reggie available. Oh, Chemin Esports have taken the lead.
It is going back and forth highly, but in the meantime, just like we kept seeing the bottom lane control so very efficiently and heavy for Truerippers, it's still looking the same. It's not stopping. Infi tried as much as he could, but before his teammates could spawn and get to the bottom lane, players from Truerippers have already moved out after conquering it and getting to double century, while Pokemon just spawned and instantly it also got eliminated way before Zebek had a chance to get here. Puts up an icicle spear to slow down Daksh. Not going to be working out.
Oh, 208 now. Truerippers once again taking that lead, and some things are working out for the side of Chemin Esports, but once again, Truerippers just always and always bashing down their strategies. Yes, they go in for that. A Reggie available on the bottom lane, and all the Pokemons are out there just leaving out to Serena. How much important a Reggie is.
Big Unite was used. Kid was about to go down, but Infi saves him, and because of which Truerippers are going to be losing Reggie as they have no control over it. All the players were here, but they were unable to contest it, and right now Chemin Esports having a 5v5 tussle might actually work out for their favor. But what is Truerippers doing? They're like giving up the bottom lane. They're like, let's just go to the top, look forward to Reggie. Actually it changes. I thought Snorlax steeping back everybody will, but Kyo, they're targeting him. Zebek stuck in the flux zone. He might be eliminated in that 2v1 situation. Make it a 3v1. Devesh in the meantime pushes all the players from Chemin Esports back, but Zebek is still surviving. He's turning a broad and trying to make it work, but final slam coming through. He gets taken down, and Infi, he's also on the chase, but Tremaron will help him out and push him out, but they're still not giving up. They're like looking forward to the storms and making it work, but finally Infi saves himself. While Pokemon at least, while Pokemon also does not go in their favor. In the meantime, Truerippers, who could have changed lanes, given up the bottom lane fight, have lost the Regielli key on top as well, and Chemin, they're looking back to gear back into the fight.
Well, look at that, getting back into the fight. 208 for Truerippers, and going in with full turret out there. Yes, it's Truerippers once again facing a lot of disadvantage from Chemin Esports, and now they are being damaged, but then Serena denies it. Mammozoin goes down. Serena with a KO3. It's 3 now on the chart. The dreams. It's 4 right now, Lucifer. I am just going to lose myself.
Not the 5th though, because Kid is too good on that Azumarill. And immediately he's back. He's trying to go for a goal, and they need to eliminate him. A brilliant psychic followed up a side shock gets him put down. So bottom lane control held back. Otherwise, Truerippers would have lost the lead that they had gotten. And immediately Chemin Esports, even though they are able to respawn, they could not go through to that bottom lane fight. And in the next 7 seconds, we are going to be seeing Truerippers trying to take down the Reggie finally, at least, because the previous contest, they lost it.
Well, all eyes on the Rayquaza now. 30 seconds remaining, and Truerippers need to pick up their strategies, need to pick up what they need to have. Again, a Reggie available. 20 seconds is what they have. Get the Reggie and actually pack your forces up. There are a lot of berries. They can get healed up, and there's a Mew also there to help. Yes, they would be adding that Reggie Steel for themselves. The attack and the special abilities are now out there with the shield. All the Unite moves. It looks like it is a Truerippers win in this game.
So now Rayquaza has spawned. It is Truerippers who have started the fight off. Zabok is super low, and they're pushing all the players from Chemin and clustering them towards their own edge of the map. But right now, it all depends that there is still the supporters, and Infi continuously healing their teammates, but from the sidelines there is Kyo who comes in, Ego who comes in, trying to fight and eliminate a player. As soon as he sees that there are 3 or more players, Ego is like, not the case. I'm not going to be picking up a 1v4 situation. On the other end, like previously, yes, it worked out. This time, no. But Zebek overextension gets punished, finally eliminated on the Mew, and now they have an opening because that Mammoth has been taken down, and if they're able to isolate a lot more fights, they'll be able to win it out. Saf comes out with a Unite trying to chase, but the Decidia puts a stop to it. The Confusion Ray does the damage, but still Decidia survives, and Crimorant helps out. Both of them having a ranged Unite move which affects a lot. They find 2 KOs, and somehow it looks like still they're trying to control this. Trueripper might let go of it if they don't control back the fight. A big Unite comes in, and this Unite should be helping out both both the ranged attackers are super low. Yes, there was a run that Desideer went for, but they're all attacking Infi, understanding that he's the supporter. If he's eliminated, Rayquaza can be easily taken. But in the meantime, understanding that most of the players are KO'd, rather than concentrating a lot on Rayquaza, you can see Devesh goes for a big 100 score, which pushes the entire score line to 380. And they're not even trying to contest Rayquaza, wondering that maybe a couple of players might be hiding in the tall grasses. And they're like, we've already created the difference. Let's just put a hold to it and slow down the prayers from Chemin before getting Rayquaza.
Well, yes, exactly how KO and Ego actually did the wonders with it. KO just made a run to that NP, with the Eldigos out there and actually took it down. No, it cannot be possible in 15 seconds. Wrong moves out here, Chemin, but then they are actually looking for it. Even if they get the Rayquaza, they won't be able to add the points. Look at that. Truerippers not getting that Rayquaza and still taking this game in their hands. Yes, they have got a victory. 56 more points added before it was a time up. Truerippers take the lead and now it's a 2-1 on the chart. Even not getting the Rayquaza. The Rayquaza not important. How Serena was left open on the top lane. There was no cover from the side of Chemin Esports, Lucifer. And there, Serena got that goal, adding 76 points. The 76 points Serena has is just one single goal. And then you talk about how Gardevoir and Serena just went behind that Eldigos, not wanting Infi to, support the attacker out there. Two attackers, without support is nothing but a zero.
Yeah, they knew if Desideer would have been helped, maybe it would have been back into the battle, try and fight it out, because both Crimorant and Desideer excuse me, would have been a Pokemon that it would not be easy to kind of fight it out. The graph tells you it was so close, it was going back and forth. If not for that legendary pit fight, things would have gone away.
Whoa. Look at that. Chemin Esports, 185 points out there, and it's only 438 for them. Yes. It's Truerippers. Look at them. Damage is a lot. Look at Saf and Devesh. Once again, Devesh with the Mew working out for the team, and then Saf with the Mr. Mime. He already, it was only one thing that he had to do, and he had it up to that. Devesh with the Mew. Once again, a Mew getting that MVP. I'm just loving it out there. 74,000 damage. Previously, it was 90,000 Lucifer. And this time, it's Truerippers Devesh with 74,000 damage. 205 goals added. 8 knockouts, more of knockouts and less of assists, and 81 MVP points. Player of the game, Devesh, takes it all for his team, and now it's all about getting that last game, getting the 4th game, and actually taking it home. But then, can Chemin Esports make a comeback in the 4th game for the day?
Truerippers on the upper hand right now, but I still have a question on my mind. Does Devesh on that Mew have a doppelganger? Because he was there for the fights, getting KO streaks. He was there towards the goal zones, destroying them. And he was everywhere, wherever the players of Truerippers needed him. His presence was felt everywhere on the entire Thea Sky Ruins, and he was a devastating player, a very scary player to play with, a player who just struck fear right into their hearts. Previously, we saw Desideer coming in from Strix, right? He was just insane. They were unable to put a hold to it, so they bring back the Desideer, but this time it does not even work. And to add more damage, they bring in the Cramorant along with Desideer, but both of them find no value at all. They tried their best, but Devesh and the entire team coming in from Truerippers, whenever they made any move, it hit almost 2 to 3 players simultaneously. Everybody was coming in that same range, coming in the same radius of the circle of whatever it is being used of a move, and it hits, does damage. You saw when Gardevoir was using the Psychic as well as the Psyshock coming through. It was Zebek taking most amount of the damage, but everybody else also getting it, and they were just trying to run away from it. And that tells you of whenever Truerippers chose to fight and use their moves, they made sure that majority of the players were stuck or glued onto it, where their moves were put forth, whether it was on the ground, whether it was right to their faces, it was doing damage. And Truerippers make sure that the Even Stevens inclines to their favor, and right now they are the ones who will be looking forward to closing this round and match as well if possible. But I don't think Chemin Esports will let it go as easy as possible like this.
Yeah, exactly. Chemin Esports, how they took the game in their hands in the second game, where it, looked like Chemin Esports took it single-handedly.
Hmm.
Getting all the Regis and getting that Rayquaza, it was a beauty of the game. But then, talk about this game, the Rayquaza was not even conquered, not
Yeah.
even focused. Everything finished in the mid lane, and then, you know, what added to the spice was Truerippers already having those points. They
Hmm.
already had the 100 pointers. They didn't want the Rayquaza for themselves. Even if the Rayquaza would have gone down, they knew how to slow down the pace of Chemin Esports. How we saw Zebek, who was surviving for a longer period of time, still get taken down, and that's how they targeted every single Pokemon. Every single Pokemon for a minute who was making a difference was targeted by all the five, and
Hmm.
that's how they shook the main important part of Chemin Esports.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if Chemin Sports kind of understood what was happening, just like in the second round. Chemin Sports were the ones
Correct.
who were taking the battle right to the hands of True Rippers. They're like, you want to fight? Let's just keep fighting. Let's just keep fighting. Not giving True Rippers chance to breathe or slow themselves down, back off. They were like pushing to the jungle as well, looking forward to initiating the fight.
Yeah.
This time, it was True Rippers doing that. Chemin Sports, before they could put a stop to it, they were losing players one after another. I mean,
Correct.
I understand that they were trying to level up and get better where they can do a lot in terms of damage, but once that was also understood from True Rippers, they're like, we'll jump right to their faces, make sure that the range attacker does not find value in range. We'll take it in close quarters. And when it went in close quarters, you could see both Cramorant as well as Decidueye, they were making a run for it. They didn't want anything to do in that fight, and I think that's what happens. If you have two ranged attackers, you should look forward to at least one of them being capable enough, not taking a lot, but at least capable enough to take close quarter damage, and then somehow your teammates helping out. But both Cramorant and I would say Decidueye are not that easy to take, are not kind of good enough to take close quarter damage. They would have to make a run for it, and eventually the space was taken away. And I would say kudos to True Rapers as well, as that call to not take on Rayquaza, even after knowing that majority of the players were down from Chemin Esports. They're like, let's not take it. We are able to destroy their goal zones. That's enough.
Yeah.
Let's not try to
Mhm.
make life even more difficult, because in the next 20-30 seconds, maybe they took it at the 40 second, and there is 30 seconds left. And in that 35-second time interval, somebody jumps in who's respawned and uses the Unite and steals away Rayquaza. Why to lose to such an opportunity when you have an entire fight already won? Now, with True Rippers having upper hand to close this battle, we jump into the fourth and maybe the last draft pick for the day here in stage 2, day 1 of national playoffs. Bans, same Rudal.
The bans are going to be same, as it creates a whole point of view for both the teams to actually go in with some different strategies. But yes, Chemin Esports tricks choosing down that Snorlax. On the other side, we see that it's Seth going in for that Eldigos. It might be changed with, some of the other player, but then Devesh goes in for a mute. Definitely would be sticking onto it. Look at that. Zebek and Kid right now standing strong.
In terms of the picks, I want to look at if there is going to be big changes coming through, but Kevin Esports, they're happy with the choices that they had previously, the Pokemon selections, and they're going back with the same thing. True Rippers as well. They're coming in with the same lineup, which had worked out. They are not trying to experiment. I hope they don't. I'm just waiting for Daksh of any changes from his end, or it's going to be the same thing. Kevin Esports as well. The same pickup that they're making happen. There's no changes. Um, I'm not too sure how well this can work out, but okay, finally Kyle changes. He's like, it's okay. We do not want the same one. We don't want the Crimmeron. Let's bring in a Sylveon. Let's see how much damage we can do with that. Because yes, Sylveon has been effective. True Rippers as well. Just change one aspect of it. This time they bring in a Slowbro as a defender.
Yes, they will bring in that slow bro out there, and look at that. The final preparation phase now begins. Yes, the choices will be made, some changes will be made out there, but no, Enfi is going in with, oh yes, Enfi is going in with that Desi DY. Will be changed again with the Mr. Mime. Again, you can't, just say that they have made their change. It can, go on till the very last second of the preparations phase.
It can, but now that we know generally what we have seen, so we know Strix will
Correct.
play Desidia, Kid will play
Yeah.
Azumarill, so nothing in terms of that to be worried about. And also, It is up to the team if they want to bring a change where one of the players who have not seen playing Decidueye or Azumarill or maybe even
Correct.
a supporter or a defender, you change that up. It can throw a curveball to your opponent who are figuring out of how to close things. And even though they're on the, I would say, victory ledge, who are about to take a dive to victory pool, might be denied for it for some time, but right now with Truerippers looking forward to the same pick, especially just one small change on the slow bro, I still feel like it is still going to be a very efficient and an effective one, especially because out of all the defender Pokemons, Slowbro, I feel like, is the one who can take a lot in terms of the hit because yes, the green HP is generally what we see on every Pokemon, but on Slowbro, majority of the times you end up seeing the blue HP as well, which means after taking so much hit, and if Slowbro is able to move away from that, he'll be able to recover how much ever the blue bar is. He'll be recovering the full health, which will become green later on. So it's like an added on shield which he has. Let's jump into the
Yeah.
game and see if that works out for the side of True Rippers or not.
Well, yes, exactly, and this is where Chemin Esports come in with their power. They have an Azumarill and a Mr. Mime. Okay, so they are looking, to maintain a lead from the start. They are wanting to add the points as Mr. Mime and Azumarill would be able to do so. Look at the Snorlax. They're storming around, but need to get the levels up and need to do the farming. Look at Truerippers. In front of Snorlax, that small of a Pokemon. It's just a bone sweet. Even as a bone sweet in front of Snorlax, you can do that. It requires guts.
Yeah. I mean, it looks literally like a seed which can be grounded and waited for a plant to be grown. And that's what Snorlax was doing. He was just body butting and trying to push that bone sweet to the ground. Did not work out. Chemin Esports on the other end, they will also get similar sneaky goals in that manner. But right now, I want to see where the tides turn. Which side actually gets the first knockout? Zebek is waiting for that opportunity where he can immediately body butt himself and then concuss or stun somebody where his teammate Kid can do a lot in terms of damage. Along with Kid, there is also the Deciduous Strix who is coming. But it is going to be a 3v3 fight. So, Chemin or True Rippers, nobody is going to be getting this advantage here, at least in this very early stage on the top lane.
And look at that. Chemin Esports adding those points, and now they would be at 19, adding more 4. They are at 23. Chemin Esports just going up and up and up and up and up, performing so brilliantly. They knew what they had to do, but 22 points from their wage, and now their total is at 42.
Very sorry. I mean, early differences, it's okay.
Yeah.
But True Rippers, can they run away with it? But as I was waiting for the first KO coming through, you can see it is Sylveon. And along with that, follows up with another one. And Gardevoir was a little bit too late. KO coming in from True Rippers, so they lose 2 of their players. But again, that does not mean that they've lost lane advantage or lane, I would say, control. In the meantime, this was just a distraction, whereas the center or the legendary pit wild Pokemons which just spawned, they are being completely farmed from Chemin Esports. So Chemin Esports looking at upper hand of leveling up, but they make sure that the player from Chemin Esports playing on Mime pays a hefty price. He was going for goal, not anymore because he's sent back to the base.
True Rippers now getting the points, and some statements being made. Don't ever try to come back to our base, Chemin Esports. Look at that, just shooking them apart and taking down the whole lead into their hands. And now actually making those wonders out there. Yes, it's True Rippers focusing more on the pointers. Look at that, 42 points out there. And with that, Chemin Esports actually making out some wonders for this side.
True Rippers getting back into the game. Chemin Esports unable to control this aggression from True Rippers as they're pushing in both fronts, bottom as well as top. But right now, if the Regis have been spawned, they need to make sure that Chemin Esports get it in their favor. They're trying for it, but True Rippers are winning duels, they're winning chaos. But before going out, the Decidueye does take out the Regirock. But now Sylveon, being the only player who's surviving, is getting chased. And Kid as well, the only player on the top lane, they're trying to fight, trying to eliminate. But we know for a fact that Azumarill on that all-rounder compared to Serena can take a lot in terms of hit and as well as regain health depending on the build that it has been made. And that's the reason they decide to back off, understanding there has been a time gap and there will be a player who will be respawned, and that's going to be Zebek. But in the meantime, overextension on the bottom lane, they do lose a player. There's going to be Slowbro, their defender, but he'll be back soon into action.
Oh, look at that. Yes, it's 42 points for True Rippers and 47 on the side of Chemin Esports. Yes, Look at that, 47 points out here. It's just a 5-pointer difference, and they're adding it back to back. Once again, Chemin Esports, they have a lead, but just of 5 points, and Truerippers are pushing in for it. No one to stop them. 2 players would be adding the pointers, and Truerippers once again take the lead.
I think it was only one. Mew was stopped right at the edge, right at like almost dunking that 25 goals in. Kid also thought, understanding that, oh wait, there's a bottom lane push coming in from Truerippers. Maybe there's nobody in the top. He went for a sneaky one. I think he got a couple goals put with Kyle helping him out. But in the meantime, Regieliki is being taken away. A kick comes through, but it was a little bit too late. Sylveon will be able to confirm it in the favor. Devesh is looking super low as he's pushed towards the opponent's plug zone. Devesh will go down, but not before taking one player out. But in the meantime, the bottom lane goal zone being destroyed. Now Snorlax trying to push up, trying to find an elimination, but he's trying to fight with the defender as himself. But Serena goes down, trying to survive, trying to eliminate the Regieliki. He was stuck in a 1v2 situation, so the top lane control completely taken away, and Chemin Esports having a lead close to double what Truerippers have in score.
Well, look at that. Yo, here it comes. 186 from the side of Chemin Esports. And yes, they're just against 87 of Truerippers. Look at that. 186 added. Only and only 4 minutes remaining. And here it comes. Chemin Esports. 4 Pokémons once again. Truerippers just at the path, but no, they would be adding that Regi in their hands. And yes, they're once again bashing down Truerippers, trying to make it a 2-2.
This time, Chemin Esports are not letting Devesh find any value at all. And Devesh not finding value, the other ranged attacker is also unable to do anything. Slowbro now in between the tussle trying to survive, but look at him, they're just smashing with all the moves that they've got. And now with Truerippers losing their supporter as well, that was the only small hope that Slowbro could have fought with. With that going down, Slowbro also gets eliminated, a KO streak follows up, and Chemin Esports on a big lead. 200 lead is what they have right now in these 7 minutes of the game. And now it looks like it's not stopping. Truerippers, they're unable to get back into the game. I mean, in terms of level, yes, it is Chemin Esports looking better, but Truerippers, they're not far behind. They should be able to get back into the game, but it is the farming that they have to concentrate on. But what is Chemin Esports doing? Taking away these farming, I would say, possibilities, taking away the wild Pokemons and keeping that entire Fierce Sky Ruins map barren land.
Oh yeah, here it goes once again. Lucifer, look at that. Chemin Esports have taken a huge lead out here. And it's going to be the only thing that is going to help Truerippers. It's the Rayquaza that is yet to arrive. Look at that. Once again, 3 Regis for Chemin Esports. You know what happened in the second game. Once again is gonna get repeated in this 4th game.
I think we are going to the 5th right now. It does not look like Chemin Esports are able to be stopped. Not big changes coming in from Chemin Esports. It is just one change that they do not have Cramorant. They've just brought in nothing other than Sylveon, which is working very well in tandem with Kid on top and as well as on bottom on however they want to play, especially playing on the team player role. Back, they're trying to fight with the Regieliki again. The entire Regis have been a complete handhold for Chemin Esports. It has been their playground, it has been their allies, and there is nobody to take it away. And look at Truerippers not even stepping out from their goal zones which are not destroyed. They're holding from there, trying to see if anybody overextends as a solo player and then try to eliminate him. But with the last 2 minutes, the final stretch, I feel like this is a done deal, a closed one. Chemin Esports, they are already in a winning position. Truerippers, if they want to turn this around, they have to somehow, I would say, not fumble this up, not mess this up, and pull the Rayquaza out like a rabbit out of their hat.
Ooh, look at that right now. The Rayquaza is still available, but Chemin Esports is just dashing down Truerippers. They don't want them in the territory. Truerippers looked like they would have got the game, but as soon as we begin with the Regis, 5 Regis out here, and 80 more points added. Truerippers, the last 1 minute 15 seconds are going to be a hell for them.
This is going to be hell. Rayquaza is still alive, but just like what Truerippers did, not paying attention to Rayquaza and then just going for goals. Serena is going for a 50. Oh yes, gets stopped. Oh no, Sylveon with that growl reaches the range and immediately Decidueye helps out, and Serena with a big 50 chance that was there loses it. And now Devesh, as sneaky as ever, is coming for a 50 of his own. Everybody is trying to run towards Devesh, but I think he will be able to get that big 100 scored in. Immediately trying to run away, but Decidueye is already waiting for it, trying to scope where that player is. In the meantime, goes in for another big one. That is going to be Daksh, and yes, the growl this time is going to be there, but it is on a defender, and Daksh is again trying to collect. But look at this, on the base there is the Azumarill who's standing. He's just standing there, understanding that nobody is taking a fight with Rayquaza, and even if Truerippers try to go for a fight, we are the ones who have the upper hand. Pushes one player out, but not having the goal getter, Devesh will have no chance to get this 20 done. Puts up a light screen, tried to force the hands on Matter, but with just a second to go, Truerippers close a defeat. And it's Chemin Esports take away the victory. What a play coming in from them. And you could see Truerippers, they were silenced.
Yeah. You know, silence for a longer period of time. Look at that. The Rayquaza was not focused in this game, but 5 freaking Reggies. Registeel, Regirock, Regilicky. No matter what, it was always Chemin Esports taking it. And yes, Truerippers actually marked down a huge difference once again with the help of Devesh. Daksh adding a lot with the slow bro. Everything was right. But this time, Chemin Esports was amazing with that Sylveon. Made a huge difference out there, and that Sylveon had a lot for the team. Each and every other Pokemon couldn't add up that much. What infeeded with that Mr. Mime, he had to do that, and it looked like a straight graph for Truerippers. In the end, they did try to make a matchup for it, but couldn't do so. And with that, it's 393 against 231.
You could see this graph, at least in the early 4 minutes of the game, gave us an understanding that both Chemin and Truerippers were fighting against each other, trying their best, but when it crossed the 4 minute mark, especially the 5 minutes, Chemin Esports took charge. And that was a refresher or whatever you call it, or like they just got an amount of energy boost. They just pushed on to the players of Truerippers, jumped on them, and Truerippers were left dazed, literally as a player as well as Pokemons in game.
Oh yes, Kyle would be the MVP out here with that Sylveon. 170 goals, 7 knockouts, 5 assists, 70,000 damage would be the damage that it would have reached, but it's right now 69,538 and 81 MVP points. Again, a whole Pokemon out here adding everything to it and becomes the player of the game right now. Look at that. Sylveon, yes, he is the player of the game out here, and we would be facing more towards only and only one thing, Lucifer, and that's going to be our main focus out here. The last game. Every match today has been a whole best of 5 where everything has been a comeback. But this match, it was one game for Truerippers, another for Chemin, another for Truerippers, and then it was for Chemin. But the last game is where we'll have the results.
All the best of 5s have concluded in a fashion of a best of 1. Whoever gets that last round are the ones who are going to be walking away, and that's what happened here as well. Man, oh man, who would have thought such a very, I would say, what would be the right word? I'm not too sure what I can put forth here. But let's just jump into action. In the meanwhile, as I think about it, you also wonder what just happened. How did Truerippers stand dazed in their own goal zones? You saw it at all times, brother, that Truerippers, after the 5 minute mark, they were like, what should we do? And most of the players never even reached double digits in terms of their leveling up. They were all left at level 9 and level... Yeah, most of them were at level 9. And when the Rayquaza came, I think that's when they reached to level 10. And that tells you so efficient and effective and damaging were the players of Chemin Esports. And that too, just because of one change. There was a Mew that Chemin Esports bought just like Devesh. And this time they're like, let's just bring a change. Let's just make one small change, which may be very effective for us, which plays very well in terms of the synergy and how effective our Pokemon needs to connect the damages. That was the Sylveon. That curveball worked so very brilliantly, and they never could predict it what was happening. And you saw Ego over there from Truerippers on the cinema was left wondering, wait, what happened? And he was just standing there and an easy KO coming in, and these kind of plays being done. I think Chemin Esports, as they got back into the game, Truerippers understood that we not making a change and them making a change has been very effective for them, because they know what we all got to do. They know how we like to play, and they countered everything. Chemin Esports knew what was cooking in the brains of Truerippers and denied one and all.
4,
Exactly, and look at that.
1.
A huge difference till the end. But then, Truerippers trying to make a comeback, trying to be actually coming back at the 231 Lucifer. 393 against that 231. Yes, once again, it was a huge difference that was made by the side of Team Chemin Esports. And now the scorelines have been equalized. All, left to say, all we have to say is, how in the game number 4, it was a huge difference that they made in the end, never allowed, Team Truerippers to actually make a comeback. Split up in the end, could have focused more on getting that goals, but then they knew they had a huge advantage out there.
Oh my god, at this point I'm wondering what can happen next. I know it's the best of one, but I think I need to be prepared for whatever can be thrown towards us. We saw close matches today, Ridhit, where it went to being 242 and no 224 or something, and another then it was 222, like just 2 goals difference. From there on, a team player pushes, he gets 10 more goals and 20 more goals in, and the difference and of victory was just 20 goals, right? So close. And right now, this being the last game, not too sure who's going to take it away. So I think both the teams need a small breather. We also need to, because after seeing so much action, let's take a small break. See you on the other side.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here with Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. We're right now witnessing the match 3, Lucifer,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the last game of the match 3, the game 5, which is going to be live in front of us. So excited for it, as already we are done with 2 matches which
Mm-hmm.
went till the last game, and now in the last match it's also till the round 5. So beautiful day it has been, full of like 15 rounds, if I'm not wrong, played
Yes.
today only. So again, stats will be changed. We saw the stats before this game was played. After this game was played, the stats are going to be so different.
Mm-hmm.
Chemin Esports, who was at the last of their group, fighting against the topper of a
Exactly.
group. That is of how much difference this, and that is the importance this game holds.
All need to understand that, because in a group that they were contested, maybe did not have a great game, but that gave them an idea of what was going wrong, what could have been done
Correct.
better, and also that the other group never faced these teams, and they are also going to be
Correct.
here for a surprise and a shocker, and those surprises and shockers are being exchanged. That's what they're doing, and I'm just loving at this point that all the games have gone all the 5 rounds and given us spectacular action. At any point, it
Yeah.
never felt like, oh, wait, this is something that we have generally seen. We have seen this team capitalize. It should be an easy one for them. To start it off itself, where Marcos played and did not even give a chance to S8ul to figure out what's happening, but S8ul came up back with a clean sweep, a reverse comeback, which was not even thought of. I mean, I had my hands up. From there itself, I kept my mind open for anything to happen and to see exceptional gameplay coming in, new Pokemons
Yeah.
coming out, making that very effective. Mridul, last round, I think we have something new as well in the cards.
Well, yes, again, and we had three different types of 3-2s today.
Yes.
One, it being like, 2-0, and then a team coming in for a clean sweep, that was S8ul. Then in the second game, it was, 2 games for a single team, 2 games for another team, and then the last game, who actually got 2 zeros,
Mm-hmm.
in the first half. And then this one, 1-1, 2-2, then a 3-2. Well, we don't know who is actually going to win it. We still have the last game in front of us. That is Chemin Esports and Truerippers. Match number 3, round 5. The ban phase is right now here.
Same bands. Now, out of all the things, guys, I'm excited for the entire matchup. One thing I'm going to be saying, this bands needs to start changing. I understand how effective Tyranitar can be, how effective Dodrio can be. I would end up even calling Dodrio to an extent to be a little bit broken if they do not properly manage it. If a team is unable to figure out what is the best strat to counter a Dodrio, otherwise Dodrio will just keep scoring and snatch that round away for the team. And I think Kemini Esports understanding that, they're like, no, let's not do it at all. In the meantime, True Rippers, after understanding what Kemini Esports were able to do on the SUDI, they bring out one of their own in the picks. But in terms of the Mew, which was there on Devesh's end, Kemini Esports also bring it back alive.
Well, they will add it for the side of Chemin Esports, and look at that KL going in for an Azumarill. Yes, KO is there with that Decidui and Saf with that Eldegoss, but Devesh is going in for a Ninetales. And it's Ego with the Serena. Ego would definitely be locking in with that Pokemon. He won't be changing it for sure. But then who is going to change it? Oh, a Delphox at last. Didn't see it today.
Interesting choices coming through. I want to see, as we mentioned, there will be changes in Pokemon's. Devesh, he again picks
Oh,
up the Nine Tails coming in, and I wonder what's going to be happening. Strix, as you mentioned, the Delphox coming up. How will that work out? What is going to be more effective? Ego is still sticking on the Serena, not making any changes over there. Daksh is going to be the Snorlax still for True Rippers. Safe, he played the Mime, did not work out really well, so he's back on the Eldegoss. On the other end, Infi, he goes for the Mime. And then there is Zebek, who wants to play none other than the Slowbro. And with Delphox on Strix and Kael on Mew, I want to see how effective things can work out, especially Kid being in play. But we have a quick info for all the viewers as well. There is going to be a rehost. I think there was a small glitch that happened for one of the players, maybe while they were taking up the Pokemons. Not something that we have a clear idea about, but letting you guys know that we would have to wait for the game. And we are stuck at such an interesting place where we are wondering of what can happen right now. We already speculated so much, but after seeing the initial, at least, Pokemon choices, I want to ask you, Mrudul, how do you feel with what we saw coming in from both Truerippers as well as Chemin Esports in terms of the Slowbro, Mime, and Delphox? On the other end, Truerippers bringing on the Decidueye of their own. Do you think it's going to be a good counter? Do you think what Chemin Esports did can Truerippers replicate on the Decidueye?
Not focusing on what a player as a Pokemon a player got, but right now focusing on what were the picks. A Delphox coming in from the side of Strix
Mm-hmm.
once again is a different move, and then a Ninetales being used. It was a Slowbro, and in the end, it could have been a Blissey, but then they depended on the Slowbro and went in with Zebek actually choosing it. So Zebek right now had the Slowbro before we ended up with it in the last seconds of the final preparations where we got the information that it would be a rehost. Definitely the Pokemon's the strategies can be changed, but then in the rehost of the lobby, what is going to be their decision? Once again, the Pokemons can be different, a different strategy can come up, but the bans are not going to change, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What do you have to say for it?
I mean, bans have become a staple right now. Like we call, right? Whenever you go to one place, whether you travel or you go back to your like hometowns, you end up having these staple foods that sometimes you miss, sometimes you're like, oh no, I've had too much of it. I want some change, and you end up going to restaurants and all. So it is like that.
Yes.
These bans I've had so many. Like the first match had the same ban throughout all the 5 games, Tyranitar and Dodrio. The last game also has the same bans. For me, I've been seeing these bans 10 times. Pokemons, I'm excited, but bans, come on, make something interesting, change it up. Deny a Snorlax coming through, deny the Mew coming through, but they're all like, if we deny Mew, there is going to be Tyranitar. If we deny what whatever XYZ, there's Dodrio which will come alive, and they're like worried about one Pokemon of that entire 44, 46, with even I would include Urshifu as well as Sableye being there, having so many Pokemons. They're just worried about two Pokemons in the entire meta that can be. I'm like, okay, but yeah, I I, I will try to digest it as every staple food. We try to go with it, but I want to see how game changes. I understand with the bans coming in, it has not affected any meta of both Chemin Esports
Correct.
as well as Truerippers. But in
Correct.
terms of the choices of Pokemons that they've made to throw a curveball, what can it do? Because Chemin Esports, right? We saw them bringing the same Pokemon lineup, which worked for them in the second round, where they were able to dominate. They tried for it in the third round and they got stomped.
Yeah.
Truerippers just pushed them out. And in the fourth round, where Truerippers thought their same lineup would work out, they were the ones who were thrown out. So I think these kind of same lineups which are brought and then getting punished, and especially Devish again making the move to get back on the Ninetales, but this time not with the Gardevoir duo. It is going to be a Decidueye duo. So I'm looking forward to how it will
Yeah.
work out, Brudal.
Yeah, definitely. A Decidueye duo can also make a huge difference out there. But then, when you focus on attacker range Pokemons like Delphox, you need to go from the stage of Fennekin, then go to Braixen, and then actually the Delphox. Whereas if you have a Mew, there is not any, a dependability on the evolutions. Right now, we are at the draft pick screen. It's already done. We are already said the bans are going to be same. But a change comes up here. Yes, the Slowbro is out of the positions, and we have Infi with the Blissey
I mean, I think the mime was something that
at last.
Infi was like, okay, that's not something I
Okay.
play, and they do change it. So they're like mime and Blissey coming in. On Zebek is going to be playing the mime, and Infi is going to be playing the Blissey. Whereas on the other end, True Rippers have the same lineup, no changes from there. And it was only Kemin who wanted to make a small change in the Pokemon. Now it's time. One
Yeah.
last ride. I mean, I'm talking about a song as well in the meantime, but keeping that song aside, we are looking forward to not one last ride here for both the teams, because one team will be pushed down to the loser bracket or lower bracket, where they would have to come back up, where they only fight
Yeah.
in the lower bracket till the lower bracket final, and once they win in the lower bracket final, they will be pushed to the grand finals directly. But that's such a big and a long journey. Let's see which that
Yeah.
team is going to be.
Where every step you take in the lower bracket, you might face an elimination, Lucifer, because lower bracket has its own cons. Yes, you get a ticket to the finals, but with a huge amount of disregard that you would get. Eliminations can be caused, and now you have Truerippers versus Chemin Esports, the last game for the day. At last, I can say this because again, yes, it has gone till the very last game. Once again, Chemin Esports take the lead, but then Truerippers, can this be a win for them? Because it has been neck to neck battle, 1-1s, 2-2s, and then a 3-2 right now. Going into which team's favor is right now the bigger question out here.
Yeah, which team's favor? Rightly put. It is a 2v2 fight coming on the top lane as we see, which will become a 3v2, 3v1 fight where you see the Mew gets eliminated. Overextension, I've generally seen like the defenders or the support players coming in who push towards the jungle of the opponent's lanes or opponent's jungles directly to try and eliminate it or try and like buy some time, act as distraction. But pushing a Mew is questionable so far from Chemin Esports.
Indeed, questions are here, Lucifer, but look at that. Serena once again coming back, points being added back to back, and then a Delphox doing wonders, but then Chaos coming in from the side of Truerippers. And look at that, +1s, +2s. Oh, oh.
Wait, come on, Kyo, there's so many more Eos energies. You can just collect all of them together. He leaves one, he does not get that. Infi on the other end will pick it up. Comes up with hand smack to slow down Kyo. Not for long, he'll be back away. But in the meantime, Zarina all leveled up, buffed, and ready to fight with them.
You know, all buffed, and look at that. Truerippers now picking up the pace, and with that, whoa, 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 here you go. He is going to have the favor out here. Once again, moving forward, it is 57 points for Truerippers. And once again, busy with the farming, at last evolves to the Deciduous SD.
This Ninetales, let's see how effective it can be. Oh, the burn comes through from none other than the 6 on Delphox. There was, I don't know if it was a snatch coming from Deciduous on the Spirit Shackle that he sent on a wild Pokemon, but immediate jump and fight happening. It looks like Truerippers want to take this aggression and heat directly towards the players of Chemin Esports, but when the Electro Ball and the big Solar Beam coming in from Mew hit them, they're like, let's just back off. No, no, no. Even though this is a 4v4 fight where we are maybe able to slow them down, let's not go overextend and then give up this bottom lane control.
You know, giving up on the bottom lane is also, we're going to affecting a lot on Truerippers. And moving forward, the top lane, Truerippers, Serena just going in sneakily at the very goal post and not spotting that Pokemon.
But look at Azumarill, Mugul. While sneakily, yes, he went for goals, but Azumarill, he's farming in the jungle of Truerippers, which can be a little bit effective hard to them. But in the meantime, because Azumarill is doing that, no attention paid to Regieleki, and easy Regieleki being taken on the top and bottom, still in contest, still in question whether it's Chemin or Truerippers. Chemin Esports started off, but immediately Truerippers are jumping up. But Registill is also causing them problems with the storms coming through, and Infi, he's trying to do damage along with the block coming in. Still no chaos being delivered, and found the first. That was mine. That is a big one. And now if they take down the Blissey, this entire bottom lane control can be taken away, but not so easily. Kyle will not give it up on that Mew. He'll be able to take down their Snorlax, that big tank, and the bouncy Pokemon, I would like to call it. A fluffy buddy as well if needed, but the attack gets increased as Chemin Esports take the bottom Registeel for themselves.
Well, look at that. Truerippers 132 out here. And he is looking so good. Yes, Truerippers, they have 132 points. And it's just a lead that they have taken. Now, they have to continue with it, Lucifer. Because to maintain a lead, it's as difficult as, losing it out.
Right now, Truerippers understanding the losses, they are taking those victories ahead. And look at this, Azumarill could not do anything. First comes up with a kick and then immediately goes Queen Ascendant and takes with that Unite. And now they're pushing all towards bottom lane. They're like bottom lane control has somehow Chemin have been able to establish. Let's remove that. But a big fireworks comes out on Chemin's and using the Unite, looking forward to the damage. But there is, I would say, half of the circle still available on the goal. Therefore, players from Truerippers were still able to get some goals scored in. Oh wait, actually no, there was no goals scored in because there was contests coming in from players of Chemin Esports. And therefore, even though they wanted to do that bottom lane push, because of that Delphox Unite, it has been denied so far.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly. And with
Serena.
that, a KO at last. Serena has been spotted, but no, the Eldigos would be adding it. And Truerippers allowed to add the pointers back to back. Yes, one Reggie focused in the hands of Truerippers, while a Reggie Steele was there with Chemin Esports. 40 more points, 40 more points, 80 total added for Chemin Esports by Delphox. Here it goes, the Zoomeril leading the charge. Yes, one more Regiliki would be coming in the hands of Chemin Esports. They were straight up there for that. The bottom lane has been guarded, but the top lane needs to be defended.
And now in the next 10 seconds, there's going to be the bottom Reggie which will spawn. For that, you saw the Azurill taking a TP and back to the bottom lane where, yes, Devesh is waiting, understanding that somebody might come in for a sneaky goal as well. And he sees two players coming up now. Kid is going to be there to help out. Another left only safe on top to try and fight with the Regiliki because you're already on the goal zone. With the Unite coming through, Chemin Esports try to push up and Delphox again with the Unite and right time. This time on the, I would say, circle itself, on the goal zone, that two of the players of Truerippers trying to do damage. But Desidai pushing all the players one after another. Back finds a KO on Kid, a big one, because of which you can see both the ranged attackers understanding that if we try to push, having a Snorlax at their base which will make things troublesome. But look at this, Delphox, he gets pushed from Kyo and immediately receives a knock, and now Infi is being chased. He puts up a shield for himself to survive, but there is already a shield advantage that has been given to Kyo, and he is not stopping, and he is just jumping, stomping on the players of Chemin Esports. I think it is Kyo is here playing on Desidai.
Well, look at that, 234 out here, and it's all going in the favors of Truerippers. Everything coming in now. A Reggie Rock coming out here. Yes, one for Truerippers, one for Chemin Esports. At last, it looks like, the game score is out there on the Reggie chart. But here it comes, Truerippers. Now they have a huge point lead where it's 112 points to be simple about it, and the Rayquaza is going to come out here in only and only 30 seconds.
Now, the difference between Regieleki and Rayquaza is less than 10 seconds. So, I want to see in that less than 10 seconds is Chemin going to contest Regieleki. Looking at it, they're like, I think it's going to be too short of an interval if we try to go for Regieleki, and in the meantime, if Truerippers snatch away the Rayquaza, this round will be lost, and this is the do or die round. This is the best of one right now, and that's the reason 5 players heavily stack up close to the top lane tall grasses, and Ego, he was just getting to the legendary pick and they deny him from happening. But in that meantime, he's still not stopping, comes up with a stomp, eliminates the player, now wants to jump up on Kid, comes in with a Unite, is not going to be able to do a lot in terms of effective damage, but the Cotton Cloud Crash, that is good enough, and with that Safe is falling up, helping Zarina out, and Zarina takes on Kid, eliminates him, and look at what Truerippers are doing. They're pushing right to the jungle of none other than Chemin Esports and taking the battle right to their faces. Zebek is just back into the game. They want to deny him, but Zebek is trying to push with the confusion. He tried to do damage, but Zarina is here, comes up with a storm and kicks again, but uses the Unite this time not to do damage, but to run away. But a big Spirit Shackle comes through, and now if the wild Pokemon hits him, he will die. But what does he do? He uses the Power Swap to heal himself, and in the meantime, there was Skyesports who sneakily wanted to go and score a 44, immediately gets denied from Truerippers' Kyo. So at all angles, Truerippers have put up defenses.
Indeed, and look at that. Here it comes, 286 out here for Truerippers. They have a huge lead, and they need not cater about what Chemin Esports is thinking, but still guarding off them. Ninetales is doing a great job slowing them down, and then once again Ninetales pick up, actually working out Lucifer. Another KO coming in from Delphox. Delphox trying it out alone. No, it won't happen. A KO coming in from Ninetales, and then the KO streak lands in for the Ninetales. KO streak of 3. Ninetales at a beauty added now, and Chemin was just thinking from which position they would be allowed.
Truerippers, they're like, we don't need Rayquaza. We have taken the majority of the players out. We'll just go for the goals. And now all intentions for Truerippers is going to be just guard the goal zones. Nothing else. Ego is just standing in their jungle, and I think maybe will go for a sneaky goal in based on what his teammate tells him, and he sees with 8 seconds on the clock, let's just commit, let's see whatever happens, because in 8 seconds on the clock there is no way Chemin will eliminate them and also move to their goal zone and find a way to score, and it is going to be none other than Truerippers finally closing this last round of the best of 5 and walking away as victors and continuing their run on the upper bracket.
Yes, 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 it is going to be Truerippers winning it out. At last, we are going to see the victory. And, oof, oof. woof, woof,
It
472. With this, True Rippers have taken it.
it took time, efforts, toiled, sweat, and gave it their all. And Devesh finally made that nine tails work. Especially, it looked like it worked really well in gel with ego and also safe coming in. Those three players played very well in tandem. It worked out really, really well. And True Rippers, this time right from the get go. In the early 2 minutes, we get an idea about what is happening. After the 2 minutes, True Rippers said enough is enough. Let's just put the pedal to the metal and just run through it, boost ourselves, nitros ourselves to victory, and never let Chemin Esports even get an idea of what they could have done. Even though they once took the Regieliki, they're like, that's okay. Safe alone
Yeah.
fought with it and destroyed that Regieliki on the top.
Yes, they alone fought with it, and actually look at that. True Rippers getting that victory. 472 points for them and 122 for Kemedy Sports. That is how True Rippers will actually be able to end it all. And they are moving forward. But then loser brackets. I'm quite troubled around that because again, in the loser brackets, it's all about eliminations at every single step. You need to be aware of that.
Exactly. Chemin in a tough spot, but
Yeah.
hopefully they'll be able to come back because we all remember the Chemin Esports streak. Once they won two matches on a day, they're like they went for the third and won it out as well. But Devesh,
Uh-huh.
he already took up MVP once in one
With
round
Mew.
on the Mew,
Yeah.
but when
Yeah.
he picked up Ninetales, it did not work out. He's like, I just messed up a couple of things. I'll get it back, and he's bought that
Yeah.
MVP for himself again.
Yeah.
192 goals, 6 knockouts, 7 assists, 52,000 damage, and 81 MVP points. That tells us that Devesh was ready for the game, and he needed somebody to play with. That was ego. They worked as a duo so well, and nobody was able to do anything. Now, yes, with the drop kicks coming through, we understood that if somebody is in that same lane when the drop kick is being done from Zarina, it they do get slowed down, and on top of it, when these icy winds start blowing in from Ninetales, they even further get slowed down, and also they'll be stalled. They'll not be allowed to make their moves, which gives an upper hand for ego to complete all the moves and deliver knockouts. And that's the reason how well it worked out in between them. And then top it all off, their supporter coming through on the Eldegoss was just brilliant play coming in from safe. Not a lot of assists that he has, but his recovery was up off North 7000, which tells us what he had to do as a, I would say, healer as well as a supporter. Did perfect job on that.
Yeah, they did perfect job on that, and they actually worked out with it, Lucifer.
Hmm.
But with this, we are coming to an end for the day, Lucifer. We just saw of how wonderful the day was,
Yeah.
all the games coming through, and some victories coming in through.
Hmm.
S8ul with a victory, Truerippers with a victory, and some amazing performances out here.
Everybody gave their all, and I mean, I was, you could say, kind of had a firework itself. It was a very
Yeah,
pleasant and
yeah,
also chaotic evening where all the teams showed
chaotic too.
everything that they had. They pulled out the
Correct,
best cards out. They showed us that even the Pokemons that they kind of maybe messed up on or maybe like missed the opportunities on, it's like
correct.
we fumbled over there. It's okay. It happens. The opponent team just capitalized and did not even give us a chance to breathe, respond, and react. So they're like, okay, there is still a round available. We'll take them on
Yeah,
that round and then win it out. And that's what here every team has done. S8ul did
yeah,
that. RNT did that. Revenant, and then we ended up with Truerippers also bringing that back. But this game went back
correct.
and forth. Chemin Esports said that we might have been the fourth position in Group B, but that does not matter in terms of position. Still, they might be in lower bracket right now, but I would tell the teams in the lower bracket, be feared of Chemin Esports. They might just push you out of the entire Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. The tournament is just off to a start. This is still the beginning
Yeah.
stages. You are at the top 8. But remember what you're fighting for: the championship title, the prize, the bragging rights, and on top of it, a qualification spot for the top 4. So, every team right now who's surviving, who are in the top 8, they are pushing themselves to be in the top 4.
Yeah, exactly. And when Revenant Esports is already there in the Asia Championship out there,
Hmm.
Lucifer, it increases more chances, for more India representation in the Asia
Hmm.
Championship. And look at how beautifully every team is performing. Every team deserves out, those kudos, those claps, and how they have performed wonderfully out there. But then again, Lucifer, we also need to understand that every team has had their play. Every team has stood up today. Now it's an end to the day. We would be taking the leave. And we'll see you tomorrow with some more exciting matches. Lucifer, to you.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot more, especially when we started the day off in the brackets, there were 4 matches. So there is
Yeah,
still one match in the upper bracket which we will be waiting for and looking forward to. And I'm looking forward to what is going to be happening. We are also
yeah,
having we just got an upper like, info that we are going to be jumping to the brackets as well to give you an idea of what has happened and
correct,
what might be the
correct.
next matches, because again, as we did mention, right, what are the next teams, how will they will fight. We are jumping right into it. In the brackets, you can see it is Truerippers who have won it out, and they've pushed themselves to the upper bracket
Oh,
next match, where they will be figuring out who their opponent is going to be. Is it Enigma Gaming or God's Reign? On the other end, S8ul and Marcos, of the fight that they've had, it is S8ul who go ahead, and FS Esports and Revenant in their fight, it is Revenant who have gone ahead. But in the lower bracket, it is Chemin Esports who are still waiting for their opponent, whereas Marcos and FS Esports, they are going to be the lower bracket first match that we'll be seeing, Mridul.
yeah, exactly. And that is how the brackets were, Lucifer. How we saw on the brackets that each and every team worked out with their
Mm-hmm.
performance, and then, some games still remaining in the round one of upper brackets. Three teams are already out there. One more game is left, and then we'll have four teams in the lower bracket and four teams in the upper bracket. It will be a round two for upper bracket, but then it would be only the round one where
Yeah.
every move you make, you are going to go out.
Yeah, you cannot risk any mistakes. You cannot risk any experiments which you could have done in round robin of
Correct,
stage one. And now in stage two, everything is a do or die situation. I would call even
correct.
staying in the upper bracket, if you don't win, it is a do or die situation. You lose it, you use your, I would say, safety net. And if you use your safety net, you're down immediately to the lower bracket. And of all the teams, Marcos, we saw how good they were against God's Reign and also took away the victory from God's Reign. And I thought maybe Marcos will be doing the same thing to S8ul today. They tried, but eventually did not work out. But for all the teams who tried and got their victories, they'll be happy, smiling. But for the other teams who took a loss, they're not out of the tournament, but will be looking forward to fighting it out. But one last chance, as you mentioned, Mridul, is all that they have. But to see all this action, you have to join us again tomorrow. Until then, we'll take your leave. Have a great evening. See you on the other side. That is tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.